Lionel Johnson and Leman Russ, the twin Primarchs. Lionel Johnson, the beast pretending to be a man, the first, the knight of Caliban, the emperor's lord of secrets. Leman Russ, the man pretending to be a beast, the wolf king, king of Fenris, the emperor's executioner. These two Primarchs are so similar in many ways that it would make no sense to discuss them individually. Their stories are so closely intertwined that we must instead discuss them together. Their personas and narratives were crafted to mirror and contrast each other. By Games Workshop, certainly, and by the Emperor, maybe. One must always begin at the sensible place, the beginning. Lionel Johnson came to Caliban alone, and so he stayed throughout his early childhood, surviving in the dark places of the deep forest and constantly in danger of being killed by the great beasts of Caliban. He survived on his wits and his instincts alone, for he had none to teach him, and he had not yet grown the strength of an adult Primarch. Leman Russ came to Fenris alone and was immediately adopted by a mother Fenrisian wolf alongside her cubs, living in the simple animal love of his family throughout his childhood, surviving in the harsh environment of Fenris and constantly in danger from the weather and fauna. He survived with the strength of the pack and the teachings of his mother and siblings. The early lives of Lionel Johnson and Leman Russ thus set the stage for their contrasting yet intertwined archetypes: isolation versus belonging, reason versus instinct, self-reliance versus community. Their origins shaped them profoundly, as with all the Primarchs, influencing how they view themselves and how they interact with the galaxy. Lionel Johnson, alone in the forest, his childhood was defined by his solitude and the constant threat of death. Without guidance or companionship, he developed a highly analytical and instinctual mind, relying on his innate genius, ability to hide, and survival instincts in order to endure. His time in the deep forests of Caliban shaped him into a creature of fierce independence, accustomed to mistrust and the necessity of self-sufficiency. This early isolation may explain Lionel Johnson's later difficulty in forging deep emotional connections. His understanding of others was intellectual rather than empathetic, shaped by a life where trust was not a luxury he could afford. His eventual discovery and integration into Caliban's knightly orders were less about belonging and more about imposing order on chaos, a reflection of his internal struggle. Russ, in contrast, raised by the pack, grew up with the warmth and protection of his wolf family. He learned the primal language of loyalty, kinship, and shared survival. His environment was no less dangerous than Caliban, but it was dangerous for different reasons, and he faced those dangers as part of a pack rather than alone. This early experience instilled in Russ a deep understanding of community and a visceral connection to those he considered family and the pack. His tendency to project strength and wildness was tempered by the wisdom and warmth of his upbringing. The strength of his character was not in solitude, but in loyalty and camaraderie. There's a thematic interplay between these two. The lion's survival without guidance mirrors his later role as the Emperor's Lord of Secrets, a figure operating in isolation, driven by his internal moral compass and the weight of responsibility. Russ's early pack life, meanwhile, foreshadows his role as the Emperor's executioner, a Primarch who saw himself as part of a greater whole, sacrificing personal comfort for the perceived good of his pack, the Imperium. Their beginnings, thus, highlight an intriguing question. What if their roles had been reversed? How might Lion have fared with a pack and Russ in solitude? Would they have still grown into the same archetypes, or would they have been swapped. Their early years are a rich vein for exploring how environment and circumstance forge identity, and I encourage any of you to go write some fan fiction. Russ loved his wolf family, and he would not allow his 2 remaining wolf brothers to leave his side when he was adopted into humanity. His early life was a happy one, filled with love, and yet he could not deny that he belonged with humanity. Lion seldom spoke of his solitary life in the forest. It was not a happy time for him. And yet, once he was with humanity, he could not deny that he did not fit in very well. Being alone in the forest may have been where he belonged after all. This contrast between Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson captures the essence of their characters and highlights the ways in which their early lives shaped their identities and their struggles. Both were cast into environments that defined them, yet their reactions to and relationships with those environments diverged sharply, reflecting their inner natures. Russ's childhood was filled with love and acceptance in his wolf family. This gave him a sense of stability and confidence that would characterize his later life. His refusal to leave his wolf brothers behind upon joining humanity is a testament to his deep loyalty and to the bonds he formed, even across species. When he joined humanity in the House of Russ, he accepted his place not as an individual forsaking his past, but as a being capable of uniting his past with the next steps. He united his animalistic upbringing with his human destiny. This duality thus became his strength. He embraced both worlds without denying either, and thus was able to embrace his legion of half-beasts. He found belonging among the people of Fenris, and later his legion, embodying a rare harmony between his origins and his future. The lion's childhood, in stark contrast, was marked by loneliness and danger. His survival in the deep forests of Caliban was a testament to his raw brilliance and unyielding will, but it left scars. His time in the forest was not one of joy or belonging. It was one of grim necessity, a relentless struggle against a world determined to kill him. When he joined humanity, Lionel Johnson found him a stranger among men. His survival had required him to become something other than human, and the knightly orders of Caliban, with their rigid codes and camaraderie, stood in contrast to the instincts and intellect he had honed in isolation. Despite his brilliance as a leader and a strategist, the lion struggled to connect on a personal level. His solitude shaped a man who could command, but not truly belong. The irony of their stories, then, is a tragic inversion. Russ was raised by wolves, but found his place among humanity. Russ, who grew up alone, often seemed to belong more to the wilds and the solitude he had left behind. Russ's early happiness enabled him to approach life with warmth and an open heart. As a warrior, he retained a sense of joy and purpose, using his ferocity to protect and uplift those that he loved. While Lion's early struggles forged a man of unmatched capability but left him distant, his brilliance tempered by a loneliness and mistrust he could never quite escape. These foundational experiences shaped their interactions with others, their roles in the Imperium, and even their eventual conflicts. Russ's capacity for connection made him the ideal leader for a culture as tightly knit as the Vulcafenrica, the Space Wolves, while Lion's isolation made him an enigma, often misunderstood even by those closest to him. Russ met humanity in the heat of battle, his mother and siblings dying around him. He fought and killed a dozen men with his bare hands before the humans there from the House of Russ recognized him as being a apparently a human raised among wolves? When he was brought to the House of Russ, they didn't know what to make of him. When Lionel Johnson was found in the forest by humans of the Knightly Order of Caliban, they were perplexed to find this child of the forest alone, apparently living by himself, surrounded by the most dangerous creatures on the planet. When they brought him back to the Order, they didn't know what to do with him. Thus, the stories of Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson's first encounters with humanity are strikingly similar in their initial moments of bewilderment. Yet afterwards they diverge profoundly in tone and outcome, reflecting the dichotomy of their characters and the worlds they inhabit. Russ's first meeting with humanity was drenched in the heat of combat and loss. His wolf family, the only love and belonging he had ever known, was being torn apart by the humans who encroached upon their den, and so his response was immediate and primal, the wild fury that he would carry with him into battle throughout his life. He defended his family with the ferocity of a wolf and the strength of a Primarch, killing his foes with his bare hands. When the surviving humans realized what he was, an apparently human boy raised by wolves, they were awestruck as they were horrified. Bringing him to the House of Russ alongside his two surviving siblings, they faced a dilemma. Here was a being of unmatched power and wildness, far beyond their understanding. Russ, however, did not shy away from these people. Though he had just lost his family to them, he adapted, his fiery spirit turning to the task of proving his worth in their halls, even as his heart carried the pain of his loss. The lion's emergence from the forests of Caliban was no less dramatic, but was steeped in an aura of mystery rather than violence. He was found by knights of the Order while on a hunt, the sight of a lone child apparently thriving in the deadly wilderness of Caliban, nothing short of miraculous. Where Russ had fought and killed to make his presence known, the lion had survived and endured. When brought to the Order, then, the lion's quiet and inscrutable demeanor baffled those who found him. He spoke not a word for months, depending on canon, his piercing gaze taking in every detail of the world around him. Unlike Russ, who sought to prove himself through action, the lion seemed content to wait and observe, learning the ways of his new world before he made his mark. While Russ's fiery nature demanded recognition, Lionel Johnson's cold brilliance commanded respect without needing to ask for it. In both cases, humanity was met with a shared dilemma: what to do with these strange, otherworldly children. Neither Russ nor the lion fit the mold of what people expected or understood. Russ was a force of nature, wild and untamed, yet he was undeniably human. His new kin had to reconcile his bestial upbringing with the human potential they saw in him. Lion, meanwhile, was an enigma, a perfect warrior in the making, yet aloof and detached. He soaked up lessons and instruction like a sponge, but gave up nothing about how he felt. His new mentors struggled to bridge the gap between his greatness and his remoteness. Russ responded by embracing humanity with vigor, even as he mourned the loss of his wolf family. He threw himself into the culture of the Fenrisians, rising quickly through their ranks, his fiery personality and love of camaraderie endearing him to his new people. The lion remained apart, even as he excelled. While he mastered the ways of the Order and became a paragon of knighthood, he kept himself at a distance, his solitude remaining a defining aspect of his character, even as he achieved overall leadership. These formative encounters with humanity highlight the core difference between Russ and Lion. Russ's journey was one of inclusion. Despite his primal origins, he found a way to belong and to lead as part of a group. His strength lay in his ability to connect with other people, even when he seemed the most wild. The lion's journey was one of separation. Though he rose to greatness, it was always as a figure apart. His strength lay in his ability to stand alone, even when surrounded by others. These early experiences set the stage for the paths they would take as Primarchs and leaders, shaping not only their legions, but also their relationships with one another and their fates in the wider galaxy. In his life among humans before being discovered by the Emperor, Leman Russ rose to rule Fenris. His primary battle, the primary struggle of all his people, was against the harsh planet of Fenris itself. In his life among humans before being discovered by the Emperor, Lionel Johnson rose to leadership of the Order and led a successful campaign of extermination against the great beasts of Caliban. His enemy was able to bleed, to be killed, and ultimately to be defeated forever. Both rose to leadership through their extraordinary qualities. Yet the foes they faced and the challenges they overcame reflect the essence of who they were and the lessons their environments instilled in them. Leman Russ conquered a world. His life on Fenris was a constant battle against that same world. The planet itself was his enemy. The frozen seas, volcanic ranges, and ever-shifting terrain offered no quarter, no respite, and no chance for any true, lasting victory. Fenris was not a foe that could be slain, it was a force to be endured. Russ's rise to power came through his mastery of this hostile environment. Leading his people, he fought to carve out survival amidst the chaos, fostering a culture of strength, adaptability, and resilience. His leadership was not about eliminating threats so much as it was about enduring and thriving despite them. In this, he became a symbol of defiance, embodying the will of Fenris itself. Lionel Johnson fought a campaign against the great and terrible beasts, warp-touched abominations of flesh and bone, which dominated the forests of Caliban, preyed upon humanity, and embodied the corruption of the world's natural order. Unlike Fenris, Caliban was a world that could be tamed. Its greatest threats could be hunted and destroyed. The Lion's leadership of the Order was defined by his campaign to exterminate the great beasts, a tangible and winnable war. Each beast slain was a victory, though it would take the deaths of dozens, maybe 100 of his knights in order to kill them. Each victory a step closer to securing the permanent safety of the human settlements. In this, Lionel Johnson forged his identity as a warrior monk, a figure of strategy and decisiveness, who could bring an end to chaos through calculated violence. Thus we see the nature of their struggles. Russ's struggle against Fenris was existential, teaching him patience, humility, and the need for community in order to ensure collective survival. His battles forged a sense of unity among his people because survival required collective effort and an unyielding spirit. The lion's struggle against the great beasts was concrete, teaching him precision, teamwork, and the value of decisive action. His campaigns instilled discipline and a sense of purpose in his followers, who saw in him a figure of strength and order. Russ thus came to view hardship as an inevitability, to be faced with courage and sometimes humor. His experiences shaped his belief in the importance of kinship and loyalty, as no one could survive Fenris alone. Lionel Johnson saw hardship as a challenge to be overcome through intellect and strength. His victories against the great beasts reinforced his belief in the power of leadership and the necessity of discipline to achieve order. Greatness and victory were attainable as individual pursuits, pursuits for which other people were tools to be utilized. Do you see a connection between how Lionel Johnson viewed the world and how the emperor treated other people as tools? These lessons, which each of them learned in their early lives, thus became the foundation of their philosophies and ultimately their rivalry. Russ was forged by a world of fierce weather and geography. He embodied adaptability, resilience, and instinct, but lacked the intellect and some of the ruthlessness that Lion valued. The Lion, shaped by enemies that could bleed and die, became a master of strategy and control, but struggled with the camaraderie and community that defined Russ's approach to leadership. Their fundamentally different views on struggle and leadership would thus inform their later interactions with each other, with their own legions, and with the emperor himself. Leman Russ was the second Primarch found by the emperor. His first time finding a Primarch went great. Horus and the emperor respected each other right away. They spent years with each other, maybe decades, before Horus ascended to command the Luna Wolves, and Chthonia had been a world of techno-barbarians, not unlike Terra had been during the Unification Wars. This first discovery was easy. Horus was loyal, ambitious, and shaped by a culture that the emperor was pretty familiar with, so he could understand and respect his cultural trappings. Then, the emperor hears of a legendary king on Fenris, swings by to have a look, and finds a feasting and drinking savage who enjoys a good joke and a hall filled with drinking songs. One must wonder about the emperor's thoughts when confronted by this stark contrast. The emperor may have been taken aback by Russ's rough-hewn demeanor and the raucous atmosphere of the Fenrisian hall. A king surrounded by warriors who valued song, mead, and boasts. This was not the wise, martial figure the emperor might have hoped for. Yet, the sheer vitality and charisma of Russ could not be denied. Even in his initial moments with Russ, the emperor recognized the Primarch's immense strength, both physical and spiritual. Here was a man who had not only survived Fenris, but thrived, bending one of the galaxy's harshest worlds to his will. That alone would have commanded respect. Russ represented something primal, something the emperor might have seen as a reminder of the savage past he sought to leave behind. While the emperor valued strength, Russ's embrace of Fenrisian culture, its brutality, its tribalism, might have seemed at odds with the vision of a united and enlightened imperium. And so the emperor had to figure out, was the embrace of a more primitive culture a challenge to civilization? Recognizing Russ's fierce independence, the emperor thus decided not to approach him as a ruler demanding fealty, but as a fellow warrior proving his worth. This would explain the often cited tale of their competition, drinking, eating, and wrestling with the emperor under a psychic glamour to protect his identity, a method of establishing camaraderie and mutual respect in Fenrisian terms. The emperor also seems to have recognized that Russ's strengths outweighed any cultural differences. A warrior king who commanded absolute loyalty from his people, Russ was an invaluable tool for uniting the galaxy, even if his planet's culture did not perfectly align with the emperor's ideal for civilization. From Russ's point of view, the emperor's arrival was an equally complex moment. Russ, who valued strength, immediately recognized the emperor's unparalleled might and wisdom as soon as the glamour dropped. This, of course, was why the emperor initially appeared hidden by a glamour, to prevent just that. The emperor's arrogance and aloofness clashed with Russ's more straightforward and approachable nature. Russ initially saw the emperor as a figure to be tested rather than immediately obeyed. Despite their differences, Russ felt a deep sense of connection to the emperor as soon as he regained consciousness following their contest. The emperor was the father he had never known. Meeting Russ was the moment that the emperor realized that each Primarch would embody their own unique worlds, cultures, and perspectives. Horus was a reflection of the emperor's vision, but Russ was a reflection of nature's power and the indomitable will of humanity to survive, no matter the cost. This discovery taught the emperor that his Primarchs were not simply extensions of his own will, but complex individuals shaped by their environments. Though how well he actually learned this lesson and took it to heart is another matter entirely. Meeting Russ taught him to adjust his expectations and approach for the remaining Primarchs, understanding that unity would require more than simple obedience. It would require balancing the diverse strengths and personalities of his sons. Of course, how well he actually learned that lesson is a different matter. Even though the jarring swing from Horus to Russ was the most straightforward and obvious lesson on the subject, the emperor, it seems, failed to learn. I claim that the emperor's inability or unwillingness to engage with his sons as individuals with their own emotional needs is certainly his greatest failure. It not only alienated them, but also directly contributed to their later downfalls. His interactions with Horus and Russ serve as a microcosm of this broader dynamic. The emperor's experience with Horus should have set a precedent for understanding his sons. Horus was the loyal golden child, a seemingly idealized extension of the emperor's will. Then came Russ, a force of nature, untamed, entirely his own. This contrast was the opportunity for the emperor to grasp the necessity of adapting his approach to each Primarch. But instead, with many of the later Primarchs, he seemed to dismiss the variability in their natures as obstacles to be overcome, rather than facets to be understood. The same lack of insight played out over and over. Angron's butcher's nails, Kurz's brutal visions, Mortarian's loathing of Psychers, Perturabo's inferiority complex. Each represented unmet emotional needs, and instead of addressing these struggles directly, the emperor ignored or dismissed them, trusting his sons to fall in line with his grand design. Well, look at how that fucking worked out. The emperor was a visionary, and his vision was all-encompassing. He saw the galaxy as something to be shaped, conquered, and unified under his rule. His Primarchs were tools of this vision. Beautiful and powerful tools, to be sure, but tools nonetheless. He failed to see that they were also people, with their own fears, desires, and wounds. Whether due to arrogance, detachment, or sheer focus on his goals, the emperor could not or would not engage with his sons on a human level. In a canonical conversation with Malcador, he even explicitly refused to consider them as his sons. He relied on their loyalty and expected their obedience, but loyalty cannot flourish without understanding. Imagine what might have been if the emperor had taken the time to truly know his sons, if he had calmed Kurz's madness with understanding, soothed Angron's rage and pain with compassion, or validated Perturabo's genius with public approbation and praise, maybe the heresy might have been averted. The cost of his failure was galactic in scale. The emperor's emotional distance alienated his sons, and thus created a vacuum that others Horus, Lorgar, Chaos itself were eager to fill. Chaos thrives on unmet emotional needs and unresolved pain. And so the Emperor's neglect left his sons vulnerable to corruption. The Emperor's greatest failure was not in strategy or power, it was in relationships. His inability or unwillingness to recognize his sons as individuals with unique emotional needs sealed the fate of the Imperium and guaranteed the failure of the Great Crusade. The only ones who might have been able to stop that failure were his sons. Maybe they could have met each other's emotional needs in a way that their father certainly fucking was not going to. Now, he did pretty well with Russ. It looks like he was indeed trying to treat Leman Russ as an individual with unique cultural values. Depending on the canonical source, the Emperor may have approached Leman Russ under a psychic glamour to disguise his true power and majesty. I like the old Index Astartes take on it from White Dwarf. He met Russ on his own level in challenges of Russ's choice, which, I'll note, Russ won 2 out of 3 of. He was doing his best to meet his feasting and drinking son where he was, to engage with his emotional and cultural needs, and to win his loyalty on his son's own terms. This was the second Primarch he found. Why did he abandon all that with later Primarchs? It's infuriating. He understood that Russ was not a being to be cowed into submission, but one to be won over through respect and shared experience. Why did that approach not extend to later Primarchs? What the fuck was he doing with Angron and Mortarion? I'm calm now. My hypothesis is that it was the weight of the Great Crusade. By the time the Emperor found the last several Primarchs, the scale and momentum of the Great Crusade had fundamentally shifted his priorities. For example, Jagatai Khan came from a distinct low-technology cultural with its own cultural challenges and traditions, but he did not engage with Khan in a similar way to Russ. He did not participate in traditional Mongolian sports or some such. Early on, the Crusade was a bold but nascent endeavor, and each Primarch was a precious singular discovery. But as the Imperium grew, so too did the pressure to maintain and expand it. Perhaps leading the Emperor to view his sons more as tools of conquest than as individuals. That is, if he did not already view them as mere tools. Maybe there is a shift in urgency. The Emperor may have felt that he no longer had the luxury of patience. Winning over a Primarch on their own terms could take time and effort, and as the Crusade accelerated, he may have deemed this process unnecessary or even wasteful. Of course, there's evidence against this. He spent months on Colchis. He spent decades on Prospero. The Emperor does not deserve this excuse, and canon does not support us giving him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, well, what about being overconfident in his vision? Success breeds complacency. Having won over Russ and Horus so effectively, maybe the Emperor assumed that his charisma and authority would be sufficient for all his sons, regardless of their individual circumstances. Okay, well, he should have fucking thought twice about that when he meant Kurz then. Okay, what about arrogance and emotional fatigue? Now there we get to the heart of it. The Emperor was a being of immense power and vision, but his genius was exceeded by his profound hubris. His psychic abilities gave him unparalleled insight into the universe, but his power and emotional detachment blinded him to the subtleties of interpersonal relationships. The Emperor viewed the Primarchs as extensions of himself, assuming they would naturally fall in line with his grand design, because they were his creations. Dealing with 20 unique and intensely powerful personalities. Don't mention Omegon. We're not dealing with Alfarius Omegon yet. We're 20, not 21. Anyway, 20 unique and intensely powerful personalities, each with their own traumas and needs, would be exhausting. The Emperor maybe chose to disengage emotionally, relying on his authority to bridge the gap. If this is the case, he deserves our opprobrium and condemnation all the more. The use of psychic glamour when he met Russ maybe reveals that the Emperor at least initially understood the need to earn his son's loyalty rather than demand it. But this tactic also speaks to his manipulative nature. Did he meet Russ on his own terms, out of genuine respect, or because he saw it as the most efficient way to secure his loyalty? If it was the latter, maybe that explains why he abandoned this approach. As the crusade grew, he no longer felt it was worth the effort. If that's the case, once again, the Emperor is a huge asshole, and we should condemn him for his failures. Okay, well, how about this? What if the Emperor's initial efforts with Russ were a calculated experiment? Having succeeded, he concluded that direct engagement wasn't necessary for every Primarch. Instead, he leaned into his authority, trusting that his own magnificent stature would secure their loyalty. If that's the case, it was a critical miscalculation, as it ignored the individual needs of his sons and the unique pressures each faced. Okay, here's a thought. Immediately after Russ, as far as I can tell from the best evidence I can find, the third Primarch that he found was the Primarch of the Second Legion, one of the two forgotten Primarchs. Let's call him Dos for convenience. We don't know his canonical name. Maybe something happened during that meeting which shook the Emperor's faith in meeting his sons where they were. Now, we shall withhold our wildest speculations regarding the forgotten Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions until after we have concluded our discussions of the other 18. We're someone putting together a puzzle to find out what the missing pieces might look like based on what's around them. For now, I shall simply speculate that the second Primarch, Dos, was in an environment that the Emperor was not willing to meet him in, perhaps a culture he was not willing to meet him in. This theory raises a compelling question. Did the Emperor's interaction with the Primarch of the Second Legion result in such disillusionment or frustration that it fundamentally altered his approach to his sons? All right, let's take a look at this. As always, we've got to go through the strengths, but also its weaknesses and potential evidence against it. Okay, if the Emperor found Dos immediately after Russ, and there was a stark contrast there, maybe that untaught the Emperor the lesson that he should have learned with Russ. If his efforts to meet Russ on his terms were met with great success, but then his attempt or refusal to do so with Dos resulted in failure, maybe it shook his confidence in that approach. The Emperor's increasingly authoritarian and distant manner with later sons found may have reflected a loss of faith in treating them as individuals. If Dos's discovery involved cultural, ideological, or personal incompatibilities, it might have led the Emperor to conclude wrongly that flexibility was unnecessary or counterproductive. The erasure of the 2nd and 11th Primarchs from the records is tied to some profound failure or event which the Emperor deemed too dangerous or painful to preserve. This provides fertile ground, theorizing that Dos's discovery may have been involved with that somehow. Maybe it involved challenges the Emperor could not or would not overcome. If the Emperor's encounter with Dos emphasized the dangers of engaging too closely with his sons or with their cultures, that might explain his later detachment and his reliance on imposing his will from a position of authority. There is some evidence against the theory, even though we have very limited canonical evidence about the Forgotten Primarchs. Before Russ, the Emperor had found Horus, with whom he forged a strong, enduring bond. If he had succeeded with both Horus and Russ, why would one failure have derailed his willingness to engage with his other sons? Immediately after Dos was Fenris, with whom the Emperor seems to have made a good first impression on a world similar in some ways to Fenris, though their meeting is poorly documented in canon. After Fenris was Fulgrim, who seemed to be easy to meet, then Vulcan, whose meeting was also quite similar to that of Russ in that it involved traditional games of a traditional culture, including the anvil lift and hunting. The Emperor also clearly made an effort to connect with some later Primarchs, like Sanguinius. He treated Sanguinius with warmth and allowed him great autonomy. These examples suggest that the Emperor did not completely abandon individualized approaches. There's no clear indication of a shift. The canon does not explicitly describe a point where the Emperor becomes notably more detached or authoritarian. He was always sort of like that. If Dos's discovery, if the meeting that he had with him, truly had such a profound impact, one might expect more explicit hints or records of this shift, even within a canon that barely mentions the 2nd or 11th legions at all. Obviously, there are weaknesses to this theory. It's speculative, for one thing. This theory hinges on the mystery of the Forgotten Primarchs, about whom we have no concrete information, and barely any references at all. This makes it inherently speculative and difficult to test with canonical evidence. There are some broader factors at play. The Emperor's growing detachment could be attributed to the increasing needs of the Great Crusade, increasing demands on him due to the Webway project, or maybe his frustration with the Primarchs as a whole, rather than any specific incident. And then there's the matter of the Emperor's ability to navigate vastly different cultures, which he did demonstrate among Terra's techno-barbarians, Fenris, Nocturne, even Macragge's Romanesque aristocracy. Why would he balk at a specific cultural challenge presented by Dos? The theory maybe has some merit in exploring the emotional impact of the Forgotten Primarchs on the Emperor. However, it also faces the challenge of limited evidence and the danger of overemphasizing one event in the context of a vast and complex narrative. If you are interested in overemphasizing one event in the context of a vast and complex narrative, I encourage you to stay away from theology. There's too much of that sort of thing in that field as it is. I think it's really only with the 12th Primarch reunion, that with Perturabo, that the Emperor seems to give up on making an effort. I shall remind you of the order in which the Primarchs were found, which I believe to be canon. If I figure out how to insert a picture into this video, I'll put it over here. Horus, Russ, Dos, the Primarch of the 2nd Legion, Fenris, Fulgrim, Vulcan, Dorn, Rabute Gilliman, Magnus the Red, Sanguinius, Lionel Johnson, Perturabo, Mortarion, Orgar, Jagatai Khan, Conrad Kors, Angron, Korax, possibly the Primarch of the 11th Legion, but that one's iffy, and then Alfarius Omegon. Do not ask about Alfarius Omegon. We'll get to him fucking later, okay? He's complicated. Fuck. I'm calm now. Our observations highlight a pattern of engagement that complicates any single explanation for the Emperor's changing approach. But if we break it down a little bit, there is perhaps an overarching trend. It seems, from the information that we do have, that there was an early period of successes, from Horus through Vulcan, A strong bond formed with Horus with an environment similar to Terra, the techno-barbarians of Chthoniya, and the first son, Horus. He was a relatively easy introduction. With Russ, there was a unique and deliberate attempt to meet Russ on his own cultural terms. The second Primarch, the Primarch of the Second Legion. Yeah, there's a speculative turning point in the theory. Maybe something went wrong, possibly causing the Emperor to question his approach, but we have no evidence. There's no concrete data. Then the meeting with Ferris Manus, a bit poorly documented, but apparently a straightforward encounter. It looks from the limited evidence that we have that they maybe sparred a little. Fulgrim, a smooth interaction with an existing civilization. Fulgrim had obvious reverence for the Emperor and joined up quite easily. And then Vulcan, another cultural effort with success, suggesting the Emperor hadn't entirely given up on meeting his sons on their own terms, like with Ferris. Then there was a mid-phase of Dorn through Sanguinius, which went pretty well, but nothing special, With Dorn, the Emperor approached him as a builder and strategic mind, similarly tailoring his interactions to Dorn's talents, but no special concerns given for his culture. Or in older canon, Dorn instead finds the Emperor himself. Whatever. Gilliman's structured world and personality allow for a natural fit with the Emperor's vision. Magnus, a meeting shaped by shared psychic power and academic interests, though canon suggests that perhaps the Emperor's heavy-handed authority strained their relationship. There was a warm and understanding connection with Sanguinius as the perhaps most emotionally compatible of the Primarchs. And then with Lionel Johnson, the Emperor's aloofness may have reflected his struggle to connect with someone so different from himself. They were maybe more alike than either of them would have admitted. Then there was the period we can best describe as disaster of Perturabo through Angron. Perturabo, Mortarion, and Lorgar, right in a row. 3 of the Emperor's 5 greatest failures. He fails on every level, treats them as tools instead of people, and emphasizes what they can do for him in the crusade over forming a personal bond. Then, Jagatai. A great success, though I feel that Games Workshop missed a beat by not having them engage more culturally. This was a brief oasis of success amidst the desert of failure, immediately followed by Conrad Kurz, the Emperor's second greatest failure. He didn't want to acknowledge that side of himself, so he got the fuck out of there as fast as he could and put precisely no effort towards damage control. Then, with Angron, the Emperor's approach seems to break entirely. In this, his greatest failure, I'll say it again, Angron was the Emperor's greatest failure. He offered no emotional connection, only pragmatic orders, prevents Angron from having closure, deliberately prevents Angron from helping his brothers, and leaves him in torment. All of Angron's friends are dead, and it is the Emperor's fault. Okay, then the final phase. With Corax, in the Emperor's initial visit, he left for a while in order to give Corax time to win his war in his way, unassisted. That showed that he understood Corax's emotional needs. He returned for their second meeting only after Corax was victorious upon deliverance. When he met the Primarch of the 11th Legion, it was perhaps a pivotal event, contributing to the Emperor's withdrawal, as their fate was erased entirely. Or maybe he met the 11th Primarch earlier? Whatever. And then, with Alpharius Omegon, the nature of their discovery is a difficult thing to discuss, so I'm going to procrastinate and put that off for a while. So, if the discovery of Dos, the Primarch of the Second Legion, if it was traumatic or disappointing, it could have caused the Emperor to reconsider how much effort he invested in connecting with his sons. The shift in approach aligns temporally with the discovery of Dos, only a little bit. But then what about the impact on the meeting with the Primarch of the 11th Legion? If Dos's encounter was disastrous, might that have influenced how the Emperor approached the Primarch of the 11th Legion later? Is that what culminated in both erasures? Honestly, this theory's looking on shaky ground. There are some substantial weaknesses here. The Emperor clearly made tailored efforts with sons who came later, notably Vulcan, Sanguinius, and Magnus, suggesting that he did not abandon the idea of personalized engagement entirely. With the 11th and 2nd Legions erased, there's no concrete proof to confirm or refute their impact on the Emperor's mindset. Then there's the Order. Like, why did the Emperor stop putting seemingly any effort in before he met the 12th Primarch that he met, Perturabo? Why then? Why not earlier? Why not later? What about broader factors? The Great Crusade's demands, the Webway project, the growing realization of his son's flaws. Might that explain his changing approach more broadly instead of pinning it all on Dos? Here's an alternative possibility. Perhaps the Emperor's increasing detachment was not due to a single event, such as meeting a single Primarch like Dos, but instead a cumulative realization. The Primarchs, though brilliant and important, were unpredictable and emotionally volatile. This realization may have led him to prioritize efficiency over personal connection as the Crusade advanced. What an asshole. One general thought is that the Emperor mostly interacted with institutions, those under his control, and enemy institutions, whom he opposed or occasionally negotiated with, and with Malcador. The Primarchs were the only real individuals besides Malcador with whom he had reason to interact. Viewed in this light, it underscores his nature as a being of grand vision, whose focus was primarily on macro-level achievements. The unification of humanity, the Great Crusade, preparation for humanity to enter the Webway project. This institutional perspective would shape his relationships, even with the Primarchs, who themselves were both individuals and extensions of the Imperium's institutional machinery. There are some implications for the Emperor's institutional focus. The Emperor's framing of the Primarchs as generals, sometimes, as with Guilliman, governors, and symbolic embodiments of his will, took precedence over their identities as people. His interactions were more about assessing their utility in his larger plans and then utilizing them, rather than addressing their personal needs. Horus was a charismatic leader who could inspire loyalty, ideal for spearheading the crusade and for taking command as War Master once the Emperor returned to Terra. Russ was his enforcer, his attack dog, ready to enforce his master's will. Perturabo was the greatest genius among the Primarchs, a machine who turned fortresses into rubble, with a grand strategic vision exceeded only by the Emperor. He used his talents and leveraged Perturabo for strategic utility, and then gave him no validation. Angron, a broken survivor of slavery that the Emperor believed doomed to die from the Archaeotech killing him, was treated as a blunt instrument to be sent off as a weapon against the enemy, despite his trauma. The Emperor's most meaningful personal relationship was with Malcador, another visionary who shared his perspective, and another huge asshole. Unlike the Primarchs, Malcador was not created to fulfill a specific role. He was just a guy. He earned the Emperor's trust and companionship through intellect, loyalty, and service for many centuries. Notably, not through emotional intelligence or camaraderie. The Primarchs' individuality thus presented an unexpected challenge for the Emperor. While he engineered them to serve as tools, their distinct personalities, shaped by his design and by their formative years on whatever homeworld they were on, forced him to reckon with them as individuals. His inability or unwillingness to adapt his approach may thus explain why his relationships with many Primarchs were so strained. In that case, maybe we can see a reason why the early Primarchs got more attention. When, for example, Horus and Russ were found, the Emperor may still have been adjusting to the idea of interacting with his creations on a personal level. With fewer Primarchs to oversee, and the crusade not yet at full magnitude, he had the time and inclination to engage more deeply. But as the crusade advanced, as he became more aware of the truly existential threats facing humanity, and as his vision for the Webway project encroached upon his focus, his approach grew increasingly transactional. He stopped bothering to pretend like he thought of the Primarchs as his sons, and instead they became more like cogs in the machine of the Imperium. Had the Emperor leaned into these relationships more deliberately, seeing the Primarchs as partners or sons rather than tools, he might have created a more resilient foundation for the Imperium. His ability to form a strong bond with Horus shows that he was capable of such relationships. His failure to sustain that effort, or to put forth any effort at all with the others, is his greatest failing. It is difficult to overstate just how alienated the Emperor was from human connections. This isolation, formed over long millennia perhaps, definitely contributed to his inability to understand his son's emotional needs and his unwillingness to try. By extension, it also contributed to his failure to prevent their eventual rebellion due to their unmet emotional needs. The Emperor met Lionel Johnson almost immediately after Lion succeeded in killing the last of the great beasts of Caliban to make his world safe for his people. In this, the meeting is similar to his meeting, say, Lorgar or Jagatai Khan shortly after they achieved final victory. And it's dissimilar to meeting Angron, Mortarion, or Corax, who were still fighting, and also dissimilar in a different way to meeting Leman Russ, Guilliman, Dorn, or Fulgrim after they had time to consolidate their own achievements. Let's explore that. The timing of the Emperor's meeting with Lionel Johnson was one of triumph for the Lion, marking the culmination of his formative journey on Caliban. The Lion had just achieved a monumental task, the final extermination of the great beasts. His victory was absolute, the Knights of Lupus were dead, and Caliban was safe. This left him in an existential void. What purpose did he have now that the great beasts were gone? His triumph over the beasts highlighted his solitary nature, as he could not fully share this moment with others, even his brothers in the Order. The Emperor arrived at a crucial juncture, potentially offering new purpose, and also risked alienation by failing to connect with the Lion's sense of isolation. Lorgar had unified Colchis under his religious vision in 2 gigantic religious wars, giving him a deep sense of purpose. The Emperor's arrival completed Lorgar's faith, fulfilling the prophecy that he had made to his people. But it also challenged Lorgar's faith, creating tension while providing a framework for Lorgar to serve a higher cause, even as the Emperor told him that he, the Emperor, was not divine. Jagatai Khan had just secured his victory over the armies of the city dwellers of Chogoris, thus ensuring a future for his people and the long-term survivability of his culture. He was secure in his purpose. His meeting with the Emperor thus offered him a way to elevate his nomadic ideals to a galactic stage, aligning his culture with the Imperium's goals. As a reminder, Angron, Mortarion, and Corax were still mid-struggle. These three Primarchs were still deeply entrenched in their battles at the time of the Emperor's arrival. The Emperor had the opportunity to act as a savior figure, helping to lift them out of their struggles and helping to validate the efforts that they'd already been to, and he failed to do so. We talk about these other Primarchs elsewhere. He, of course, succeeded with Corax because he left. That's what Corax needed. And then with Russ, Guilliman, Dorn, Fulgrim, and Magnus, this is post-consolidation. These Primarchs had already established their dominance and consolidated their positions, some on their world, others within an area of multiple nearby worlds. The Emperor's arrival thus served as an affirmation of their leadership and a way to connect their successes to the Imperium's larger goals. Lionel Johnson thus arguably had a unique position. The Lion's state of being post-victory, but pre-purpose set him apart. He had achieved his great goal, but his internal struggles remained unresolved, and as such his solitary nature made it difficult for him to transition seamlessly into his role within the Imperium. Unlike Lorgar or Jagatai, whose victories brought immediate clarity to their paths, the Lion's victory over the great beasts left him more isolated and uncertain. He didn't see an obvious new way forward or a new purpose. Instead, he just continued with his old purpose. On Caliban, he had exterminated all of the great beasts. Okay, well, then he's going to go out into the wider galaxy and exterminate as many great beasts as he can find. The Emperor's challenge was to provide the Lion with a different, greater purpose without exacerbating his sense of detachment. This was a delicate task at which the Emperor failed. The Emperor succeeded in bringing the Lion into the fold, but the Lion's lingering feelings of being an outsider persisted throughout his life. How might the Emperor have better connected with Lionel Johnson's emotional needs during and immediately after their initial meeting? What parallels can we draw between Lionel Johnson's post-victory uncertainty and Leman Russ's more confident transition into the status of warrior king, and thus into being a Primarch? Could Lionel Johnson's unique position have been leveraged to foster deeper bonds with his brothers, or with the Imperium as a whole? If any of you would like to explore these questions in more detail, I highly encourage you to make your own video. All right, let's talk about the homeworlds. After the departure of Leman Russ and the establishment of the Space Wolves' fortress monastery at the Fang, the big polar mountain on Fenris, life for the people of Fenris didn't change. Leman Russ wanted his people's harsh life and occasional internecine squabbles to continue in order to produce the best possible recruits for the Space Wolves, among other reasons. And so, Fenris remained loyal. After the departure of Lionel Johnson and the promotion of Luther to eventually be in charge of Caliban, Caliban was transformed at Lionel Johnson's command through industrialization to better provide recruits for the Dark Angels and also recruits and materiel for the Imperial Army and supporting the war effort. Caliban was then destroyed due to Luther's discontent. Let us contrast these different fates. They each chose a distinct path for their homeworld, rooted in their personalities, values, and the conditions of their upbringing. These decisions then had lasting ramifications for their planets, for their legions, and for their futures. The most important feature of Leman Russ's approach was the preservation of Fenris's culture. Russ left Fenris largely unchanged. He embraced the brutal, tribal nature of the planet and ensured that the societal structure remained intact. This continuity supported the ethos of the Space Wolves. It valued resilience, individual prowess, and a connection to their primal roots. The recruitment philosophy of the Space Wolves, as with all of the Astartes, was to wait until preteen or early teenage boys reached the height of their feeling of invincibility and then grabbed them for recruitment and augmentation into the transhuman Astartes, freezing them at the moment of adolescent invincibility. And by allowing the harsh environment and internecine conflicts to persist, Fenris continued producing young men who were warriors forged by adversity. The people of Fenris thus remained loyal because they saw no betrayal of their way of life. The Space Wolves were a natural extension of their culture. They became basically Valkyries, the choosers of the slain. Fenris was also largely insulated from broader imperial bureaucracy, industrialization, and did not have any substantial improvement of technology. They provided no tithing to the imperial army, thus ensuring that the world remained pure to its traditions. As a result, Fenris remained stable and fiercely loyal, its people continuing to revere Russ and the Space Wolves. The lack of significant cultural upheaval minimized potential sources of discontent or rebellion. Meanwhile, Lionel Johnson decided to transform Caliban to an industrialized, civilized world. And so, both before and during Luther's stewardship, Caliban underwent rapid industrialization to serve the Imperium's needs, producing recruits and war material for both the Dark Angels and for the Imperial Army. This shift fundamentally altered the nature of the planet and its people, moving away from the medieval knightly traditions that had defined Caliban under the Lion's leadership. They no longer had any need for vast swaths of forest across the planet. Burn them down, build some factories. The Lion left Luther in charge, but their relationship was strained by the Lion's often distant and secretive leadership style, and his intense demands placed upon Caliban. Luther's growing discontent with his subordinate position, with the changes being made to Caliban, and with Lionel Johnson's suggestion that he might consider taking recruits from other worlds, sowed the seeds of rebellion. While Lionel Johnson sought to transform Caliban into a bastion of imperial might, the changes alienated those who had once revered the knightly order, and thus, when Luther began having doubts about allying himself with the Imperium, he found a groundswell of people who still had loyalties to the Knights of Lupus. The rapid transformation of Caliban and Luther's eventual betrayal thus led to Caliban's destruction during the Horus Heresy, leaving the Dark Angels scarred with a fractured homeworld, the Rock. The loyalty of the Legion became tainted by the stain of the fallen, and Caliban's legacy became one of tragedy rather than triumph. Thus we can see that Russ's direct engagement with Fenrisian culture fostered loyalty and stability, while Lionel Johnson's distance from Caliban and reliance on Luther as an intermediary created fertile ground for division and rebellion. By respecting Fenrisian traditions, Russ ensured that the Space Wolves remained aligned with their roots, while Lion's transformation of Caliban alienated its people and undermined the foundation of loyalty which he should have been able to count on from his world. Russ's distance and autonomy from Fenrisian tribal politics avoided internal power struggles, while the Lion placed Luther in a position of power over everyone on Caliban as steward, and so his reliance on Luther thus exacerbated tensions, but put Luther in a position to rebel. Let's compare and contrast the betrayal of Luther, Typhon, and Corpheron. These figures, of course, are pivotal in the histories of the Dark Angels, Death Guard, and Word-Bearers legions, respectively. The betrayals were both personal and institutional, deeply impacting their Primarchs, their legions, and the place that the legions had within the Horus Heresy narrative. There are some similarities in the nature of these betrayals, their motivations, the dynamics at play, but outcomes vary significantly. Luther at one time had been something of a father figure to Lionel Johnson, and then was surpassed as Lionel Johnson grew into his full might and assumed command of the order. His betrayal stemmed from deep-seated feelings of abandonment and inadequacy. Once a close companion of Lionel Johnson, heck, once he was his mentor. So he resented being left behind on sent back to Caliban. He felt overshadowed by Lionel Johnson's achievements. This emotional wound thus festered into rebellion. Unlike Typhon or Corpheron, his betrayal was more personal than ideological. His rebellion was not rooted in chaos worship, as with Typhon, or in simple narcissistic power accumulation, as with Corpheron, but rather in resentment against his former friend and leader. Luther's rebellion led to the destruction of Caliban and the fracturing of the Dark Angels, the Lion's disappearance, and the creation of the Fallen, all of which left an incredible scar on the Legion's legacy. Indelible scar. Okay, there we go. Meanwhile, Typhon was something of a corrupt opportunist. His betrayal was driven by ambition, sure, but mostly a willingness to embrace the corruption of Nurgle. While he initially seemed loyal, his internal allegiance was to the higher power. Typhon's treachery was insidious, as he manipulated the Death Guard Legion from within. He deliberately led the Legion into the warp trap, and thus into the grip of Nurgle, sealing their fate as plague marines. Mortarian's despair over Typhon's betrayal and the Death Guard's transformation solidified his own fall to chaos. Typhon's actions ensured that the Legion had a complete submission to Nurgle. Corpheron was the manipulative, narcissistic, abusive father. His betrayal was deeply rooted in his personal ambition. He was instrumental in Lorgar's indoctrination into the worship of chaos, using his influence to steer the Word-Bearers towards heresy at his first opportunity. We'll get to him later. He's the worst person in all of 40k. Even worse than Nikare. Corpheron's betrayal was thus subtler and more long-term than that of Luther. He had always just been out for himself, and he'd always secretly been a chaos worshipper, though he didn't know that term on Colchis. He thus worked to align the Word-Bearers with chaos while feigning loyalty to the Emperor. His rivalry with Lorgar added layers of tension as he sought to manipulate rather than outright oppose his Primarch. Corpheron's actions were foundational in the Word-Bearers' corruption and their role in the Horus Heresy. Lorgar eventually surpassed Corpheron in devotion to chaos, but the abuse and manipulation left lasting marks on their relationship. Each of these three betrayers had their motivations rooted in the personal relationships between the betrayer and the Primarch. Luther felt overshadowed and resentful. Typhon pretended to have loyalty to Mortarion when really he was loyal to Nurgle. And Corpheron just used Lorgar to accumulate power for Corpheron. Their betrayals were deeply personal and emotionally charged, and thus they had a profound impact on their legions. Luther's actions fractured the Dark Angels, creating the Fallen and a legacy of shame. Typhon's betrayal ensured the Death Guard's damnation and their transformation into Plague Marines. And Corpheron's machinations turned the Word-Bearers into the first fully corrupted legion, laying the groundwork for the Horus Heresy. Lionel Johnson was emotionally devastated, withdrawing into silence and eventually to disappearance. Mortarion grew bitter and resigned, ultimately succumbing to Nurgle's embrace. And Lorgar's reaction was more complex, as Corpheron's betrayal and manipulation ultimately fed into his need to prove his devotion and thus drove him to chaos. Chaos thus played a significant role, as it was the start of the betrayal for Typhon and was closely intertwined with Corpheron's early life, but it was only tangentially involved in Luther's rebellion. Luther sought out chaos, as per the tradition of the Knights of Lupus, to use chaos for his own power, not to serve them. And thus this distinction highlights the diversity of motivations and methods within the heresy. Luther was more like Conrad Kurs or Alfarius or Perturabo. He used Chaos Undivided as a source of power to achieve personal goals, not to serve chaos. These three all knew their Primarch prior to meeting the Emperor. What cases can be found in canon of loyalist Primarchs who had close confidants who had known the Primarch prior to meeting the Emperor? Well, Sanguinius had both Raldoran and Askelon. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Askelon was one of Sanguinius' most trusted companions, serving as the leader of the Sanguinary Guard, the personal Praetorian Guard and bodyguards of Sanguinius. Raldoran was the first captain of the Blood Angels Legion, the equerry and the greatest strategist serving Sanguinius. After Sanguinius' death, Raldoran became the chapter master of the Blood Angels chapter and participated in the splitting of the Legion into chapters. Raldoran definitely met Sanguinius in person on Baal Primus. While it is not explicitly stated in canon that Askelon knew Sanguinius before the Emperor arrived, it is heavily implied by at least one canonical story I know of that he, as a native of Baal, followed Sanguinius during the unification of their world. Moon, whatever. Askelon thus represented unwavering loyalty and acted as a moral compass for Sanguinius, helping him to maintain the nobility of the Legion even in the face of the Red Thirst. Where Askelon was rigid and unyielding in his composure and tactics, Raldoran was more fluid and adaptable, willing to change his tactics as needed to defeat his foes. Jagatai Khan had Yesugei. Yesugei was Jagatai Khan's adoptive son, and the greatest storm seer of the Talskar tribe after Jagatai recruited him. Yesugei played a crucial role in shaping the Khan's early life and worldview, especially the place of tightly controlled psychic powers. As the Khan developed his sense of loyalty to his people and his approach to leadership, Yesugei's influence on Jagatai's identity was enduring. His presence within the White Scars Legion caused their esteem to rise substantially in the eyes of certain other Primarchs who used psychic powers among their legions, most notably Magnus the Red, who believed that Yesugei was so powerful that he would have been among the top circle within the Thousand Sons had he been in that legion instead of the White Scars. Rogel Dorn had Arcamus I, one of Dorn's most trusted warriors and a senior figure within the legion. While not explicitly stated to have known Dorn before the Emperor's arrival, he was, in current canon, among the earliest of Dorn's recruits from Inuit. He represented the disciplined and stoic ideals of the Imperial Fists, mirroring Dorn's own personality and approach to war. Then we come to the Lion and Luther. Luther was the best example of a pre-imperial confidant for a loyalist Primarch. Initially, Luther was a mentor and companion to Lionel Johnson, helping him acclimate to human society, teaching him the ways of the Order and helping him as Lion led his campaign against the great beasts of Caliban. But Luther's initial loyalty and bond with the Lion, foundational to the Dark Angel's early successes, were twisted to be all the worse as his gradual feelings of being overshadowed and forgotten twisted his loyalty into betrayal. I'll say this again. Unlike Corpharon or Typhon, Luther was indeed initially loyal, competent, and useful. In many ways, he was more similar to Aemon, the teacher of Magnus, than he was to Corpharon or Typhon. His eventual fall thus marked the most significant betrayal of any of the legions against themselves, exceeded only by the grand betrayals of the traitor legions at Istvan III. There are some common themes here. In cases where loyalist Primarchs had pre-imperial confidants, these individuals played critical roles in helping the Primarchs develop their identity, solidify their leadership, and integrate into human society. But the shadow of potential betrayal among pre-imperial confidants came from those individuals seeking their own goals. Corpharon sought power for himself. Typhon sought glory for Nurgle. Luther sought to have himself feel important and useful. And so, while Corpharon and Typhon were both power-hungry and self-serving, they fell to chaos. But Aemon was not. That's why the fall to chaos of the Thousand Sons was not driven by Aemon. It was driven by Magnus. So we can see, then, it's not about whether they had a strong human among their confidants prior to meeting the Emperor. It was instead about whether the people they surrounded themselves were out for themselves. Luther, Typhon, and Corpharon had all been very interested in the acquisition of power prior to meeting the Emperor, though Luther was, for a time, satisfied being number 2 in the order. That being the case, perhaps those personality traits of being power-hungry and self-serving were warning signs which could have been caught by an outside observer, such as a custodian. These traits, combined with their pre-existing position of influence with the Primarch, created fertile ground for discontent when the Emperor entered their lives. As such, anyone who noticed should have been given the blessing by the Emperor to take them out and make it look like an accident. A custodes assigned to observe might have detected some warning signs. Luther had great ambition. Initially the most senior figure among the Order of Caliban, his position was overshadowed as Lionel Johnson rose to prominence. Yeah, he was loyal at first, but the simmering resentment of being second to Lion, coupled with his ambition for personal greatness, led to his eventual discontent. His discomfort with being outshone, his signs of frustration when Lion relegated him to stewardship of Caliban, taking him away from the front lines. His focus on personal recognition and glory, both during the campaign against the great beasts of Caliban, and then later during the early stages of the Dark Angel's participation in the Great Crusade. These were all signs that should have been taken as warning lights by any custodes observer. Typhon's rise through the ranks of the Death Guard showcased his intelligence, cunning, and martial acumen, but also, to some degree, his willingness to bend the rules, seek personal advantage, and to keep secrets, notably his own psychic abilities. He harbored disdain for Mortarian's strict adherence to principles, as he secretly sought to bend Mortarian away from his own principles and over to the worship of Nurgle. His manipulative behavior, exploiting his position as Mortarian's right-hand man to further his own goals, and his personal distancing from Mortarian's ideals, even as he appeared to support him in public, might have been warning signs that could have been picked up on by an observer. Corpharon of the Word-Bearers, the worst person in the galaxy, was already a power-hungry and charismatic bastard on Colchis before he ever met Lorgar. He saw Lorgar as a vehicle for his own ambitions, latching on to the Primarch's spiritual nature and directing it towards his own ends. His jealousy of Lorgar's connection with the Emperor exacerbated his betrayal. His control over Lorgar's early education steered Lorgar towards extreme religious fervor. His inability to fully relinquish his authority once the Emperor arrived, and his covert fostering of resentment against the Emperor, owing to the Emperor's doctrine of secularism, all should have been bright, flashing lights warning anyone anywhere near the word bearers. He's evil, he's bad, get rid of him. The eyes of the Emperor, veteran custodes working as intelligence gathering for the Emperor, working in intelligence gathering for the Emperor. There we go. Direct extensions of the Emperor's will, and trained to detect subversive behaviors with knowledge of the Chaos Gods denied to the Primarchs, might have identified some of these warning signs had they been embedded within the Primarch's legions or inner circles from the start. A custodes observer could have monitored the ambitions of the inner circle of the Primarchs and identified individuals prioritizing personal power over collective goals, observed and scrutinized whether the confidant's loyalty was to the Primarchs genuinely or was just self-serving. They could have suggested or taken steps to remove potentially problematic figures before their influence grew. What would have been the case had Luther or Corpheron, for example, died during an augmentation process? It was not unknown to happen. A custodian observer, impartial, unclouded by personal relationships, would have been uniquely suited to detect any such issues, and early detection could have thus prevented certain betrayals by reshaping the social environment around various Primarchs. Unfortunately, the Adeptus Custodes were mostly not very subtle. Having learned from the Emperor, they may not have fully grasped the nuances of human ambition or interpersonal dynamics. They may have thus focused instead on overt actions. More importantly, though, the Primarchs were granted substantial autonomy, and as such, any attempt to remove key confidants would need to have been made to look like an accident, or else they would have been resisted by the Primarchs themselves. The Emperor's broader strategy focused on the Primarchs and what they could do for him. And to the extent that he overlooked the Primarch's emotional needs, he even more than that overlooked the personal influences of humans on the Primarchs. He didn't look at their entourages, Custodes may thus have been directed to prioritize observing the Primarch's actions, and thus left their inner circles unchecked and unmanaged. Now, had the Emperor arrived slightly later, and Lion and Lorgar had time to consolidate their achievements, assuming that the whole prophecy thing with Lorgar wasn't going to be a big problem. We'll talk about that later. Maybe Luther's resentment of Lion, and maybe Corpheron's ambition for power might have cooled with time. Maybe. It's possible that Luther's resentment of Lionel Johnson might have been mitigated if the Emperor had arrived later, as it would have allowed him to fully consolidate his position and reconcile with his circumstances. It's less likely that Corpheron's ambition for power would have ever cooled, as it was his defining personality trait. With more time, maybe Luther might have adjusted to the dynamic between himself and Lionel Johnson, after the campaigns against the great beasts had brought mutual victories and recognition. Luther could have found fulfillment in his role as a trusted second-in-command in the growing time of peace after the great beasts were killed, rather than viewing it as a demotion. maybe he would have been able to find a type of quiet pride in the lion's success as a reflection of their shared efforts against the great beasts, thus leading to a deeper partnership. Maybe a later arrival of the Emperor would have allowed Luther time to understand and process his own feelings, before then being subject to feeling overshadowed by the monumental shift in focus introduced by the arrival of the Emperor. However, none of this is likely. Luther's ambition and jealousy were already deeply ingrained. Even with time, he may have struggled to reconcile being eclipsed by someone younger and more naturally gifted. The lion's inherent aloofness and difficulty connecting emotionally might have made it difficult for Luther to feel truly valued, even in a more equal partnership. As for Corpheron, maybe time spent as the vizier of the theocratic ruler of Colchis might have allowed Corpheron to solidify his position as a religious and political leader, and found satisfaction in maintaining his influence over Colchis as senior advisor. The process of stabilizing their theocratic regime and in rebuilding after their two gigantic religious civil wars might have given Corpheron a sense of achievement, reducing his need to vie for authority in competition with Lorgar. As Lorgar matured farther in his own leadership, he might have been able to more effectively manage Corpheron's ambitions, ensuring that he felt included and appreciated, but also knew his place. None of this is likely. Corpheron's ambitions were not about power on Colchis. They were about power for himself from anywhere. It is about wielding influence through Lorgar. His resentment of the Emperor's intervention would have remained no matter when the Emperor arrived, as it stripped Corpheron of his perceived control over Lorgar's destiny. Time might not have resolved the ideological conflict that Corpheron felt towards the Emperor's secularism, one of the roots of his eventual betrayal, and the means by which he was able to steer Lorgar onto his own path. Time can soften immediate frustrations, or allow for the natural evolution of relationships as a person gains insight into their own emotions. Either Luther or Corpheron might have found themselves more at peace within their roles if they had seen the tangible results of their contributions over a longer period. But time tends to not wear down one's most deeply ingrained personality traits. Indeed, more time might have entrenched their dissatisfaction and grievances if they perceived that their contributions were undervalued, or if the Primarchs' achievements continually eclipsed their own. Resentment might have deepened. Further, certain personality changes might have required different leadership styles, which they were unlikely to receive. If Lion had shown more warmth or acknowledgement towards Luther, maybe he would not have felt so passed over. If Lorgar had been more assertive in managing Corpheron's ambitions and controlling him, then the outcomes might have been different. But both of those things were outside of their emotional wheelhouse. The Emperor's arrival was a turning point that entrenched existing strengths, but also exacerbating existing insecurities. If the time were delayed, then the time between the Primarch consolidation of power and the Emperor's intervention might have soothed tensions, but the potential for conflict would still exist, because the Emperor would certainly have not addressed these dynamics directly. When the Emperor met Lionel Johnson, back in old Index Astartes canon, he was accompanied by a group of veterans from the Dark Angel's First Legion. Thus, Lion's first meeting with his sons occurred at the same time as the first meeting with the Emperor, seamlessly integrating both his introduction to his father and his new role as leader of the Legion. His meeting with the Emperor seems to have been unremarkable, as these things go. Depending on what version of canon you read, Lion either dueled their captain immediately on Caliban, or after spending time gathering the First Legion together into an unified force. Regardless of the timing, Lion dueled their captain and won, thus gaining their measure and their respect on the terms of his own martial culture. The Emperor's arrival at Caliban is pretty straightforward. Unlike more dramatic or conflict-laden reunions like with Angron, the Emperor's meeting with Lion was devoid of friction, honestly. The timing, immediately after Lionel Johnson had exterminated the great beasts, aligned with the moment when Lion had already proven himself as a conqueror and protector of his world, mirroring the Emperor's ideals. Lion's duel with the First Legion's first captain thus served as a cultural bridge. It allowed him to establish authority in a way that resonated with his knightly upbringing and with the martial traditions of the Astartes. There is some squishiness in canon here regarding the exact timing of this duel. Maybe it took place on Caliban immediately, maybe it took place on Grimarie Pyrrhus Caligat, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, after the entire First Legion had time to assemble, whatever. Regardless, this physical demonstration of superiority and skill expedited his acceptance by the Legion, ensuring that no doubts lingered about his right to command. We might compare that with Leman Russ, who earned his Legion's loyalty through his charismatic leadership and introduction of cultural ties, as compared to Lion asserting dominance through martial prowess. Russ's connection to his sons was forged over time as he led them in battle in the Great Crusade, reflecting a more personal and organic development, whereas Lion's leadership began with a singular defining act. Guilliman and Dorn, meanwhile, assumed command of their legions as established rulers and strategists, leveraging their organizational brilliance. Lion emphasized the martial and hierarchical nature of his rule from the outset. Guilliman was the ruler of a collection of worlds. Maybe Dorn was also. Lion was a warrior. His job was war. Angron and Mortarion met their legions more or less under duress. They were forced into it by the Emperor, so they carried that resentment with them to meeting their sons. Lion's meeting, meanwhile, was smooth and without evident contention with the Emperor, and therefore without evident contention with his sons. The simultaneous nature of the introduction between Lionel Johnson and the Emperor, and Lionel Johnson and the First Legion, may have helped Lionel Johnson internalize his dual role as son of the Emperor and leader of a legion by pairing them together. And by addressing the expectations of his sons immediately, he avoided the kind of initial doubt or friction which plagued certain other Primarchs in their meetings with their legions. Lion's handling of this meeting thus highlights several aspects of his character: his confidence in his own martial skill, his decision to duel the captain, depending on canon, with the Emperor watching, was a direct assertion of confidence and dominance, reflecting his belief in action over words. Lion thrived in structured, hierarchical systems where authority was earned and respected, a theme that defined much of his leadership style. He needed to show himself to be at the top right away. However, while this meeting was a victory in terms of establishing respect, it also set the tone for the distant hierarchical relationship that he had with his sons, thus contrasting with the more familial bonds that some of his brothers, notably Russ, cultivated with their own legions. Leman Russ, being found second among the Primarchs, had only Horus or the Emperor available as options for mentorship. Had the Emperor opted for an extended period of acclamation, which he didn't. It seems that, instead, the Emperor decided to have Horus's extended mentorship with him be a one-off, which he did not want to turn into a precedent. Now, isn't that interesting? This decision to diverge from his earlier approach raises questions about the Emperor's priorities and methods in shaping the Primarchs and their legions. Unlike Horus, who spent years, perhaps decades, alongside the Emperor before assuming command of the Luna Wolves, Russ was quickly integrated into his role as a Primarch, taking barely long enough to learn Low Gothic. The Emperor's focus seems to have shifted already at this early juncture to rapidly deploying his sons in their intended roles. Is this really explainable by some sort of growing urgency in the Great Crusade? That early in the Great Crusade? By the time Russ was found, Horus had already been entrusted with the Luna Wolves, and he was already being put in a place of, informally, the first among equals, albeit that before Russ was found, the equals were just high-ranking commanders in the Imperial Army and Imperial Armada. If Russ had been paired with Horus for an extended mentorship, perhaps that might have cemented Horus's position as the Emperor's chosen son. Though, given that he ended up doing that anyway by making Horus the War Master, I don't know that we can really claim that avoiding that was necessarily the Emperor's goal in not having Horus mentor Russ. Maybe the Emperor was hoping to just get away from the idea of an extended mentorship altogether and have his experience with Horus be a one-off. With the discovery of each Primarch, the Emperor may have felt the need to accelerate their integration into the Crusade in order to prioritize their immediate contributions over long-term bonding with him, or a long on-ramp to learn about the Imperium's technology and social structure. Maybe it was because Russ's leadership abilities were so self-evident that the Emperor came to believe that he and the Primarchs in general required less direct guidance than he had previously expected. Or maybe he sought to have the close bond between the Emperor and Horus as a success and a potential liability be a one-off. Perhaps he thought that establishing similar relationships with each Primarch might have complicated the hierarchy of the Great Crusade. That is, he wanted one favorite son, Horus, and he didn't want anyone else to be a potential option for challenging Horus in the Emperor's absence. I suppose it's conceivable he may have thought that Leman Russ's personality and culture were incompatible with an extended mentorship in the same manner that Horus got. Yeah, he was independent and self-actualizing, and he had a warrior ethos, and he'd already been a king. Maybe the Emperor felt that a brief, decisive meeting with the Emperor was thus more effective than prolonged guidance. He didn't want to sit reading books, which he had no experience with, or listening to dry lectures from some guy from the Mechanicum talking about how warp drives work. He wanted to get out there and hunt some aliens with an axe. Russ was thrust into leadership quite quickly. This fostered in him a strong sense of self-reliance and a feeling that the Emperor trusted him to exercise authority. Maybe this early independence reinforced in him his role as a blunt instrument of the Emperor's will. Maybe that was the point. The Emperor wanted him to see himself in his work, rather than giving him opportunities to develop nuanced emotional bonds with the Emperor or Horus. The lack of extended mentorship from Horus limited the potential for camaraderie between these first two Primarchs. In canon, they just have one meeting, kind of awkwardly, when Russ had not even fully learned Low Gothic yet. So yeah, the relationship remained respectful, but it was personal, lacking the deep emotional connection that Horus had with the Emperor. I think that's the point. The Emperor made Horus to be a replacement war master for when the Emperor left the Great Crusade, and he made Leman Russ to be his enforcer. He did not want those two to be in cahoots in case he needed Russ to sanction Horus. Fulgrim had a substantial period of cultural acclamation and mentorship under Horus. Time to consolidate his leadership style. Maybe that allowed for greater integration with his legion and the Imperium. Angron and Mortarion, who we already talked about recently, had rushed, poorly managed introductions to the Imperium. We can see, thus, the dangers of prioritizing expediency over understanding. And so, overall, The Emperor's choice to avoid replicating a long mentorship and acclimation process with Russ marked a turning point in his approach to the Primarchs, which was, I think, specifically designed to have Russ thrive in his role and be ready at any time to act against Horus. But this shift then contributed to the growing pattern of impersonal and transactional relationships between the Emperor and his sons. Because after stepping on the introduction of Russ to the Imperium, he then did not have the option of having a great many other Primarchs have an extended time to acclimate to the Imperium and spend time bonding with the Emperor and with other Primarchs. Because if they did, then Russ, supposed to be unquestionably loyal, would turn around and say, hey, wait, why didn't you do that with me? Though we can see a third option. The Emperor could have, instead of having Russ do a long mentorship with the Emperor, or not, as in canon, he could have had each Primarch spend time with a Primarch found immediately prior to them as a precedent. This gives rise to some fascinating thought experiments on what might have happened. Leman would have followed Horus, and Perturabo would have followed Lion, for example. One upside to this is that no Primarch would mentor more than one Primarch. We're not talking about Alpharius and Omegon being two Primarchs. A downside, of course, would be that any given Primarch's mentor would have had varying lengths of service prior to starting mentorship, due to differing lengths of time between their being found. But there are some good sides here. Each Primarch would have been learning directly from a brother who had recently undergone the same process of integration into the Imperium, thus fostering an opportunity for mutual understanding and camaraderie. This could have encouraged a sense of fraternity and succession, with each Primarch contributing to the broader unity of the Primarchs. The preceding Primarch would bring fresh, relevant experiences to the mentorship, providing practical advice on how to adapt to their newfound role and responsibilities. Horus could have helped Leman Russ adjust to the demands of leading a legion and communicating over interstellar distances and being far from one's home base, sharing insights from his own experiences with the Luna Wolves. This could have allowed, also, for this mentorship to facilitate bonds between Primarchs who might not otherwise have had much in common. Perturabo learning under Lionel Johnson would have created an interesting dynamic, bridging their different personalities in a way that they would have never chosen to spend time with each other otherwise. Whereas then, being a mentor might have helped the Primarchs to better understand the challenges faced by their brothers, fostering a sense of responsibility and empathy. But of course, there are problems with this. Besides that the Emperor did not want Horus and Russ to bond in a way that might have made Russ bad at sanctioning Horus. In addition, the varying lengths of time between Primarchs being found would have resulted in inconsistent mentorship experiences. Horus had spent years with the Emperor, and thus would have been well prepared to guide Russ. But Lionel Johnson was found mid-crusade. He had a relatively short amount of time that passed to lead his own legion and find his place before Perturabo was found on Olympia. And then, most importantly, some pairings would have been volatile or unproductive. Conrad Kurz, under this idea, would have mentored Angron. This would have amplified their shared darkness rather than balancing anything. Mortarion mentoring Lorgar might have exacerbated their differences in faith and ideology in a less terrible way, but still bad. The close mentorship process could have also bred resentment if a succeeding Primarch felt overshadowed or inadequately supported by their preceding mentor. Horus mentoring Russ might have left Russ feeling like he was living in Horus's shadow, for example. Plus, then there's the question, are you pulling a Primarch away from their legion for extended mentorship periods, potentially disrupting the momentum of the Great Crusade? Or are you having a new Primarch fight alongside a partially established, less new Primarch in a potentially crucial campaign with legions that may not be great suited to working together. That sentence got away from me a little. On the plus side, Horus's charisma and strategic mind could have helped Russ to temper his berserker ethos with a broader understanding of diplomacy and empire building, maybe softening later tensions between the Space Wolves and other legions. Lion's discipline and strategic brilliance and ability to find validation from within himself rather than seeking it from outside might have given Perturabo a way to find validation and purpose within himself, potentially mitigating his later feelings of resentment and neglect. Though, conversely, their shared pride and stubbornness might have led to friction. Jagatai Khan mentoring Kurz could have been a powerful counterbalance to Kurz's darkness, offering him a more constructive outlet for his abilities, and perhaps having the Librarius of the White Scars provide a different way to understand his prophetic abilities, though the stark contrast in their outlooks might have then led to alienation rather than connection. Angron mentoring Korax is an interesting one that isn't necessarily bad. Angron's raw passion and determination might have inspired Korax, teaching him to channel his existing sense of justice into unrelenting resolve. And Angron might have then been taught by his student in turn. Maybe it would be an opportunity for Angron to see the value of restraint and subtlety. Though, again, this would have been an Angron who had himself been taught by Kurz, so maybe that's bad. This mentorship scheme would have fostered unique relationships among the Primarchs. I'll give it that. It could have potentially strengthened their bonds and mitigated rivalries that later tore them apart. But the Emperor chose not to do something like this, specifically because, I believe, he did not want Russ to bond with Horus, so he had to avoid anything that would look like a precedent. Now, Russ did not receive a substantial period of acclimation. He just had a few weeks. He had no formal mentorship, in part because there was just Horus and the Emperor available. But Lionel Johnson was found later, and he did not appear to receive a formal period of acclimation or mentorship after his discovery by the Emperor. He had just long enough to gather up the scattered forces of the First Legion. His transition into the role as Primarch of the First Legion was thus swift and direct. Lionel Johnson, being discovered after significant progress had been made in the Great Crusade, meant that the Emperor's focus was on maintaining momentum in unifying the galaxy. In old Index Astartes canon, the Emperor brought veterans of the First Legion with him, facilitating Lion's immediate introduction to his Gene sons, and allowing him to immediately display his martial prowess by defeating their leader in a duel. This dual introduction, there's a pun there, suggests that the Emperor intended for Lionel Johnson to transition directly into leadership without a lengthy acclimation or mentorship period. With the absence of canonical material to suggest that Lion received any formal mentorship, instead, we can see in canon immediately being placed in command. Lion dueled and defeated the captain of the senior captain of the First Legion, I'll call it that, thus cementing his authority in a manner reflective of his martial culture, and their martial culture, for that matter. He quickly set about reshaping the Legion into a reflection of his ideals, emphasizing secrecy, knowledge, and discipline in keeping with the philosophy of his knightly order from Caliban. Similarly, he dressed them in dark green to remind them of the forests of Caliban. Lion's formative years on Caliban and his solitary nature, I think, can be seen as influencing his transition to leadership. He was accustomed to operating independently. Maybe this would have made him less receptive to mentorship. Maybe the Emperor recognized this and opted for a hands-off approach, expecting Lion to thrive through self-reliance. As a consequence of the lack of mentorship, though, there is a lack of bonding with other Primarchs. His solitary nature and direct assumption of command with little time to spend with anyone else may have hindered his ability to connect with his brothers. Maybe this contributed to later tensions, such as with Russ. Without mentorship, Lion might have leaned more heavily into his independent, autonomous tendencies, exacerbating his secretive and aloof leadership style, because that's all he had exposure to. Whereas a mentorship period could have helped Lionel Johnson to learn to temper his rigidity and secrecy by better integrating into the larger brotherhood of Primarchs and being exposed to someone else's leadership style. The first legion of the Adeptus Astartes, which would eventually be called the Dark Angels, was formed quite early in the Astartes project and was used as a testbed for a number of different tactics and equipment, some of which survives into later 40k rules for the tabletop game. The Deathwing used a bunch of Terminators. The Raven Wing were a very mobile force, like what the White Scars would later become, etc. As such, the Dark Angels already had 6 different, well-established warrior traditions when Lionel Johnson met them, which he seems to have kept mostly in place throughout his leadership, instead of redoing their entire combat focus, like with Khan or Korax or Angron. What does this tell us about his character? Lionel Johnson's willingness to keep the existing warrior traditions suggests something of a pragmatic streak. He recognized the effectiveness of his legion's tactics and saw no need to fix what wasn't broken, just to sharpen the blade a bit. We can see then that he prioritized functionality and demonstrated success over his own personal ego or ideology. The Dark Angels had a long history of serving the Emperor effectively during the Unification Wars and the Great Crusade before Lionel Johnson's arrival. By retaining their diverse methods, he demonstrated respect for their proven success and the experience of his Gene sons. This respect may have thus helped him to integrate smoothly into the Legion without alienating its veterans, leading to a sense of continuity rather than upheaval. His approach indicates that he was more focused on the Legion's broader goals within the Great Crusade, rather than on reshaping it in his own image. This can be seen as a contrast with, for example, Angron, whose personal experience and trauma was the primary influence on his leadership and the direction of his legion. By not overhauling the Legion, Lion likewise displayed confidence in his ability to lead a force that did not perfectly mirror his personal combat style or upbringing. This suggests that he trusted in his strategic acumen to make the most of the tools and traditions already in place. Retaining multiple different combat focuses within the Dark Angels shows us that Lion had an appreciation for versatility and adaptability. This aligns with his secretive and calculated nature, but also, more importantly, his desire for autonomy. By ensuring that his forces could address a wide range of threats by a number of different strategic options available to them, he had less need to ask other legions to help him, only really needing reinforcements during the massive casualties of the 2nd and 3rd ranked Xenocides. While Lionel Johnson respected the traditions of the First Legion, he still shaped their strategic outlook to align with his secretive and independent personality. It just wasn't with the Hexagrammaton specifically. By making his legion able to address any threat they faced without needing to partner with other legions, we can see perhaps a reflection of his early life on Caliban, where he learned to thrive and survive alone in the dangerous forests in the face of adversity. We can see something of a quiet yet decisive authority in his leadership style. By not dismantling their existing traditions, he demonstrated an ability to assert his influence without overt domination, which we can see as a counterexample to, for example, Perturabo decimating his legion as his first act. Jagatai Khan, Corvus Corax, and Angron, meanwhile, heavily reshaped their legions, erasing what had come before in favor of a reflection of their own personal philosophies. Now, we can see perhaps some similarity between Lionel Johnson and Verbute Gilliman's approaches. Gilliman retained many aspects of the early traditions of the Ultramarines, previously called the Warborn, if I remember right, blending them with his vision of a disciplined and strategic legion, and only incrementally changing them as he came up with the Codex Astartes. Each of these Primarchs demonstrated a preference for building upon solid foundations, rather than tearing them down. Horus reshaped the Luna Wolves to reflect his charismatic and bold leadership style, but he didn't do it alone. He also reshaped other legions around the Luna Wolves to reflect his own leadership style. He wanted the strengths of the Luna Wolves to be complemented by the strengths of other legions so that they would be more effective together. Lionel Johnson wanted the Dark Angels to need no allies. We can see thus a contrast in their personalities. This was certainly why Lionel Johnson was not chosen as War Master by the Emperor. By not drastically reshaping his legion, though, Lionel Johnson may have missed opportunities to fully adapt it to the challenges of the future. Retaining the existing traditions may have made it harder for him to forge a deep personal bond with his legion, as it did not fully reflect his identity or experiences. But that's also not something he was particularly interested in anyway. How did the Emperor think and act towards Lionel Johnson and Leman Russ? They were both prized by the Emperor for their martial prowess, but the nuances of how he treated them, I feel, reflect his lack of understanding of their unique emotional and cultural needs. The Emperor met Lionel Johnson shortly after the Primarch had completed the extermination of the great beasts of Caliban, a monumental achievement. But the meeting was formal and somewhat distant. The Emperor was accompanied by veterans of the First Legion, and he foisted Lionel Johnson off onto them at his first opportunity. Lionel Johnson's first action was to establish dominance over his sons, dueling and defeating their captain, and then unifying them from across their far-flung war zones. And the Emperor allowed this. Perhaps this showed that he recognized the importance of Lion earning their respect on his own terms. Throughout the Great Crusade, the Emperor treated Lionel Johnson as one would a highly capable robot. He valued Lion's strategic mind, and he trusted him with sensitive matters, but he did not engage with him as a person. He failed to address Lion's emotional isolation, or his difficulty in forming bonds with others. And by keeping Lionel Johnson at arm's length, the Emperor thus reinforced the Primarch's natural inclination towards secrecy and solitude, perhaps unintentionally exacerbating his difficulties in connecting with his brothers and with his legion. The Emperor used Lionel Johnson and the First Legion as his most powerful weapon besides his own expeditionary fleet. He sent the First Legion on complex and sensitive missions that he could entrust to no one else, thus being vindicated in their galactic success in the second and third Rangdan Xenocides. However, he seems to have only infrequently placed Lion in charge of multi-legion campaigns, as with the Rangdan Xenocides. This role reflects the Emperor's recognition of his tactical brilliance with his legion, but also suggests a lack of trust in him as a charismatic leader or unifier. He didn't believe that Lionel Johnson, that is, would be capable of using the different strengths of different legions complementarily in the way that Horus was the expert at. The Emperor met Russ on Fenris under different circumstances. using a psychic glamour to disguise his true nature and engaging Russ on his own terms, participating in traditional challenges to earn his respect on the terms of his culture. This meeting was personal and tailored to Russ's cultural expectations, thus demonstrating an early effort, one of the few efforts by the Emperor to connect with his son on a deeper level. The Emperor treated Russ as something of a cultural oddity, even while also trusting him to be his executioner. He valued Russ's loyalty, martial prowess, and adherence to Fenrisian traditions, while then using him as a weapon against disloyalty and dissent. Notably, he relied on Russ to enforce his will against the 2nd Legion, the 11th Legion, and later the World Eaters. He then tried to have them bring the 1,000 Suns to heel, but this was co-opted by Horus. So unlike Lion, Russ was directly encouraged to embrace his cultural identity. Perhaps the Emperor was believing that this strengthened his bond with his legion in a sense of purpose. The Emperor recognized Russ's emotional and cultural needs, but reduced Russ to a specific role, the Emperor's executioner, rather than a more multifaceted leader. He was assigned tasks requiring brute strength, loyalty, and moral decisiveness. Most importantly, enforcing the Emperor's will against other Primarchs and their legions. This demonstrated the Emperor's trust, but it also pigeonholed Russ into a role that did not fully respect his strategic capabilities or more nuanced leadership traits. We do see Russ entrusted with leadership of multi-legion expeditions sometimes, which we'll talk about when we get to Magnus. But it was also not super common, as with, for example, Horus. The Emperor formed a stronger emotional connection with Russ, engaging with him on a personal, cultural level during their initial meeting. Still not a deep connection like what he had with Horus, but whatever. But with Lion, their leadership was colder and more professional, leaving Lion to grapple with his sense of isolation without help. Russ's culture was embraced and celebrated, with the Emperor temporarily participating in that culture, thus allowing Russ to maintain a strong sense of identity within the Imperium. Lion's Calibanite knightly culture was allowed, but also benignly ignored and not engaged with. His secretive knightly traditions were treated as tools rather than core elements of his identity. The Emperor trusted Lionel Johnson with sensitive, high-stakes missions, but did not foster a sense of camaraderie or mutual understanding. Russ's trust came with a sense of camaraderie, but also a reductive role that may have limited his broader potential within the Great Crusade. The Emperor's distant approach reinforced Lion's natural tendency towards secrecy, creating a cycle of isolation that persisted throughout his life. By assigning Russ the role of enforcer, the Emperor limited his growth as a Primarch and leader, reducing his potential for broader strategic contributions. I'm not certain that this was inadvertent. This may have been intentional to make sure that the weapon he used to enforce his will against other legions never formed a sense of leadership that would have allowed him to gather subordinate legions in the way that Horus had, for example, the Death Guard. Had the Emperor engaged Lion on a personal level, as he did with Russ in their first meeting, perhaps he might have fostered a stronger bond and mitigated some of Lion's emotional struggles. Conversely, had the Emperor recognized Russ's full potential beyond his role as an enforcer, he might have encouraged the Wolf King to take on a more nuanced leadership role within the Imperium. Or then again, maybe not, if he thought that that was not an ideal choice. There is a tension between design and circumstance in the Emperor's grand plan. I question to what degree the Emperor planned the Primarchs' roles versus to what degree they were assigned roles or groomed for roles after being found. May some Primarchs have received some roles which may have been meant for someone else? May some Primarchs have been given roles to which they were unsuited due to the needs of the crusade? Assigning rigid roles to beings as complex as the Primarchs demonstrates the Emperor's failure to account for their individuality, or perhaps his unwillingness to embrace that individuality. There is some compelling textual evidence that some Primarchs were given roles that they were ill-suited for, or that might have been intended for others, either because of the needs of the Great Crusade or the chaotic circumstances surrounding their discovery. Sanguinius's otherworldly charisma and loyalty and inspiration might have made him the natural choice for War Master, a role that was instead given to Horus. Perhaps Horus was groomed for that role simply because he was found first. Sanguinius, of course, was discovered later, after Horus had already built a strong rapport with the Emperor and proven himself as a general capable of using multiple legions together. Perhaps the urgency of the crusade may have necessitated elevating Horus, or else it may have just seemed like the default option with insufficient reason to try to change lanes for possibly marginal benefit. But the outcome here was that Horus's ambition and insecurities made him vulnerable to corruption. Sanguinius's steadfastness suggests that he might have been a more resilient war master. Horus himself, in one of the novels, suggests that it should have been Sanguinius instead. On a different side of things, Lorgar's natural spirituality and easy connection with humanity's moral needs might have made him a better fit as the Emperor's psychic bridge to humanity, to lead them towards a psychic awakening, which was a role that was instead given to Magnus, who was found earlier, yes, but also Magnus's psychic potential and raw power were unparalleled. Maybe the Emperor prioritized raw power over ideological alignment or personal charisma. Also, somehow, the Emperor did not immediately recognize Lorgar's psychic potential. Dunno, we'll talk about that when we talk about Lorgar. But ultimately then, Lorgar's inability to reconcile his faith with the Emperor's vision led to his fall, perhaps influenced by his lack of knowledge of his own psychic powers, whereas Magnus's isolation and arrogance made him a tragic pawn of chaos. Perturabo's obsession with fortification and his unparalleled strategic genius, exceeded only by the Emperor, might have made him better suited as the Emperor's Praetorian, a role instead taken by Dorn. Why? Well, Dorn's stoic loyalty may have made him seem like the safer choice for this highly sensitive public role. But as a outcome of this, Perturabo's resentment of his legion's assigned role as siege layer and garrison occupier contributed to his bitterness. What about roles assigned out of necessity? Angron should have been a reformer, but this failed because of the butcher's nails. With his first-hand knowledge of oppression, he might have been a powerful symbol of liberation and reform within the Imperium. But instead, his mutilation by the butcher's nails rendered him an instrument of rage and destruction. The Crusade's immediate needs for warriors perhaps prevented the Emperor from addressing Angron's trauma, leading to his eventual rebellion. But of course, there were other potential reasons for why, and we covered Angron a while back. Angron was still able to fight, and that's what mattered to the Emperor. Okay, well, what about Leman Russ as executioner? Was he just assigned that because he was found second? There are a few other Primarchs who would have done very well in that role. Ferrus Manus, most notably. But instead, Leman Russ, who should have been a charismatic figure to bring different Primarchs together with his boisterous personality, was relegated to being an isolated role who could attack any of them at any moment as soon as the Emperor told him to. The Emperor's failure to address the unique psychological needs of his sons and their potentials exacerbated their struggles. Angron's trauma was ignored. Magnus's need for guidance was dismissed. Sanguinius's precognitive visions were not engaged with. Kurz's dark visions were also left unaddressed. Some Primarchs had talents that were underutilized or misunderstood. Corax's revolutionary mindset might have made him excellent as a figure applied to governance rather than covert warfare, or in addition to covert warfare. Vulcan's compassion and humanity might have made him a better ambassador or activist, even better than his skill as a frontline general. Lorgar's oratory skill and keen mind for philosophy were squandered by having him act instead as a mediocre general, where his talents did not lie. There are some potential counterpoints to this idea, though. If the Emperor designed the Primarchs with specific roles in mind, the mismatches might be seen as failures of execution rather than intention. Maybe there was flexibility in the plan. The Emperor may have expected his sons to adapt to their roles, viewing them as tools to be put into a position rather than individuals. And as always, there were unforeseen circumstances. The scattering of the Primarchs, the influence of their various home worlds on their personalities, especially the influence of the butcher's nails of Nuceria on Angron, may have rendered some roles unworkable, as we previously described as Angron being a failed reformer. But then there's the role of fate. If the roles were preordained, it raises questions about whether the heresy was an inevitable consequence of the Emperor's designs. As always, I say no. Consequences are made from personal choices, not the invisible hand of fate. None of them were destined inevitably to fall. However, the Emperor's prioritization of the Crusade's immediate needs over the long-term stability of his sons and their legions certainly pushed some of them towards a path of unmet emotional needs leading to fall and rebellion. What does it say about the Emperor's priorities that the first Primarch he finds is molded into a charismatic leader and unifier, but then the second Primarch he finds is given the role of executioner? Well before he had a statesman or a spy master or a praetorian or a strategic genius or any other role, he made sure that he had someone to enforce the Emperor's will upon other Primarchs. At the time that he found Russ, that meant upon the one other already found Primarch. This early priority underscores the Emperor's long-term vision and his ruthless approach to governance. By the time he found Leman Russ, the Emperor was already anticipating potential discord among the Primarchs, and the potential for them to rebel against him. The role of executioner being given to Russ, the second Primarch found, suggests that the Emperor prioritized the need for a failsafe to maintain discipline among the Primarchs, even over cultivating any other role to more benefit the Great Crusade's frontline activities, such as a brilliant strategic mind or a visionary of imperial culture. Instead, he went for a hierarchy of what roles were important to him. Horus, the first found, was groomed as a charismatic figure who could inspire and unify his legion and the greater Imperium. Russ's role as an enforcer reflects the Emperor's pragmatic acknowledgement that leadership alone would not be enough. The ability to decisively suppress rebellion and dissent were also vital. Early in the Great Crusade, with the Emperor seeing the role of enforcer as more urgent than statesman or grand strategist or spy master, Perhaps he was anticipating that conquest and unification would inevitably create friction. So we can see that even at this very early point in the Great Crusade, he was not just planning for victory, but also perhaps for some of the aftermath, ensuring that he could handle rebellion or ideological deviance swiftly. But then if he was already planning for the aftermath in this matter, why not in any other matter? Assigning Russ the role of executioner so early reflects the emperor's distrust in his creations, despite their brilliance. He saw Russ's loyalty and straightforwardness as a counterbalance to the ambition, pride, and unpredictability that he expected from other sons of his whenever he found them. Plus, there's symbolic power, which is an important strategic consideration of having an executioner. The existence of an executioner sends a clear message to everyone else who has power that none of them are above reproach or punishment, even other Primarchs. This reinforces the emperor's ultimate authority and discourages insubordination. The executioner's role was essential for quelling dissent within the Imperium, particularly among the powerful and independent Primarchs. By placing this burden on Russ, the emperor ensured that such actions could be carried out with decisiveness and finality, sparing himself the need to engage directly in fratricidal conflicts. He could be above the fray, as it were. But this shows us a vision of an Imperium where roles were hierarchical, sharply defined, with authority flowing unidirectionally from the emperor. The unifier, later War Master role, and the executioner role were complementary forces ensuring order, one through inspiration, the other through fear of force. We can see the emperor prioritizing control over collaboration by assigning Russ the role of enforcer, and by not having him get a substantial amount of time with Horus for acclimation and getting to know each other, or fighting alongside each other early. The emperor signaled that control was more important than collaboration or mutual respect or camaraderie among the Primarchs. This contrasts neatly with his fostering of Horus, who was initially empowered to lead at the emperor's right hand. But this all foreshadows the heresy. By putting such influence and prominence on having an executioner early on, making sure that authority only flowed from the emperor and never laterally, and by early prioritization of the role of executioner, because the emperor anticipated the potential for rebellion even from the outset, the emperor failed to recognize the stabilizing influence that could come from camaraderie among the Primarchs. They could have met each other's emotional needs. He was aware of some of the flaws inherent in his sons, and he failed to address those flaws constructively. And he also set things up so that it would be difficult for some of them to help meet each other's flaws. Russ's early assignment as executioner set the tone for his life and relationships. He was not defined by his potential to improve humanity through a higher purpose. He was not defined by his boisterous personality and camaraderie unifying disparate Primarchs. He was defined by his ability to mete out punishment, often at the cost of deeper bonds with his brothers. Similarly, Horus's early role as the emperor's golden child, leader, right-hand man, first among equals, made a sense of pride and entitlement that ultimately fed into the likelihood for him to fall. In many ways, it led him to be more likely to reach the downfall that he did. The emperor's decision to prioritize having an executioner so early speaks to his overarching mistrust and need for control, even over his greatest creations. He did not trust the Primarchs as his sons. He operated them like machines. It was a calculated move, which reflected his ultimate failure to foster unity and trust among his sons. Or, as an alternative explanation, perhaps the Emperor assigned roles to them when defining them and designing them in the first place. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting sometimes. Before they were scattered from Terra. In that case, it would mean that each Primarch was destined for their specific role when the Emperor found them, rather than the Emperor assigning roles after they were found, at least in many cases. This alternative idea, this alternative theory, implies that the Emperor had a preordained vision for each of his sons, or at least many of them, with their genetic and psychological design tailored to fulfill specific roles within his grand design for the Imperium. There's some substantial evidence to support this. The genetic specialization of the Primarchs and their legions, each Primarch's abilities and predispositions, align closely with the roles they ultimately played, suggesting a purposeful design. Indeed, some of those legions played that role even before their Primarch was found. The Raven Guard were used as a covert arms wing of the Luna Wolves attached to them before Corax was found. Leman Russ's feral strength, pack loyalty, and straightforward nature seem inherently suited to the role of executioner. He was the Emperor's attack dog. Horus's charisma, tactical brilliance, and ease in building camaraderie mark him as an ideal unifier and leader, though maybe not as good as Sanguinius? Hard to tell. Many Primarchs exhibit traits that appear almost too perfectly matched to their eventual roles. Perturabo's penchant for siegecraft, Gilliman's administrative genius, Magnus's immense psychic power, and his thirst for knowledge. This suggests that there was at least some deliberate plan, rather than everything being a reaction to the circumstances of their rediscovery. The Emperor is generally portrayed as having a grand, though perhaps not omniscient, understanding of his creations and of the galaxy's needs. Designing the Primarchs with preordained roles would certainly align with his tendency to plan ahead on a galactic scale, trying to anticipate needs far in advance and design tools to meet those needs, rather than design Primarchs to have different abilities and then allow things to evolve organically, which was never his forte. Many of the Primarchs' journeys suggest a sense of destiny guiding their lives, reinforcing the notion that perhaps their roles were in some way written in the stars. Even their flaws and eventual downfalls can be seen as at least propensities, which were consequent of their preordained designs, rather than just being circumstantial failings. Though, as always, each Primarch's fall was primarily due to that Primarch's own decisions they made. There are some bad implications of the idea that they had preordained roles, though. If the Emperor preordained the roles of his sons, it emphasizes his view of them as tools, extensions of his will, rather than as autonomous individuals. This perspective would explain his inability or unwillingness to address their emotional needs or adapt to that individuality. He didn't want them to be individuals, he wanted them to be highly capable robots. The Primarchs' resistance to change or deviation from their roles might thus stem from their intrinsic design. Lorgar's inherent need for some sort of faith, Russ's unyielding loyalty to the Emperor, may be hardwired, leaving little room for personal growth or reinterpretation outside of those roles, and instead needing reimagining of what those roles could mean in order for them to change substantially. The Emperor's disappointment or frustration with some Primarchs might be seen as arising from their inability to perfectly fulfill the roles that he had already assigned to them in his head. Magnus's fall may have been inevitable if the Emperor thought he designed him solely to wield psychic power within strictly defined parameters, given Magnus's immense curiosity. Angron's fall may have been much, much more likely if he had been supposed to be a reformer and was instead shunted towards the role of berserker. Maybe there's weakness in this explanation, though. That would be something of an inflexibility of design. Designing the Primarchs for specific roles might have limited their ability to adapt to unforeseen circumstances, which seems at odds with the Emperor's pragmatic approach to the Great Crusade, and then the wildly different cultures and environments into which the Primarchs were scattered profoundly shaped their personalities and capabilities. There's at least some textual instances in which the Emperor may have had a hand in this. We'll talk about Guilliman much later. If their roles were entirely preordained, then the environmental influence of a new homeworld seems superfluous, and in the case of, say, Kurz and Angron, counterproductive. Some Primarchs, notably Guilliman and Alfarius, exhibit traits that suggest a degree of flexibility and growth that might have conflicted with rigid preordained roles. If we compare it to the idea that they were assigned roles after being discovered, the idea that their roles were preordained emphasizes the Emperor's foresight and control, but diminishes the importance of the Primarch's individual journeys. It suggests that failures, such as Horus falling, may have stemmed at least in some part from flawed designs or an over-reliance on placing them into preordained roles. Whereas the idea that the roles were assigned to them after they were discovered allows for a greater adaptability and acknowledges the importance of the Primarch's lived experiences during their adolescence, but perhaps highlights the Emperor's failures in understanding and addressing his son's needs. Maybe then we might see a hybrid model, wherein they had some amount of preordained or predetermined genetic potential, and then their roles evolved after. He certainly designed the Primarchs with certain potentials or inclinations. Corax as the master of darkness, Magnus as the master of magic, Lorgar with an incredible oratory skill that he sure did not learn from Corphaeron. But their environments and the circumstances of their rediscovery then shaped how those potentials were expressed, leading to the eventual assignment of roles. Of course, then there is the role of fate. Why did the Emperor find each Primarch when he did? Though Horus may have found Alfarius. Whatever. Alfarius is complicated. We'll talk about him later. Was it destiny for Fulgrim to be found only when his legion was on the edge of extinction? Was it destiny for Russ, destined for the role of executioner, to be found so early? Is the future preordained? If the Emperor believed himself above such forces, the timing of these discoveries might challenge that belief, implying a greater cosmic plan or inevitability at play. Okay, well, maybe let's look at Russ a little more. Maybe finding him so early, ensuring that the Emperor had a Primarch ready to enforce his will against other Primarchs. Maybe that's important. It had a symbolism of elevating him to that role early, demonstrating that even his most powerful creations were subject to judgment. It sets a precedent for obedience. Even before Leman Russ's rediscovery, the Space Wolves, then called the Rout, were already sometimes serving as enforcers of the Emperor's will. This suggests that their role as executioners was perhaps intrinsic to their gene seed or doctrinal identity rather than solely shaped by external factors such as the culture of Fenris. Their proximity to the Emperor indicates that they were highly trusted and also viewed as a necessary tool for maintaining order within the Imperium. Fulgrim being found by the Emperor at a moment when the Third Legion was near extinction is equally suggestive of destiny. His first task as a Primarch was to save his legion. This forged his identity as a savior, as a perfectionist, as the Phoenix, but perhaps it sowed seeds of insecurity when he could not fully restore their numbers. They were never going to be Dark Angels or Ultramarines with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Marines. Fulgrim's legion was instead built around perfection. Its near destruction might symbolize the fragility of that ideal, a flawed gift foreshadowing Fulgrim's fall. The circumstances of Fulgrim's discovery frame him as both a tragic figure and an aspirational one, a dynamic that enriches his story and the Horus Heresy. Lionel Johnson's discovery, occurring immediately after his triumph over the great beasts, cemented his image as a conquering hero who can operate without direct oversight. Magnus the Red being found at a moment in which many of the Thousand Sons had been lost due to the flesh change. He was found after many other Primarchs, during a time when the Emperor's plans for psychic development, the Webway Project, humanity's eventual psychic awakening, were already well underway. But the delayed discovery, again, meant that the flesh change had already killed many of the Thousand Sons Marines. This heightened Magnus's desperation and increased his reliance on the warp, perhaps sealing his tragic path. Angron's discovery at the height of his rebellion, rather than earlier, after he had initially rebelled, but before they were hemmed in at Fedon Moor, or before he had the butcher's nails implanted at all, perhaps speaks to a grim fatalism. The Emperor's decision to extract him from Fedon Moor against his will, rather than assist in his rebellion, suggests a moment of failed empathy, shaped by outside circumstances. The dual nature of Alfarius and Omegon and their late discovery aligns with their role as masters of misdirection. Being the final Primarchs to be publicly found allowed them to remain enigmatic, their role in the Emperor's plans deliberately obscured. We will not right now truck with the conspiracy theory that the Emperor found them much earlier. We'll talk about weird Alfarius Omegon conspiracy theories much later. If we accept that fate played a role, it raises questions about whether the Emperor was truly the master of his designs or merely a participant in a larger cosmic pattern. Believing himself to be above fate, perhaps the Emperor's hubris made him overlook how the timing of each discovery shaped his sons' personalities, and maybe that made him less able to use his psychic powers to precognitively predict their fates. Then again, the scattering of the Primarchs was a warp-born event, and there's some evidence in the Horus Heresy novels to suggest that the Chaos Gods were involved. Did they subtly influence the timing in order to weaken the Emperor's plans? If the Primarch's discoveries were destined, that does not necessarily imply that the heresy itself was also inevitable. It was a consequence of choices made by the Emperor and each of the Primarchs, not merely an inevitability of the galaxy's nature. But there is this illusion of control still. The Emperor's apparent mastery of genetics and his precognitive psychic abilities are both undermined by the timing of the discoveries of the Primarchs being beyond his control. The circumstances surrounding each discovery shaped the Primarchs' identities and their eventual relationships with their legions. If these both were fated, it suggests struggle and imperfection were integral to their purpose. If destiny dictated when each Primarch was found, the Emperor's failure to adapt to these circumstances underscores his blindness to their individuality and emotional needs. But if there was a greater amount of agency involved, then the emperor's failure to choose to engage with his Primarchs' individual and emotional needs, their cultures, and their interpersonal problems is even more damning. Let's talk about governance. Not all Primarchs had an obvious role outside of military matters. Russ and Lion are examples of Primarchs whose skills and personalities seem overwhelmingly suited to military matters, making any domestic roles, even in the hypothetical, more challenging to imagine. That said, both have traits and strengths which could be adapted for governance or other non-military leadership, albeit with certain caveats. Russ is the quintessential warrior, but his loyalty, sense of justice, and deep connection to his people suggest some potential domestic roles. He could have been, like High Protector of the Frontier Worlds or some such title. He could oversee the defense and security of newly conquered or vulnerable sectors. His charisma and ability to inspire loyalty might help to stabilize these regions, preventing rebellion or external threats. Russ's strong moral code and belief in law, although it's rough-hewn, could have made him a firm but fair enforcer of justice. His reputation as the executioner might deter corruption and crime among those under his watch, so perhaps he would have been a good choice to lead the Adeptus Arbites. Despite his gruff demeanor, Leman Russ understood and respected the traditions of Fenris. Perhaps he could have used that to help the Imperium work alongside other newly discovered cultures. He could help integrate conquered worlds and help to allow them to retain cultural identities while aligning with the Imperium's broader goals. Now, there are challenges. Russ would be impatient with bureaucracy. He would struggle with the slow, intricate nature of governance. His tendency to solve problems with decisive, often violent action might push him towards blunt solutions, which could alienate more delicate regions or parties involved in situations requiring a delicate touch. Lionel Johnson is a tactician, a planner, and a keeper of mysteries, making his domestic potential more cerebral than Russ's. Lion's brilliance in strategy could be applied to long-term development and logistics across the Imperium. He could have been like director of strategic planning or some such. He might have excelled in managing infrastructure projects, expanding trade networks, maybe fortifying imperial borders. As the Emperor's Lord of Secrets, Lion perhaps would have been a good spy master for the Imperium, overseeing intelligence networks and counterespionage. He had a much firmer grip on his legion than Alfarius did on the Alpha Legion, even with the betrayal of Luther. So a spy network of his would have at least been more trustworthy than the Alpha Legion. That's a low bar. His understanding of subterfuge, hidden threats, and being trusted by the Emperor with forbidden knowledge would be invaluable against Xenos, chaos, and internal insurrections. He might have also been a good curator. Lion's reflective intellectual nature might have made him a good custodian of imperial records and cultural treasures. Perhaps he could help preserve humanity's history and ensure that it was accessible to future generations. Now, there are some challenges here. He had some difficulty connecting with people. This is an understatement. Lion's aloofness and mistrust could hinder his effectiveness in roles requiring personal charisma or diplomacy. His penchant for secrecy might cause friction with others in positions of power, particularly those requiring transparency. And of course, there's the problem of Luther, especially if he were to become the Imperium's spy master. the presence of Luther, who had his own agendas, would be a problem. Would either Russ or Lion have thrived in these roles? Perhaps not, as their martial natures seem too dominant to suppress entirely. However, both could have contributed meaningfully to the Imperium in non-military capacities if properly guided. The Custodes, in canon, have complained about portions of their responsibility being given instead to other imperial institutions. Notably, custodians have been known to opine that the Grey Knights are unnecessary because the task of daemon hunting can be done by the Custodes instead. Whether their beliefs are accurate or realistic is not the concern here, only how they feel, though it is tempting to go off on them for how unrealistic that is. Now, was there any evidence of friction between the Custodes and Russ due to Russ being given the task of bringing wayward Primarchs to task instead of the Custodes? I've not found any explicit canonical evidence of direct friction between the Custodes and Leman Russ over his role as the Emperor's executioner. But there are several contextual clues that suggest potential underlying tensions might have existed. Here's my take on the analysis of the dynamics at play. The Custodes' self-perception was that they saw themselves as the Emperor's ultimate enforcers, answering only to him and entrusted with tasks that no one else could handle. They saw their role, and continue to see their role, as encompassing any mission requiring the Emperor's direct authority, including dealing with wayward Primarchs. Their disdain for other institutions, notably the Grey Knights, reflects their belief in their own exclusivity and superiority. Given this, I think it's plausible that they would view the assignment of such a critical task to a Primarch as an infringement of their own remit. Russ being tasked with disciplining Primarchs, sometimes through lethal means, elevates him above his brothers in terms of authority in such situations. The role implies that the Emperor trusted Russ to act with a level of independence not even granted to the Custodes in similar circumstances. Or perhaps the Emperor merely judged the Custodes incapable of taking on a Primarch. For example, Russ was able to do quite well in single combat against Angron, whereas the Custodes had no hope of such success. In canon, Angron easily killed Custodes as soon as he met them, after being teleported off Fedon Moor. But this is not a power scaling channel. Let's go back to the emotional needs. The idea that the Custodes were judged as insufficient could easily have sparked resentment or unease among the Custodes, who might have seen themselves as more qualified for such difficult and delicate and extreme tasks, even if that self-perception of themselves as capable was mistaken. The Custodes may have questioned why the Emperor entrusted a task requiring absolute loyalty and impartiality to a Primarch, who might be subject to personal bias or emotional influence. I mean, look at all the other Primarchs. They've got their own stuff going on. Why wouldn't you think that Russ does? Perhaps the Custodes might have seen Russ's role as overlapping with their own, particularly in scenarios involving carrying out the Emperor's wishes to punish someone. The Custodes are highly disciplined, detached, and one might say cerebral in their approach, while Russ and the Space Wolves are instinctual, emotional, and deeply tied to their traditions. Perhaps this cultural mismatch could exacerbate tensions. The Custodes are known for their discipline and loyalty, meaning that even if there were internal disagreements, they would not openly challenge the Emperor's decisions. And Russ's role was not entirely exclusive. Custodes were present during certain critical moments, such as the Battle of Prospero, where they fought alongside the Space Wolves. This implies that perhaps the Emperor's overarching plan might have been clear enough to the Custodes to prevent any significant resentment. So perhaps then those might be seen as counterexamples to the main argument. So with the lack of direct textual evidence of overt friction between the Custodes and Russ, and with the idea that the Custodes did work with Russ against Magnus, perhaps we might see that together as evidence against the Custodes being jealous of the role of executioner. But on the counter side of the balance, the Custodes' self-perception and pride, and their historical role as the Emperor's enforcers before the Primarchs were found, perhaps makes it plausible that some level of unease or internal questioning could have existed. Yes, their cooperation with Russ suggests that if tensions did exist, they were managed or subsumed under their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. Now, if this were explored further in some novel or short story or something, it could add depth to the Custodes narrative, highlighting the complexities of their role in an imperium which was becoming increasingly reliant on institutions beyond their own. Feel free to make your own video about this. I would watch it. The Custodes' thoughts and actions towards Lionel Johnson, meanwhile, were shaped by their unique perspective as the Emperor's bodyguards and enforcers of his will. However, Lion's particular traits and his specific role provide fertile ground for considering their likely attitudes and behavior towards him. Once again, there's a lack of canonical evidence here. You're already, hours into this video? You may as well keep watching. Lion was a master of strategy and an exceptionally effective battlefield commander. The Custodes valued competence and loyalty to the Emperor's vision. Perhaps, then, they respected his strengths and contributions. Lionel Johnson's penchant for secrecy and his enigmatic nature might have been viewed with some amount of suspicion or discomfort. The Custodes, as unwavering agents of the Emperor, may have preferred more direct and transparent personalities, such as Guilliman. Lion's solitary and introspective nature might have made him less relatable or approachable to the Custodes compared to more charismatic or open Primarchs like Horus or Sanguinius. So perhaps they had some level of concern about his brooding demeanor and aloofness. But despite any unease, the Lions demonstrated loyalty to the Emperor, and his effective strategic approach to the Great Crusade likely reassured the Custodes of his alignment with the Emperor's goals, even if they were concerned that he was not fighting right in the main theaters of the Great Crusade, where he could easily be watched. The Custodes were known to occasionally fight alongside Primarchs during critical missions when the Emperor took to the field personally. Lion's reputation as a brilliant commander might have led to effective cooperation on the battlefield when they did fight together. But Lion's tendency was to act independently, away from the main theaters of the Great Crusade, thus clashing with the Custodes' preference for the Primarchs being more easily observable, to then determine the level of their adherence to the Emperor's orders. As with all of the Primarchs, the Custodes were interested in observing Lion closely, to ensure that his actions aligned with the Emperor's will. But, as with all the Primarchs, the Custodes were bad at their job. They may have thought that they were trying to be particularly vigilant, given his secretive nature and the potential for deviation from the Emperor's vision. But realistically, they were bad at their job. Lion's role as the Emperor's Lord of Secrets might have put him at odds with the Custodes, who viewed their own role as inherently tied to intelligence gathering and surveillance, and thus may have seen his being entrusted with safeguarding the Emperor's secrets as stepping on their toes, an overlap of responsibility. The Dark Angels' complex warrior traditions and their secretive insular culture might have been difficult for the Custodes to fully trust. Ultimately, the relationship between the Custodes and Lionel Johnson is quite similar, maybe even emblematic, of their relations with other independent-minded Primarchs who fought on the fringes of the Great Crusade, like Korax and Jagatai Khan, a blend of respect for their abilities and suspicion of their independence and distance. Lion's enigmatic and secretive nature may have heightened these dynamics, leading to a more cautious and perhaps strained relationship than the Custodes may have had with the relatively open and straightforward Russ, even given their own concerns about him. We might ask, then, how might Russ and Lion have responded to a Custodes advisor? Leman Russ's initial response to a Custodes advisor would likely have been one of skepticism. Russ prized personal strength, loyalty, and a straightforward, emotionally expressive demeanor. If a Custodes advisor appeared overly formal or reserved, then he may have been especially skeptical towards them. A custodian with insufficient charisma or warmth might initially fail to connect with Russ, who valued camaraderie and plain speech. Despite his skepticism, Russ deeply respected the Emperor, and would have thus extended a measure of respect to a custodian as a representative of his father. Once the custodian proved their worth in battle, demonstrating exceptional martial skill or perhaps providing useful strategic recommendations, then they would have been able to earn Russ's respect more readily on a personal level. Russ might have tested the custodian's loyalty or mettle, either through direct challenges or seeing how they do in battle, or by gauging their ability to adapt to Fenrisian culture. Not necessarily adopting the culture, but being around it. A custodian who embraced the rough, combative environment of Fenris and engaged with the Space Wolves' traditions might have fared better than one who remained aloof. Once Russ deemed a custodian trustworthy and determined for himself that they were aligned with his view of the Emperor's goals, he might then accept their counsel, particularly in matters of overarching strategy or broader policy, for which he generally had little patience. But Russ, who had a firm view of himself as the leader of the pack of the Space Wolves, would certainly have drawn a firm line if he perceived the custodian overstepping. Lionel Johnson, meanwhile, with his secretive nature and preference for control, would have seen the assignment of a custodian observer or advisor in an intelligence view. He would have been immediately wary of a custodes advisor out of concern that he was acting as a spy, which he might have been, or worse, as an overseer, sent to report on his actions and undermine his autonomy. In that, he might even have been right. Lion's high standards and disciplined nature would have led him to scrutinize the custodian's competence. A custodian who demonstrated excellence with exceptional intellect, precision, and strategic insight, high martial prowess, would be more likely to earn his respect. I don't believe that Lionel Johnson would have immediately given substantial credence to a custodian simply based on the custodian being sent by the Emperor. Rather, the custodian would have needed to prove himself individually. And even once the custodian earned his respect, Lion would likely only share information sparingly, with limited transparency, revealing only what he deemed absolutely necessary. Thus, the custodian might find themselves perpetually on the outside of Lionel Johnson's inner circle, trusted to observe but not to influence. Lion might subtly test the custodian's loyalty and intentions, ensuring that their advice served the Emperor's goals rather than their own personal ambitions. He would have likely appreciated a custodian who respected the First Legion's traditions and operated with discretion, but would still likely have not trusted them. So for Russ, a custodian who adapted to Fenrisian customs not necessarily embracing those customs themselves, but at least appreciating them in the people around him, and who earned Russ's trust through martial valor, might have become a valued advisor, though Russ would remain independent in his decision-making. Whereas a custodian who failed to adapt or show respect for Fenrisian culture might then be dismissed as irrelevant, treated with blunt indifference. With Lion, a custodian who demonstrated personal, exceptional competence and who respected Lion's boundaries, could have then become a functional advisor, though never a confidant. But a custodian who pushed too far or who failed to align with Lion's exacting standards might be quietly sidelined or outright rejected. The Space Wolves and Dark Angels legions had markedly different reactions to meeting their Primarchs, both in the short term and the long term. These responses were shaped by the character of their respective Primarchs, their legion cultures pre-Primarch, and the unique circumstances of their reunions. Without the influence of Fenrisian culture, the Terran origin Space Wolves, the Rout, lacked the boisterous, wolfish culture associated with Russ's leadership. Instead, they had a darker, more ominous reputation, similar to the early Blood Angels' perception as brutal and bloodthirsty. Perhaps this indicates that the Emperor intended them to be fearsome and unrelenting, a tool for compliance through dread. The early Space Wolves' dark reputation, aligning them more closely with the likes of the World Eaters, or Blood Angels, or later the Night Lords, in terms of perception, contrasts with their later role as enforcer, which made them distinct from other brutal legions, as they were more directly tied to the Emperor's authority. The Space Wolves' culture was already being shaped by their unique genetics, so they instantly saw Russ as one of their own, and the Canis Helix cemented their genetic identity. Their wolfish demeanor, rugged appearance, and larger-than-life personality resonated deeply with the Astartes, who saw in Russ's traits the strength and bravery that they admired, and a reflection of themselves as the best that they could be. Russ's charisma and his personality, encouraging emotional openness, allowed him to bond quickly with his legion, making his integration seamless. He transformed the Space Wolves from a shadowy, fearsome legion into a fiercely loyal, culturally rich force with a distinct cultural identity, thus humanizing the legion in many ways, giving them a specific personality and a source of camaraderie that contrasted with their earlier grimness. This emphasis on pack mentality with their Fenrisian traditions interestingly made the Space Wolves more relatable and charismatic within the Imperium. Even though they were seen as something of barbarians, it was at least a softening compared to their earlier reputation. Even the Terran origin Space Wolves celebrated Russ's arrival with the kind of revelry which would later be defined by their adoptive Fenrisian culture. They immediately took to feasting and drinking and telling stories of valor to mark their acceptance of him as their leader and kindred spirit, and kind of a Moses figure to lead them away from their earlier culture that none of them really liked. Russ's leadership and the pack structure reinforced the fierce loyalty of the Space Wolves to him, to the Emperor, and to the ideals of the Imperium. His personal involvement in their traditions and battles then cemented their bond. The Space Wolves embraced Russ's role as their protector and guide, following his lead with near religious devotion. Russ adapted the Legion's culture with Fenrisian traditions, storytelling, pack hierarchies rather than a strict military sort of thing, camaraderie. So under his guidance, this fostered unity and a specific identity for them, rather than just being another group of soldiers. Thus, even after Russ's departure, the Space Wolves revered him as a living legend, maintaining his teachings, honoring his legacy through their traditions and beliefs, and never believing that he was dead. In comparison with the Blood Angels, both the Space Wolves and Blood Angels had a bad reputation before meeting their Primarchs, and then they were transformed substantially by the meeting of their Primarch. Sanguinius specifically and with great difficulty transformed the Blood Angels to give them a sense of nobility and grace, while Russ gave the Space Wolves a sense of cultural identity and camaraderie, these transformations highlighting the Emperor's reliance on the Primarchs to redefine and elevate the legions beyond their initial limitations. The Dark Angels, meanwhile, had a more complicated initial reaction to Lionel Johnson. As the Emperor's First Legion, they were steeped in a tradition of duty and discipline and had the greatest record of battle honors prior to the various Primarchs starting to be found, after which they started to slip in the rankings as other legions were transformed to be more effective by their Primarchs. Thus, they viewed the Lion with both awe and caution. Lion's duel with their captain, which he won, then established his dominance and showcased his martial prowess, helping to earn their respect in the terms they valued most: martial competence and strength. Lion's calculated and disciplined approach aligned with the Legion's strategic mindset and military expertise, allowing them to recognize him as a worthy leader. But his enigmatic nature left some Astartes unsure about his true intentions. The First Legion had been fighting nearly to its breaking point to try to maintain its reputation as the best, as other legions, reunited with their Primarchs, leapfrogged ahead of them. Thus, gaining the leadership of their own Primarch was expected to put them back on top, so this appealed to their pride. In the long term, the Dark Angels came to absolutely respect Lionel Johnson as a leader and tactician, but his aloof and secretive personality made it difficult for them to form a deeply personal bond with him. They had limited intimacy. Their respect was born of duty and professionalism rather than emotional connection. Lionel Johnson's influence integrated Calibanite traditions, such as the knightly orders, into the Legion's existing culture, and this fusion created a hybrid identity that shaped the Dark Angels moving forward. But at the same time, he was willing to change Caliban, thus telling the Legion implicitly that he was not putting Calibanite culture on a pedestal forever to be unchanged, in the way that, for example, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, and Leman Russ demanded with their own homeworlds. While the Dark Angels revered Lionel Johnson as their founder and leader, the later schism, led by Luther, and the betrayal on Caliban, which destroyed the planet, created a lingering shadow over their legacy. Lion's enigmatic leadership style left unanswered questions that continued to shape their identity and their obsession with secrecy. The Space Wolves, as a legion and then later as a chapter, had a distinct and highly unique internal culture and structure that set them apart from other legions. Their internal politics revolved around a combination of their hierarchical organization, the influence of Fenrisian traditions, and the strong personalities within their legion. The Space Wolves had kind of a pack mentality. They were organized into semi-autonomous great companies, vaguely structurally similar to the Iron Hands. And as we can see in the video game Rogue Trader, squads were both their military units and their social groups. This structure mimicking the pack dynamics of wolves, with each pack having a clear leader and a strong sense of loyalty and camaraderie. Leaders within the Legion earned their positions through merit, strength, and deeds in battle, with ritualized bragging in the telling of tales. Challenges for leadership could occur, but these were often framed within the context of honor and tradition. The Space Wolves were divided into squads, of course, which each acted like a pack, with the pack leader, the sergeant, leading them as a social unit. But then those came together as great companies, each of which was led by a wolf lord. The wolf lords wielded considerable autonomy, reflecting the Fenrisian ethos of individual leadership. These had different specializations, but not so specialized as, for example, the chapter structure of the Ultramarines. And then ultimately they were all loyal to the Great Wolf, Russ during the Crusade, and then his successors afterwards. After Leman Russ's arrival, Fenrisian traditions deeply influenced the Legion's culture. These traditions emphasized honor, loyalty, storytelling, emotional openness, and they reinforced the pack mentality that became central to the Legion's identity. Fenrisian customs involved trials of strength, skill, and cunning, with these trials serving to resolve disputes, select leaders, and maintain unity within the Legion. Again, in the video game Rogue Trader, spoiler alert, there's a space wolf, and he at one point shows off some battle scars in order to participate in a ritualized roasting session where people from a squad which was considering having him as their leader made fun of him a little, and he responded with how great he was. Now, there was some initial friction between the Terran origin Marines and Fenrisian culture. They had a darker, more somber identity before Russ's arrival. So the influx of Fenrisian recruits and the example of Leman Russ brought with it a radically different culture. But the Terran Marines, rather quickly compared to some other legions, adapted to the Fenrisian way. Russ's charisma and leadership, the example he set, helped to bridge the gap. It ensured that the Legion became unified under its new cultural identity. And generally, they liked that. They liked being these boisterous, like, space Vikings instead of warriors with a dark reputation. The Space Wolves' loyalty to Leman Russ, almost immediately then, was absolute. His charisma and strength of leadership commanded respect, and his embodiment of Fenrisian values made him a figure of both awe and reverence. The great companies operating with significant independence could have led to friction if not for Russ's unifying presence. His leadership style allowed for autonomy while still maintaining cohesion and the ability to work together, thus setting an example that later Great Wolves would be able to use for themselves in their own leadership. After being reunited with Leman Russ and introduced to the culture of Fenris, the Space Wolves started to use. The Rune Priests had a unique position within the Space Wolves, combining the roles of psychers, spiritual leaders, and advisors to leadership. Their interpretations of Fenrisian lore and their connection to the warp being framed as mystical connection with their homeworld rather than psychic connection to the warp gave them significant influence and a way to deny to themselves and to each other that they use psychic powers at all, while still benefiting from their use. While revered in their own legion, their powers and their quasi-religious status caused tension with certain other legions, especially among those wary of anything resembling sorcery, such as the Death Guard. Generally, there was a sense of healthy competition within the Space Wolves. Internal rivalries were common, of course, but challenges between individuals or between squads were generally resolved through contests of strength or skill, reinforcing the Legion's warrior ethos. They're not the only Space Marines to ever do something like that, of course. In the Brothers of the Snake novel, we see the Iron Snakes of Ithaca have a very similar way of resolving challenges between them. Despite their internal rivalries, the Space Wolves were fiercely united when facing external threats. Their pack mentality ensured that disagreements were set aside in the face of a common enemy. They all identified as the same in-group. But by maintaining such a tight in-group, this made for complications in politics with the Imperium. They maintained a degree of independence from broader imperial politics. They were loyal to the emperor, but their prioritization of their own traditions and autonomy sometimes clashed with other institutions, like the Adeptus Terra or the Custodes, and sometimes made it more difficult for them to work together with the imperial army or Armada Imperialis. But Russ's position as executioner and his proximity to the emperor, having the Space Wolves fight in the main theaters of the Great Crusade, right in the middle of everything, gave him significant political sway within the Imperium, thus buffering the Space Wolves from external political pressures. They were right near everybody, but they were themselves separated politically. Okay, the main reason that I've talked about the internal legion politics for each of the legions is because I knew that was going to be the big thing for the Dark Angels. So, let's get into it. What were the internal legion politics of the Dark Angels, and how did they ultimately lead to Luther's resentment and rebellion? To start with, the internal politics were deeply tied to their history and structure from their Terran origin days, and the stark contrast they then had with Calibanite recruits introduced after the discovery of Lionel Johnson. This dynamic is what laid much of the groundwork for the schism that would lead to Caliban's destruction. The First Legion, the Emperor's original Legion of Space Marines, carried the weight of being his testbed for Astartes' tactics and doctrines. The Terran-born Astartes of the First Legion were thus highly disciplined, loyal to the Emperor, steeped in their martial traditions, and full of pride for their early successes throughout the Unification Wars and the Great Crusade. Their early history, compared to other legions, and long list of battlefield honors, gave them a sense of superiority and purpose that sometimes alienated them from other legions, but also sometimes alienated Terran-born Marines with later recruits. When Lion was discovered, he brought with him the traditions, chivalric values, and mysticism of the knightly orders of Caliban, thus introducing a new culture that sometimes blended poorly with the Terran-born Astartes. Like, we wear black. What's wrong with black? Oh, no, now we gotta wear dark green in remembrance of the forests of Caliban. I've never been to Caliban. Why would I remember it? That sort of thing. The Order, Lion's original knightly brotherhood, became the foundation for Calibanite recruits in the Legion, testing recruits on the planet to see who would be a good fit before ultimately shuttling them towards or away from the Legion. Then, of course, there's Lionel Johnson's distant personality. He was known for his cold and aloof personality. So while he commanded respect, his lack of warmth and his lack of personal connection created distance, leaving room for others, like Luther, to wield more influence among the rank and file sometimes. Luther, of course, was an older figure, Lion's mentor and brother in arms in the fight against the great beasts. He was Lion's second and initially the most influential leader among the Calibanites. But despite his prowess and dedication, Luther was overshadowed by Lionel Johnson in every way, from martial skill to strategy to the way he innately commanded respect through his bearing as a demigod figure. The promotion of Lion to Primarch of a legion thus diminished Luther's importance, relegating him to a secondary role even while he was given more responsibility within the Legion, even despite his inability to go through full Astartes assimilation. When Luther was sent back to Caliban to oversee recruitment and Caliban's industrialization then, it was ostensibly a promotion, but he felt it more like exile. He interpreted it as a slight, believing that Lion doubted his loyalty or worth. His isolation on Caliban then deepened his resentment, especially as Lion's campaigns gained glory while he was left to manage logistics. The changes that Caliban was undergoing as Lion demanded industrialization were hard to swallow for Luther, who had grown up with a different culture and a different set of values. The integration of Calibanite recruits then created tension between those new recruits and the Terran veterans. Calibanites brought with them a sense of pride and identity tied to their homeworld and its knightly traditions. The Terrans, having fought under the Emperor long before Lionel Johnson's arrival, viewed themselves as the true heirs of the Legion's purpose and the keepers of its real traditions. This cultural divide thus led to the formation of factions within the Legion. The Terran veterans were loyal to the Emperor's vision and the original purpose of the Legion. Then the Calibanite recruits were loyal to their own traditions and increasingly to Lionel Johnson, who became their champion, earning them many battlefield honors out on the front lines. And then the political exiles, those Marines who garrisoned Caliban, fell under Luther's sway, as they felt sidelined and unappreciated, leaving an opportunity for him to bring them politically closer to himself and more dependent on him and separated from Lion. Before joining the Imperium, Lion had led the Order in the campaign to rid Caliban of his monstrous great beasts, and of course the associated Knights of Lupus. The memory of this struggle became part of the Legion's identity. But the beasts were more than just animals. They were connected to the chaos corruption infesting Caliban. The Dark Angels' focus on secrets and control began with Lion and was exacerbated later by their hunt for the Fallen after the heresy. This ethos has made them more prone to internal mistrust and paranoia, which, during his exile on Caliban, Luther exploited. Luther felt abandoned by Lionel Johnson, a sentiment fueled by his relegation to Caliban and the divide between himself and the Primarch. His isolation made him susceptible to chaos corruption, which preyed on his feelings of inadequacy and envy. As Caliban industrialized and its population was conscripted into the Imperium, not only into the Dark Angels Legion, but also into the Imperial Army, dissatisfaction grew. Luther capitalized on this unrest, positioning himself as a defender of Caliban's traditions against Lion's perceived betrayal. The rebellion led by Luther thus culminated in the devastating civil war that destroyed Caliban. The Dark Angels already had a tradition of being keepers of secrets. During the Great Crusade, they were keeping the Emperor's secrets, using knowledge that he would not entrust to anyone else to fight enemies that only they could fight. The schism within the Dark Angels thus created an additional layer to this culture of secrecy, making them hold their own Legion's secrets and become obsessed with redeeming their honor. Lion's leadership style, being kind of aloof, alienated those who craved recognition or personal connection, and the integration of Terran and Calibanite traditions went imperfectly, creating friction and fostering factionalism. And then, Luther's reassignment to Caliban felt to him like a rejection, deepening his insecurities, because he was self-interested in the advancement of his own power and influence. All of this was impacted and amplified by the lack of open communication and transparency due to the Legion's culture of keeping secrets. This allowed resentment and ultimately vulnerability to chaos influence to fester. None of it was preordained. Luther could have made different choices. He could have spoken up about how he really wanted to be on the front lines and why, and how he felt he was being relegated or put into exile. Lion could have told him about how important it was that he was on Caliban because he trusted him so much. But they didn't tell each other how they feel, and so they fought to the death and the world was destroyed. It's worth going deeper into this. How does Lion's blindness to Luther's emotional needs help us to understand Lion? Does it connect to the idea that a Primarch embodies a facet of the Emperor, who, remember, was notably bad at helping his sons with their emotional needs? I believe the answer is yes. Lionel Johnson's blindness to Luther's emotional needs is an important reflection of both his character and the overarching flaws inherent in the Primarchs as extensions of the Emperor. It underscores Lion's struggle with interpersonal relationships and emotional intelligence, providing insights into his role as a leader, and also the limitations of the Emperor. Lion was deeply solitary, shaped by his early life surviving alone in the forests of Caliban. His independence thus translated into a leadership style that emphasized personal accountability, results, and discipline over personal connection. His lack of trust, even in those closest to him, like Luther, led him to focus on the mission rather than the emotional well-being of his subordinates. Lion consistently undervalued Luther's role in his early success on Caliban. He treated Luther as a tool rather than a partner. So then, once he was reunited with the Emperor, he sidelined Luther almost as soon as Lion joined the Imperium. Yes, they fought together in the Great Crusade for a while, but he was a secondary figure, not given his own campaigns to run. And then by assigning Luther to Caliban without addressing his growing feelings of inadequacy and alienation, Lion effectively created the conditions for Luther's eventual fall. Lion's strategic mind was consumed with advancing the Great Crusade and eliminating threats, leaving little room for personal considerations. He was focused on the larger mission, not on the relationships he had with the people closest to him. That should sound familiar. I'm just describing the Emperor again. Lion may have assumed that loyalty once established did not require ongoing maintenance. This was an assumption that mirrored the Emperor's own assumptions and own mistakes with the Primarchs. Just as the Emperor prioritized his grand vision over the emotional well-being of his sons, Lion prioritized the Legion's success over Luther's personal struggles. Both the Emperor and Lion seemed incapable of recognizing or addressing the emotional needs of those closest to them. The Emperor's design with the Primarchs fragmented the Emperor's persona, each of which being created to embody a facet of the Emperor's personality. Lion's stoicism and focus on secrecy and lack of understanding of emotional intelligence thus reflects the Emperor's own solitary nature and inability or unwillingness to form meaningful connections. Lion inherited the Emperor's blindness to emotional undercurrents, leading to critical oversights in managing relationships within his legion. Lion's unyielding focus and ability to lead from the front made him a formidable general and tactician, but his inability to connect on a human level alienated those who might have been his greatest allies, especially Luther. Lionel Johnson's inability to understand the emotional needs of those around him blinded him to seeing the self-serving and self-promoting aspects of Luther's personality, thus leading him to not treat him with as much caution as he should have. Lion's isolation was a tragic flaw, just like the Emperor. Just as he survived in the forests near the great beasts of Caliban alone, Lion often approached leadership and relationships as solitary endeavors. Had Lion engaged with Luther more personally, he might have retained his loyalty and prevented the tragic schism on Caliban. Lion's failure with Luther is emblematic of a broader theme within the Primarchs and their father, emotional blindness as a design flaw. The inability to address emotional needs as a critical aspect of leadership. The emperor failed to truly understand and nurture his sons. And in the same way, Lion failed to address the emotional dynamics within his own legion. I believe this shows us, through this parallel, that the emperor's greatest weakness, his inability to connect with his sons as individuals, was inherited and perhaps magnified or brought into sharper focus in Lion, leading to a cascading series of failures. This reinforces the idea that the Primarchs were not just tools of conquest. They were individuals, tragic figures who were burdened with their father's flaws.
I'm sick, or at least I'm getting over an illness, so work with me for this next bit. What can we learn about Russ from his period of early interstellar leadership? What were his emotional needs? His actions and decisions during that time highlight the duality of his character as a warrior bound by a strict sense of honor and loyalty, but also a man driven by deeply personal relationships and cultural values. Russ was quite goal-oriented in his campaigns, willing to employ brutal and decisive tactics to achieve victory. This was particularly evident in his role as the emperor's executioner when he was tasked with enforcing imperial law even against other Primarchs. Despite being thrust into a galactic stage, Russ remained deeply tied to Fenrisian traditions. He brought Fenrisian cultural elements into the Space Wolves Legion, fostering a strong sense of identity and loyalty among his warriors, but also thus distancing them from other elements of the Crusade, who hailed from non-Fenris sources, for example, the Imperial Army. Russ's absolute faith and loyalty to the Emperor defined his early interstellar leadership. He accepted even morally ambiguous tasks, trusting that the Emperor's will was for the greater good. We can see later when he confronts Angron that he is quite troubled by how Angron sees through this and is able to identify the hypocrisy of the Emperor in a way that Russ never really grappled with. Anyway, Russ's campaigns were marked by his commitment to protecting human populations from Xenos, most particularly, thus reflecting his role as a guardian figure. But he did not shy away from simply enforcing imperial will upon humans. Russ placed immense importance on camaraderie, whether among his warriors or, to some extent, his brother Primarchs. He sought to be a leader and a brother, sometimes engaging in playful rivalries or direct challenges to foster bonds, but also had some extent to which he had to keep his distance because he might be called on to execute them. While loyal to the Emperor, Russ could chafe under rigid orders when they clashed with his sense of honor or his personal values. Like many of the Primarchs, he did best when given directives and then autonomy. Russ thrived in environments where personal loyalty and shared traditions created a sense of unity. His adoption of Fenrisian culture into the Space Wolves thus reflects his desire to recreate the familial bonds he had with his wolf pack. Beneath his boisterous exterior, Russ valued being seen as more than just a tool of war. He also wanted his worth as a protector and a leader to be acknowledged. He wanted purpose. Russ's identity as the Emperor's executioner, enforcer of imperial law, gave him some purpose, and in that he found clarity, even while it sometimes isolated him from his brothers. Despite his brutal reputation, Russ needed to believe that his actions were just and necessary. This moral grounding was essential for his self-perception. Thus we go back to Angron. Angron told Russ that he understood he himself was a slave serving the Emperor, and brought a bunch of human populations who just wanted to be left alone into the Imperium through force, and that it was evil and that he did it anyway. Russ had done many of the same things, bringing human populations into the Imperium through force, but also tried to tell himself that it was morally right. We can see a distinction there between how they thought, where Russ needed at least some amount of cognitive dissonance so that he could believe that what he was doing was right, despite what he was doing being quite difficult to accept. Russ sought respect from his fellow Primarchs, though interestingly not Angron. Sometimes through challenges or rivalries, his competitive nature was a way for him to try to establish himself as an equal among them. Russ needed the Emperor to recognize his loyalty and the weight of the burdens he carried. Any perceived lack of respect or acknowledgement had the ability to deeply wound him. Russ's sense of honor sometimes led him to interpret the Emperor's commands in his own way, sometimes with disastrous results, as we see with Prospero. But he had a need for agency in carrying out his duties, so regardless of whether it was always a good thing, which it wasn't always, he really needed that. He would not have done well being given strict orders. And also he needed the freedom to incorporate Fenrisian customs into his own legion, thus ensuring the Space Wolves remained a distinct entity within the Imperium. Russ's leadership and emotional stability were anchored in his relationships, whether with his warriors, his brothers, or his father. Isolation, or being misunderstood by those that he cared about, would have deeply wounded him. Though brutal, Russ was not mindlessly brutal. He wanted moral justification for his actions. He needed to feel like he was doing the right thing. And his loyalty to the Emperor was based on the belief that his orders were morally sound. That's why Angron got to him so much, because Angron was saying, I, Angron, follow my orders even though they are not morally sound. And Russ couldn't handle that. Russ's ultimate priority was protecting humanity and his people. His leadership style reflected his inner view as a warrior who protected people. He was not a Vulcan going out of his way to protect civilians, but he thought generally, kill a bunch of orcs, then those orcs aren't around to kill humans. Leman Russ's deeds during the Great Crusade also reveal much about his emotional needs and character. Let's take a look. Russ embraced his role as the Emperor's enforcer, the Emperor's executioner, with pride, seeing it as proof of the Emperor's trust in him. His willingness to act against his fellow Primarchs, his intervention in cases of perceived disobedience, underscores his need to be seen as a loyal servant and indispensable tool. Now, we don't see in canon how he enforced the Emperor's dictates against the 2nd and 11th legions, but we do see him act against the World Eaters and the Thousand Sons. Russ's enforcement of the Emperor's will can be seen as placing him in an adversarial position with his brothers, thus seeing to some of his antagonism towards Magnus, and also some amount of his ability to dismiss Horus's charm. Russ needed constant reassurance that his unique role was vital to the Imperium's stability, even if it alienated him from his brothers. Russ valued camaraderie and rivalry, often expressed through boisterous contests of strength and skill. His interactions with his brothers frequently involved tests of martial prowess or drinking bouts, to the extent that they did occur, reflecting his need for fellowship grounded in shared traditions and respect. But we don't see this sort of thing happen as often as one might expect in canon, and I suspect that's because he was intentionally keeping his distance. His rivalry with Lionel Johnson, culminating in their infamous duel, showcases his love for competition, but also his sensitivity to perceived slights or challenges to his honor. Russ needed to feel respected as a peer and to assert his identity within the fraternity of Primarchs, but at the same time, he rightfully thought that he himself was somehow outside of the Brotherhood because he might be called upon to kill the others. Russ needed his cultural identity to stay intact. Russ was deeply tied to the traditions of Fenris, shaping his legion to reflect its values of strength, loyalty, and survival. He sought to maintain this cultural identity as the Space Wolves expanded their influence across the stars. Most importantly, he needed the Space Wolves to be judged by the Imperium for their strengths and their actions, rather than sanctioned or castigated for their genetic flaw, the Wolfen. His insistence on preserving Fenrisian customs and his focus on creating warriors who embodied the spirit of his homeworld highlight his pride in his heritage. Russ's decision to try to keep the Wolfen a secret, but also to deem them a part of his legion's strength rather than a disease to be eliminated, shows that he has a complicated relationship with his legion, and perhaps had some fear for their future if the Imperium turned on them. We can see thus that he had a need to protect and perpetuate the culture of Fenris, thus as a way to ground himself and his legion in an increasingly alien galaxy. Russ harbored a strong mistrust of secret knowledge and institutions that he viewed as corrupt or self-serving. This skepticism covered not just psychers and sorcery, but also extended to the Mechanicum and some of his brothers. His approach to warfare and of the governance of Fenris reflects his need for tangible, straightforward solutions. We can see his distrust of Magnus and of the Mechanicum, and of his disdain for bureaucratic structures as underscoring his belief in actions over words and loyalty over hierarchy. He needed to align himself with clear, unambiguous values and rely on his own sense of honor and judgment rather than external validation. Russ considered himself to be a figure of loyalty and strength, but his role often left him isolated from his brothers and misunderstood by those who saw him only as a blunt instrument. His duty as executioner required him to bear the weight of difficult decisions and confrontations, often without recognition or support from outside the Legion. His willingness to take on unglamorous, morally fraught tasks thus reflects his acceptance of this isolation and hints at an underlying loneliness. He needed acknowledgement of the sacrifices made by him and his legion for the Imperium, and he needed his brothers to understand the burdens of his role, and to some extent he couldn't get that understanding because they were his role. Killing them was a part of his job. Thus, we can see Leman Russ's experience during the Great Crusade shows us a warrior deeply committed to his ideals, but often conflicted by his need for validation, respect, and connection. His loyalty to the Emperor and his cultural identity serving as a grounding for him drove him to excel in his role, but these same factors also isolated him and left him vulnerable to misunderstandings and resentment. We can see a Primarch who embodied strength and loyalty, but who also struggled to reconcile his duty with his desire for fellowship and recognition. He wanted to be part of the pack, not outside of the fraternity, possibly enforcing the Emperor's will against them. Thus, even in this quite loyal Primarch, there was emotional weakness which could have been preyed upon. During the Great Crusade, the Space Wolves Legion undertook a number of actions that reflected their role and their unique cultural identity. These actions showcased their ferocity in battle, loyalty to the Imperium, and willingness to undertake difficult and morally ambiguous tasks. Most notably, they won great victories in multi-legion efforts against the Orc war boss Mashog, which we discussed earlier, and at Molech, which we will discuss much later with Horus. We'll discuss Dulan later. Also of note, when they conquered the hive world of Nova Borealia and freed its human population from the alien Noman, they recovered a standard template construct for what would then be named the Leman Russ battle tank in honor of their Primarch. Far more widely used than the somewhat larger Rogel Dorn battle tank. Some of their more secret campaigns involved enforcing Imperial law and dealing with threats that others could or would not confront. We'll discuss the 2nd and 11th Legions later. Their campaigns were marked by brutal efficiency and a willingness to employ total war tactics. They understood that someone who will not fight by your side is an enemy you must crush. Their Fenrisian culture permeated their approach to warfare, emphasizing honor, loyalty, and the pack mentality. They could be somewhat standoffish with other elements fighting alongside them, but when they decided that part of the Imperial army or whatever was a part of their pack, they could work together much more effectively. Their dark reputation as enforcers sometimes led to estrangement from other legions, thus shaping their perception of their role within the Imperium. The Space Wolves' actions during the Great Crusade reflect their unique identity and the burdens of their assigned role. They carried out their duties with ferocity and dedication, but their methods and reputation set them apart. They had both admiration and fear among their allies. As far as canon says, and it doesn't say much, the Space Wolves did not take part in the first Rangdan Xenocides campaign. During the second Rangdan Xenocides, portions of 9 different legions were involved, so far as I can see from canon. Again, not much. The only legions specifically mentioned in the scant canon evidence available are the Forgotten 2nd and 11th Legions. Again, in some cases, canon's a little loosey-goosey. The bulk of the White Scars, the bulk of the Raven Guard, and portions of the Dark Angels and Death Guard. The Dark Angels are specifically mentioned as taking huge losses in this campaign. The Space Wolves are not specifically mentioned, but I feel that the odds are fair that they were involved in the main portion of the fighting, since they were involved in cleanup efforts later, and because so many legions were involved. The second Rangdan Xenocides campaign was the greatest existential threat to the nascent Imperium, or perhaps second greatest after the Ullanor Orc Empire. How would his legion's participation in such a desperate fight against an external enemy mold Leman Russ's identity, given that much of his purpose was focused on internal threats? I shall now speculate wildly. Facing an enemy as existentially dangerous as the Rangdan would have thus reinforced Russ's belief in the necessity of ruthless pragmatism in warfare. The sheer stakes of the conflict clarified for all legions involved that survival of humanity sometimes demanded unflinching brutality. Perhaps this further entrenched his disdain for ideals that seemed too abstract or philosophical when compared with the raw reality of survival. This may have indeed solidified his view of his role as the Emperor's enforcer, demonstrating the importance of decisive, uncompromising action to maintain unity, so that unified fronts could be thrown up against external enemies. Russ's purpose, his job, was to sanction those who strayed from the Emperor's dictates. Thus, it was primarily focused on internal threats. But his legion already had a great deal of experience fighting against orcs and Eldar and various smaller Xenos threats like the Noman and Saharduim. I don't know how to pronounce that. Participating in such a large conflict against the Rangdan might have thus further broadened his understanding of the Imperium's challenges. It could have given him a greater appreciation for the interconnectedness of internal and external stability. Internal discord can weaken humanity in the face of external threats. Thus, we can see that perhaps it deepened his conviction that the Emperor's will needed to be enforced universally, as cracks within the Imperium could provide opportunities for external enemies. Fighting in a conflict requiring so many legions uniting against a common enemy might have underscored the importance of solidarity among the Primarchs and their legions. Russ, despite his occasional antagonism with his brothers, might have come to see the value in their collective strength when facing such overwhelming foes. Perhaps it may have reinforced his belief in the Emperor's vision of humanity, even as his natural skepticism made him wary of the more idealistic Primarchs. Of course, with comparison to Angron, Russ himself was one of the more idealistic Primarchs. Now, as Russ and the Space Wolves contributed to such a desperate fight against the Rangdan, Perhaps it might have made him reflect on the limits of his assigned role as an internal enforcer, and the constraints of his legion's limited numbers. Fighting external threats of this scale might have reminded him that his skills and his legion's capabilities were not sufficient on their own to face all possible threats. This might have fostered a sense of frustration or conflict within Russ, recognition of his broader potential versus the narrower scope of his assigned role. A campaign as desperate as the Second Rangdan Xenocides might have heightened Russ's sense of duty to protect humanity, reinforcing his self-image as a guardian and a bulwark against annihilation. It might have further fueled his disdain for what he saw as distractions or threats to the Emperor's vision, sometimes including his brothers. He had no tolerance for his brothers having their own ambitions, like Horus, or their own ideologies, like Angron, even when they were quite logically defensible. Such a campaign would have likely tested the endurance and resilience of the Space Wolves. Surviving and succeeding in such dire circumstances might have deepened Russ's belief in the values of Fenrisian culture: adaptability, tenacity, the strength of the pack. This might have solidified his conviction that his legion's feral, tribal ethos was essential to their effectiveness and worth preserving, even in the face of criticism from others. Thus, if the Space Wolves participated in the Second Rangdan Xenocides, it would have likely reinforced Russ's pragmatism, sense of duty, and commitment to unity, perhaps sharpening his frustration with limitations imposed by his role as the executioner, but also bringing into sharper focus the importance of that role. The campaign might have given him a broader understanding of the Imperium's challenges, and deepened his conviction that survival, above all else, required absolute loyalty and decisive, unified action. Perhaps, then, this might have given him an opportunity to understand some of how the Emperor thought. But I see nothing in the canon to say specifically that he participated in the Second Rangdan Xenocides, and even less in the canon about him coming to such an emotionally mature line of thinking about his father. Anyway, we shall talk about the 2nd and 11th Legions much, much later. For now, it suffices to say that the Space Wolves have some limited textual evidence to support the idea that they were the ones to sanction each of those legions. I wonder if the experience of having fought alongside those legions, perhaps against the Rangdan, might have placed any strain on that role of enforcer. The possibility that they may have fought alongside them and then turned around to sanction them would introduce a deeply personal and emotionally complex dynamic to their role as the Emperor's enforcers. This would have been the strain of brotherhood. Fighting alongside them in earlier campaigns would have thus forged bonds of camaraderie and mutual respect. These shared experiences, forged in the crucible of war, would have created at least some sense of kinship. They fought alongside us, they're a member of our pack now, that sort of thing. Thus being tasked with sanctioning those same brothers, killing their Primarchs, would force Russ and his legion to sever those bonds, perhaps leading to feelings of betrayal or guilt, perhaps even projecting their own feelings onto those brothers. Leman Russ, who values loyalty and the strength of the pack, might have struggled with the emotional dissonance of turning against those that he once fought beside. It might deepen his understanding of duty as a painful but necessary sacrifice for the Emperor's vision. That again, perhaps not. Witnessing the greatness and camaraderie of the 2nd and 11th Legions during their shared campaigns might have even led to doubt about whether their punishment was truly deserved. It might have fostered unease within the Space Wolves about the Emperor's decisions. And while Russ's loyalty to the Emperor was steadfast, he may have found himself grappling with questions about whether his role as enforcer was always justified, thus adding a layer of internal conflict to his already burdensome duty. perhaps we can see here part of the reason why the Emperor went to such great lengths to scrub the evidence of the 2nd and 11th Legions from the Imperial record, specifically to ease the cognitive dissonance on Russ. For the Space Wolves, the experience of fighting alongside someone, only then to later be ordered to destroy them, might be described as a psychological blow. Legionnaires might question whether they too could face a similar fate, sowing seeds of doubt or resentment, and thus adding to the fear that was felt every time one of their brothers succumbed to the Wolfen. The Space Wolves' morale and cohesion might have been tested, requiring Russ to reassert their focus and their loyalty. Fenrisian values of survival and resilience would have been crucial in maintaining their identity and their purpose. The act of sanctioning allies might have reinforced the Space Wolves' sense of insularity and reliance on their own legion. Having to turn against those outside their legion might have deepened their bond with each other while increasing their wariness of others. The evaporative cooling effect. Russ may have doubled down on his emphasis on loyalty and brotherhood within his legion, ensuring that the Space Wolves remained a unified pack, even as they carried out the Emperor's most isolating and divisive orders. But this would come at the cost of distancing the Space Wolves from others. If Russ and his legion had to sanction those they once fought beside, it might end up hardening their resolve in their role as the Emperor's executioners. The emotional toll of such actions might have been transformed into a grim determination to see their duty through, no matter the cost. That is to say, once you've already done the sunk cost of the action, it's relatively emotionally easy to reframe how you feel about it, rather than reframe how you feel about yourself. This experience might have thus shaped Russ into an even more uncompromising figure, someone who fully embraced the necessity of his role to protect the Imperium, even when it meant sacrificing personal bonds or moral comfort. If the sanctioning of the 2nd and 11th Legions had followed earlier camaraderie, Russ might have become more guarded and critical in his relationships with his brother Primarchs. He might have seen them as fallible and prone to error, reinforcing his belief in the need for a firm enforcer. This would explain Russ's often adversarial relationships with certain Primarchs, particularly those whose philosophies or behaviors he saw as threats to the Emperor's vision. Thus, the experience of fighting alongside the 2nd and 11th Legions before sanctioning them would have placed a heavy strain on Russ and the Space Wolves. It would challenge their sense of loyalty, test their morale, and force them to reconcile their bonds of brotherhood with their role as enforcers. For Russ, it would solidify his self-identity as a figure who sacrifices personal connections for the greater good, embodying the Emperor's will with an unflinching determination, even when that will is painful to carry out. Such experiences would deepen the complexity of Russ's character, painting him as both a fierce protector of humanity and a tragic figure burdened by the isolation inherent in his role. And it also makes our view of the Emperor more complex, because having someone do something that they think is terrible in order to then double down on their loyalty to you, the person who told them to do that terrible thing, is a feature which is used by abusers in abusive relationships, or gang leaders in gang initiations, or cult leaders for cult members. This is a bad strain of action for the Emperor to be doing to Leman Russ, but it's entirely within his character. Anyway, back to Lionel Johnson's early interstellar leadership reveals much about his personality, methods, and emotional needs. Unlike Leman Russ, who at least sometimes tried to lead with open camaraderie and cultural traditions, Lion's approach, even when he used the culture of Caliban, was more reserved, calculated, and enigmatic. His actions during the Great Crusade showcase a complex individual who carried the weight of secrecy, isolation, and an unwavering drive for achieving his goals. Lion approached campaigns with a meticulous and calculating mindset, prioritizing swift, decisive outcomes. He was not going to get himself and his legion embroiled into wars of attrition like the Death Guard. He valued strategy and precision over spectacle or brute force. He was not a Horus-style commander, and definitely was not a Perturabo-style strategist. Lionel Johnson showed respect for the established structures of the Imperium, but he often bent them to his own designs as he deemed it necessary. Lion's natural inclination for secrecy extended to his leadership. He was not one to share his plans freely, and this could create tension with subordinates and peers. He valued autonomy in executing his campaigns, rarely seeking advice or collaboration unless absolutely necessary. When it came to integration of the Legion's traditions, rather than overhauling the First Legion's traditions like the Hexagrammaton, Lion instead integrated their diverse martial disciplines into his strategic vision. This pragmatic approach strengthened the Legion while maintaining its historical identity. He earned the Legion's respect through personal martial prowess and leadership, ensuring loyalty even among those who were initially skeptical of him. This allowed him to overlay the culture of Caliban on top of the existing culture of the Legion without too much difficulty. Lion was deeply driven by the need to be acknowledged for his intellect, martial skill, and leadership. He needed recognition, respect, and validation of his abilities. He valued his autonomy, and he expected others, including the Emperor, to trust his decisions as a show of respect for his independence. Lion's solitary upbringing on Caliban left him struggling to connect emotionally with others. His isolation was a barrier, so while he craved loyalty, and perhaps even camaraderie, though that's a harder sell, he found it difficult to express or nurture these bonds, leaving him to instead receive the validation that he needed from other sources. Despite his stoic exterior, Lion may have sought a sense of belonging, not just within his legion, but among his brothers. We can see this as perhaps part of the impetus for his duel with Russ. If he didn't care about what Russ thought, he wouldn't have bothered, But his difficulty in achieving connection to his brothers added to his isolation. Lion was uncomfortable with unpredictability, whether in war or personal relationships. His leadership style reflects a need to dominate and control his environment. His inclination for secrecy may thus be seen as stemming from a fear of vulnerability. He used secrecy as a means to maintain control over how others perceived him. Lion's sense of morality was rooted in order and discipline, influenced by his time with the Order on Caliban. He needed to believe that his actions, however harsh, served a greater purpose, but he had a rigid view of right and wrong. This rigidity sometimes led to conflicts with those who operated in morally gray areas, including some of his brothers. Lionel Johnson, more than many of his brothers, can be seen as valuing the negative peace, which is the absence of internal conflict, rather than seeking, like Vulcan or Sanguinius, to establish a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. Lion's solitary upbringing and natural aloofness made him a difficult person to truly know, even for those closest to him, even for us having a narrator's eye view of his actions. This isolation was both a strength and a weakness. It allowed him to focus on his goals, but it left him emotionally distant. I think we can see from canon that he craved recognition, but he struggled to seek it. He desired acknowledgement from others, but his pride and stoicism prevented him from openly seeking it, or even acknowledging that it's something he wanted. Kind of like Perturabo. This dynamic ended up creating misunderstandings and resentment, particularly with his brothers. Likewise, he valued discipline and unity over connection. Lion's leadership emphasized efficiency and results over emotional bonds. While this made him a formidable general, it also alienated those who sought a more personal connection with him. He was never going to have a mournival like Horus. And so with both his desire for acknowledgement, but difficulty in actually voicing that desire, and in his emphasis on results over emotional connection with his legion, we can see uncomfortable similarities with Perturabo. Lionel Johnson's actions were always rooted in his belief in duty and justice. His commitment to the Emperor's vision was unwavering, even if it meant making morally challenging decisions. But also, his rigid view of right and wrong meant that he struggled less with moral challenges than other Primarchs did. He didn't need to care about civilian losses as much during campaigns as did, for example, Vulcan. Just winning the campaign was enough, because then whatever orcs or whatever he was fighting would not be around to continue harming humans. Lionel Johnson's deeds during the Great Crusade underscore the struggles of his emotional self with the duties he needed to perform. His tactical brilliance was coupled with an inability to fully connect with others, reflecting a deep need for understanding and validation, which went largely unmet. Lionel Johnson was an exceptional tactician, often given the most complex and challenging campaigns. There's a reason why he was the one that the Imperium relied on so much in the Second Ranged and Xenocides. His successes were not only a testament to his intellect, they were also reflected his deep need for control and precision in executing plans. His meticulousness, that's how that word's pronounced, ensured victory, but also could alienate allies who did not share his vision or methods. Thus, the Lion valued perfection and order, often at the expense of camaraderie. This could isolate him emotionally, as his peers and even his sons might struggle to connect with his high standards and his secretive nature. Lion required recognition and validation for his intellect and success, but his difficulty in expressing vulnerability compounded his loneliness, as he rarely sought or accepted support from outside. The Lion's commitment to duty was absolute, almost to the point of inflexibility. He saw his role as the Emperor's instrument and embraced it with little room for personal desires or moral qualms. This unwavering focus could lead to morally ambiguous actions, as seen as in his decisions to destroy knowledge for the greater good, for example, or to use secret forbidden techniques in order to achieve his goals. His rigid sense of duty may have been both a strength and a weakness, underscoring his reliability and efficiency, while also blinding him to alternative perspectives, especially those that required empathy or compromise. Lion sought purpose and structure, both of which he found in the Emperor's directives. But this reliance on duty as his guiding principle left him vulnerable to existential crises when faced with moral ambiguity or failure. Lionel Johnson was marked by a profound sense of isolation, stemming from his early years on Caliban and his difficulty in forming emotional bonds. This isolation led him to act unilaterally, even when collaboration might have been more effective. His secretive nature thus further exacerbated the divide between him and others. We can see then that the lion's isolation fostered a distrustful and self-reliant mindset. While this enabled him to make difficult decisions without hesitation, it then alienated allies and left him without the emotional support that he needed. He needed trust and understanding, even though his inability to express vulnerability made it difficult for him to ask for these things, and it made it difficult for him to accept these things when others tried to provide them. His relationship with Luther and the eventual schism it caused is emblematic of this unmet need for connection. Throughout the Great Crusade, Lion made decisions that prioritized the success of the mission over ethical considerations. Sometimes he sanctioned humans for forbidden knowledge, while his own legion used that forbidden knowledge in secret. He consistently chose the path of pragmatic ruthlessness. To an imperial city, no action can be inconsistent if it is expedient. Most notably, the Dark Angels were the legion most responsible for the Imperium's victories in the Second and Third Ranged Xenocides, sacrificing tens of thousands of the Dark Angels and making compromises which would have broken a lesser man, even other Primarchs. Lion's moral calculus was simple. The ends justified the means. This approach aligned with the Emperor's larger vision, but it left him isolated from some of his brothers and from his legion, who might have questioned the morality of such actions. Lionel Johnson needed affirmation that his choices, however harsh, were justified and necessary. Without this validation, he risked internalizing guilt and further retreating into himself. We can see this as an emotional weakness, which his own secrecy led him to be unable to address effectively. Let's look at one specific engagement in more detail. The lion's conduct at Carcassonne offers a wealth of insight into his emotional makeup and the core needs that drive him. This is one of his earlier engagements after assuming command of the Dark Angels, and analyzing his actions in that battle reveals several interconnected layers. There is a singular devotion to duty and the purge of distraction. Lionel Johnson did not care about the history of the First Legion at Carcassonne, nor for any considerations of honor or comeuppance. Rather, he just led his forces to kill the enemy. We can see this, interestingly, as a repudiation of how Rabute Guilliman led the Ultramarines in the early phases of his commanding them. But we'll get to Guilliman later. Anyway, Lionel Johnson's actions suggest that his emotional needs are centered on pure martial duty. He derived a sense of fulfillment not from the accolades or the adulation of others, but from the decisive act of defeating his adversaries. He was unable to ask for validation from his peers, so he forced validation from his enemies. At Carcassonne, when the Ultramarines emerged to meet his forces, he did not offer honors or forge alliances out of sentimental obligation. He rejected political or personal acclaim. He left behind only an empty banner, a symbol that his sole purpose was to serve as an instrument of destruction. The lion's self-sufficient stoicism indicates that he does not require external validation to affirm his worth. And this is false. His emotional well-being is anchored in an unadulterated dedication to war as his source of external validation. It was a purging, almost ascetic commitment, which left no room for sentiment or compromise. He needed to be validated by the defeat of his enemy, since he could not be validated by post-battle victory celebrations with his brothers, or sons for that matter. While some of his brothers might revel in grand displays of power or seek to build empires through political maneuvering and monument construction, or even, as with the Alpha Legion, which we'll get to later, display grand displays that sentence got away from me. Or even like the Alpha Legion, display their own hubris through overly complicated battle plans. There we go. Sentence there. The Lion's actions at Carcassonne are marked by a clinical efficiency. He did not seek to prove the First Legion to be the best. He just did his duty, thus proving the First Legion's worth incidentally. There's a deep-seated need here for control and self-discipline. Every move was carefully measured. His precision in assault reflects an inner world that values order and exactness, an ethos that prioritized the objective execution of duty over the messy realm of interpersonal attachment or public adulation. He achieved validation by setting rules for the game for himself, following those rules exactly, and then when the Emperor was defeated, saying to himself, this justifies the rules I set for myself. The Dark Angels, newly reformed by exposure to their Primarch and burdened by the legacy of their previous leaders, required a leader who could assert authority without succumbing to personal grief or nostalgia. The Lion's engagement at Carcassonne is thus at once brutal and impersonal. It's a repudiation of his legion's personal hang-ups. By focusing solely on the mission and leaving no trace of personal sentiment, the Lion signaled that his needs are not for shared glory, but for the stark, unyielding accomplishment of objectives. He was signaling to his legion that they needed to do the same thing, even if it meant suppressing emotional response to loss or failure. We can see perhaps an internal cost of a relentless warrior ethos. His refusal to engage in the tawdry business of accolades indicates that the Lion willingly isolated himself from what he saw as human weakness, choosing instead to embody a near mythic martial ideal. This self-imposed isolation is both a strength and a profound internal cost. While it enabled him to be an impeccably focused warrior, it also prevents any deep, empathetic bonding that might have offered a counterbalance to the cruelty of war. In effect, his emotional needs have been narrowed to a singular dimension, the drive to kill and conquer in order to achieve validation. In this, he has some similarity to Ferris Manus and to the Emperor. The Lion's approach hints at a broader tragedy. A life that has been reduced to violence becomes one where all other aspects of the human experience are sacrifice. His actions at Carcassonne, while decisive, offer no room for personal growth or introspection. They only reinforce the notion that, for him, the act of war is the sole measure of existence. In summary, the Lion's actions at Carcassonne reveal that he has emotionally engineered himself for war. His satisfaction comes exclusively from fulfilling the role of the Emperor's unerring instrument of destruction. There is no need for familial warmth, political nicety, or cultural patronage. Only the assurance that his blade can deliver order amidst chaos. By following his own internal rules about order, and by killing the enemy, he's able to derive validation of his means and his ideals from the dead enemy. The absence of public accolades and the deliberate use of symbolism, the empty banner, at Carcassonne, underscore an emotional framework in which the martial success is its own reward. That was how he found identity for himself and for his legion. But he's both hardened and isolated by this plan. His single-minded focus ensured battlefield brilliance, but it also isolated him, leaving little space for compassion, introspection or the kind of dynamic relationships that might balance his otherwise unyielding nature. Thus, the episode at Carcassonne encapsulates the paradox of Lionel Johnson, a warrior whose internal emotional landscape has been narrowed to a point where only the language of war speaks. This was immensely effective on the battlefield, but it foreshadowed profound loneliness and tragic isolation that haunted him as the Imperium continued to spiral into perpetual conflict. He needed order in order to find validation, and the disordered galaxy that the Imperium occupied prevented him from finding that. Lionel Johnson's deeds during the Great Crusade paint a picture of a Primarch deeply committed to his role, but burdened by isolation and a rigid worldview. His emotional needs for validation, understanding, and trust were seldom met by others, leaving him vulnerable to feelings of alienation and doubt. These unmet needs and his inability to connect with others emotionally would later play a significant role in the unfolding tragedy of the Dark Angels during the Horus Heresy. We can also perhaps see a connection here. Lionel Johnson found validation from defeating the enemy on the front lines. Perhaps this is a clue for why those left behind on Caliban felt unvalidated in their needs. Anyway, as I touched on earlier, there is another notable incident which occurred during the Dulon campaign, the duel between Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson. This event provides rich insight into both characters and their dynamic, especially considering that the writers of Warhammer 40,000 are British people who are familiar with King Henry VIII and the wrestling match at the Golden Cloth. The historical wrestling match between, who was it? I think it was Francis I of France and King Henry VIII of England at the Field of the Cloth of Gold was a moment of personal competition within a grand political and martial context. This offers historical parallel by which we might analyze the work of fiction. The fight between Russ and Lion began as a contest of pride and escalated due to their differing temperaments. Russ, passionate and boisterous, and feeling bad and embarrassed due to recent problems with the Wolfen, viewed the confrontation as an opportunity to resolve tensions through physical contest, whereas Lion, reserved and calculating, saw the fight as a matter of honor and discipline. The wrestling match between Henry VIII and Francis I was symbolic of national pride and personal egos clashing within an overarching political alliance. Similarly, Russ and Lion's duel can be interpreted as a clash of egos within the broader framework of their roles in the Emperor's vision. Russ's decision to engage in the duel and his response to its escalation reflect his emotional intensity and willingness to settle disputes through direct visceral action. I feel that calling it immature is unfair, but calling it reckless passion is perhaps accurate. This aligns with his role as the Emperor's executioner, embodying the simplicity and necessity of using force. We can see this as perhaps a parallel to Henry VIII, who was known for his larger-than-life persona. Russ thrived on personal connection and physical displays of power. His approach reflects a belief in settling differences through action, not words. Russ's need for acknowledgement as a brother and equal is evident. The duel illustrates his frustration with Lion's aloofness, highlights Russ's desire for mutual respect, and shows his need for understanding. Lionel Johnson, meanwhile, the aloof strategist, reacted to the duel, escalating it from a brawl to a fight of pride, thus reflecting his rigid sense of honor and his struggle with emotional expression. His final act of punching Russ unconscious after Russ thought that the fight was over shows his inability to fully understand or engage in Russ's cultural perspective. Francis I, like Lion, was known for his refinement and calculated demeanor. The historical match, where Francis technically out-wrestled Henry VIII by tripping him, seen by the English side as dishonorable, mirrors the dynamic of the duel, a calculated figure besting a passionate rival, but at the cost of lingering tension. Lion's emotional need for control and respect is evident. The duel illustrates his difficulty in engaging with more emotionally driven individuals like Russ, creating an underlying rift in their relationship. This duel can thus be interpreted as a microcosm of British history and literature, where rivalry, pride, and personal flaws play a substantial role in the downfall of relationships. How well this duel compares to Henry VIII and Francis I's wrestling match suggests that the writers intended to highlight the futility and human flaws inherent in such conflicts. More broadly, the clash here is a reflection of the difficulty in uniting vastly differing temperaments under a single banner. We can see the emperor's challenge of forging unity among his Primarchs, who each embodied distinct facets of his nature. We can see some insight into Russ here, some emotional vulnerability. His willingness to engage in the duel reveals his need for connection and camaraderie, his need to find validation in a moment of emotional weakness where he was struggling with the curse of the Wolfen among his legion. Also, his frustration with Lionel Johnson's coldness. This action, in certain parts of canon, is at least partially due to his anxieties regarding the Wolfen, which had interrupted his participation in the battle. But in other parts of canon, it's just straight up, he did a dumb thing, so he missed out on the final victory, and instead, Lion won. Take that as you will. The duel highlights Russ's view of his brothers as comrades first and leaders second, a perspective that clashed with Lionel Johnson's different, perhaps more hierarchical mindset. Russ's ability to accept the duel's outcome and move forward showcases his resilience in prioritization of the greater mission over personal pride. But his legion's inability to move on shows us perhaps that he had lingering doubts about it. By analyzing this duel through the lens of historical and cultural context, we see that Russ embodies the raw emotional facet of the Emperor's nature, both with its strengths and its pitfalls. His clash with Lionel Johnson thus reveals the difficulty of bridging emotional divides and underscores the complexity of the Primarchs' relationships in the Great Crusade. We should also talk about Lionel Johnson's reaction to the duel and the ensuing rivalry and tension. So, during the siege of Dulon, Leman Russ's assault of the Crimson Fortress of the Tyrant of Dulath stalled when one of his commanders abandoned the main attack in order to find a missing Marine. Lionel Johnson was unable to make contact with Russ, so after he gave him a little time, he decided to go forward with a teleport attack, thus preempting the Space Wolf assault, but winning the battle. I am certain that Lion thought he went out of his way to give Russ an opportunity. When he found out that Russ was mad anyway, I think it would be in line for the character of Lionel Johnson to have thus felt frustration, bewilderment, and perhaps indignation. What, I waited for you to get your act together, even though I didn't have to, and you're not appreciating that I did. Lionel Johnson's perspective, then, was practicality over emotion, not just for this battle, but in general. He was a strategic pragmatist. To Lionel Johnson, the outcome of the battle was paramount. The teleport assault was a logical decision to secure victory when the Space Wolves' main assault stalled. In his mind, he waited, giving Russ a chance to succeed. He ensured the Imperium's victory. He ensured that the Imperium's mission succeeded through his decisive action. And he might have thus felt that his actions reflected respect for teamwork, even if they ultimately superseded Russ's approach. Lion, like Fenris and some of the other Primarchs, struggled with understanding or prioritizing emotional dynamics. He might not have fully appreciated the deep cultural and personal affront that Russ felt due to the interruption, interpreting Russ's anger as petulance or an inability to recognize the greater good, which in some extent it was. Lion assumed that results would justify the means, because that's how he lived his whole life. He expected Russ to value the strategic victory over any perceived slight. Finding out that Russ was still angry thus bewildered Lionel Johnson, leaving him to think, I gave him a chance, why is he angry? Does he care more about his pride than the success of the crusade? Lion's emotional reaction was thus frustration with Russ. He was known for his pride and self-assuredness. Russ's reaction thus sparked Lion to counter-react. I acted for the good of the mission, and this is the thanks I get? He may have seen Russ's anger as irrational or overly emotional, reinforcing his own sense of superiority. Lion might have felt defensive, believing his decision to be the only viable option. He may have interpreted Russ's anger as an attack on his leadership and judgment, deepening the rift. And perhaps he may even have had some hidden embarrassment. While it wasn't easy for him to admit to fault or vulnerability, Lion might have felt some embarrassment over the difficulty of communication, or that his actions could be seen as undermining Russ. He lived a very ordered life, so doing something that he didn't intend to was thus an embarrassment. His pride would never have allowed him to acknowledge this, even to himself. But just because you don't acknowledge how you react, that doesn't prevent you from actually reacting that way. Lion's reaction to Russ's anger thus highlights his emotional isolation and his difficulty in forming bonds with his brothers. His inability to explain his perspective or anticipate Russ's reaction points to a lack of emotional awareness. His pride and focus on results led him to overlook the importance of collaboration and compromise, which he may have seen as a strategic weakness. This incident, like many others, deepened Lion's isolation, thus making him feel that his brothers misunderstood or undervalued his contributions. Now, there's an interesting point, though. Russ may have been familiar with the story of Lion dueling a captain of the Dark Angels to establish his leadership of the Legion. Should that have made him think that a physical contest would be well received by Lion? Or perhaps should it have made him think that Lion would not take well to combat with nebulous, socially defined limits? Maybe he should have realized that Lion would not be willing to accept a draw. Now, Leman Russ's interpretation of Lion's response to a physical contest would have depended on which aspects of the story he himself emphasized. Each perspective sheds light on how their temperaments and worldviews differ. If Russ focused on the fact that Lion had dueled the captain of the Dark Angels as a way to establish authority and earn respect, he might thus interpret this as Lion valuing physical contests as a way of resolving disputes or establishing dominance. Given Russ's own culture, which prized physical contests as expressions of strength and camaraderie, he might have seen this as common ground between them. He might have assumed that Lion, like himself, would see a fight as a means to clear the air and strengthen bonds. And thus, this reasoning would have led Leman Russ to misjudge Lionel Johnson's tolerance for the informal, emotionally charged nature of such a contest. As a second option, though, if Russ noted how Lionel Johnson approached the duel with the captain, formalized with clear rules, he might have thus recognized that Lion preferred structure and order. He would not take well to combat with nebulous, socially defined, unspoken rules. A brawl should have been expected to frustrate Lion, who valued precision and control. Leman Russ, who thrived in the chaos of Fenrisian traditions, that is, lowercase c, disorder, might struggle to appreciate Lionel Johnson's need for defined boundaries and clear stakes in combat. If he were perceptive enough, he might have avoided pushing Lion into a situation that lacked clarity. Perhaps this understanding would have led Russ to approach Lion in a more structured or ceremonial manner, possibly diffusing tensions rather than escalating them. If Russ focused on how Lion's duel with the captain ended decisively, with Lion defeating his opponent to show dominance, he might have concluded that Lionel Johnson valued clear victories and saw unresolved conflicts as signs of weakness or dishonor. Russ, who saw the value in resolving disputes amicably to lead to greater social cohesion between the participants later, even through a good-natured brawl, might have misjudged Lion's uncompromising need for a definitive outcome, thus leading Leman Russ to underestimate how Lionel Johnson might take it personally, especially for a fight that ends ambiguously or with an implied stalemate. Thus, Russ might inadvertently lead to a situation which escalates beyond what he had hoped, assuming Lion would share his belief that the act of fighting was more important than the result. The best interpretation of how Russ should have acted would have been for Leman Russ to understand all three of these facets of Lion's character gleaned from the evidence of the earlier duel. Unfortunately, Russ's more impulsive and emotionally driven nature overrode any deeper consideration, leading him to act as he did, initiating the brawl with the assumption that camaraderie and physical contest would win the day. Lion viewed such acts through the lens of honor and order, making Russ's approach inherently flawed in its understanding of his brother, despite his good intentions.
Did Russ even want to win that wrestling match? It seems like, given Fenrisian culture, he may have been hoping for a draw that might have brought the two of them closer together. In Fenrisian culture, the act of wrestling and, brawling was less about domination and more about camaraderie and mutual respect. It's a means of bonding, testing each other's strength, and resolving disputes in a way that fosters understanding rather than enmity. Perhaps he saw the match as a way to build rapport with Lion, demonstrating his respect and willingness to engage on a physical level, which Fenrisians view as a deeply personal and honest form of interaction. A draw might symbolize equality and mutual strength, paving the way for a stronger bond between them. Winning outright might have risked bruising Lion's pride, whereas a draw might be seen as a way to foster mutual respect without undermining their reputations. Between the various tribes on Fenris, between the clans, they value the process of a contest over its result, as we can see from the ritualized combat between the Thunderfist and Grimskull tribes in the novel Space Wolf by William King, once the Space Wolves arrive to watch them fight. For Russ, the physical struggle itself, testing each other's limits, sharing a moment of raw honesty, may have been the point, not the victory. A draw might thus signify balance and harmony, a way for the two Primarchs to understand and respect one another as equals. I feel it's likely that Russ was aware of Lion's rigid sense of honor and order, and may have been seeking a non-confrontational resolution to the fight. That's why he started laughing. A draw might diffuse any latent tension, showing that he wasn't seeking to dominate or humiliate his brother, but instead wished to connect with him. So yes, even if at the start of the fight he was doing it because he was frustrated, partway through he decided, let's just go for a draw here. But Lionel Johnson was unlikely to interpret the match in the same way. His Calibanite upbringing with the Order emphasized martial precision, hierarchy, and decisive victories. To Lion, wrestling didn't carry the same cultural connotations of bonding and camaraderie. Instead,
Duels were a formal test of strength or dominance. Lion's inability to accept an inconclusive end to the match, thus attacking Russ after Russ thought the match was over, reveals the cultural and temperamental gulf between the two. Russ sought connection through shared struggle, whereas Lion saw unfinished business. A failure to define a clear victor must be resolved. He didn't want it to feel frustrating to him, that felt vaguely dishonorable. So yeah, Russ entered the wrestling match with frustration, maybe a subconscious hope for achieving a draw, but then went into a mental space partway through where he was overtly attempting a draw, thus hoping to strengthen the bond with his brother, emphasize their equality, and defuse tension. But this perspective was deeply rooted in his Fenrisian worldview, where combat between people can be ritualized and fun. On Caliban, combat between people was training for combat with the great beasts, and combat against the great beasts was always fought to the death. Thus, combat between people was necessarily serious business. This mismatch in their expectations turned what could have been a unifying moment into one of division. This is not necessarily the fault of either of them, but sometimes life isn't about fault, it's about consequences. After the duel, the Space Wolves Legion instituted a tradition in which, after the Space Wolves fought alongside the Dark Angels against someone else, they engage in semi-ritualized single combat. I don't remember from canon whether this also applies to Dark Angel's successor chapters. This is just a way to stoke the fires of animosity. It exists to keep the grudge going, instead of helping anyone to learn anything or to build camaraderie. Imagine that, following the duel at Dulan, Russ is upset about it for a while, but then had an outside observer less steeped in Fenrisian culture, perhaps a custodian, help him to think about Lion's perspective. If Russ had wanted to save face and extend an olive branch to Lion, I have an idea on how he could have done that. Every decade or so, send a Space Wolves force to meet with a Dark Angels force for ritualized contests. Maybe have different events to tempt Lion into showing off different skills of his legion. They could have single combat be one of the events to commemorate the duel of the Primarchs, sure, but it would still be a useful way for the legions to learn from each other. That is to say, let it actually be useful instead of the way that the canon approach to the duels works. I feel that this idea could fit within the broader context of Astartes culture and traditions. There are little snippets of canon here and there about formalized or semi-formalized fun duels between various chapters, sometimes like three-way meetings. That's fun. These events can serve as a diplomatic olive branch, a way of preserving honor, and a practical opportunity for learning and mutual growth. You got to frame the contests as a celebration of brotherhood, though. Not a point of contention, but it's got to be reframed so that the duel was a beginning of a unique bond between the legions. Russ could spin the contests as an opportunity to honor the strengths of both Primarchs and both legions. Ritualized contests are a natural extension of Fenrisian culture, where challenges and competition are bonding experiences. Lion, more formal, might be able to see the honor in a tradition designed to showcase each legion's strengths and to gain valuable knowledge. So yeah, single combat, nod to the famous duel, blah, blah, blah. Maybe war games highlight the Dark Angel's precision and the Space Wolves' adaptability. Marksmanship would be a good option. Endurance challenges, tests of the resilience and fortitude of the Astartes, are well known in canon. For example, the carry a big block of ice training exercise. In Brothers of the Snake by Dan Abnett. Maybe like land speeder race, kind of like the Red Bull stuff in Real World, where they like go through hoops and stuff. Anyway, the contest would not be, just sport. they could foster real-time strategic and tactical exchanges, thus learning techniques and philosophies from each other, creating stronger bonds and more effective, more versatile warriors. Maybe there's something to the all Terminators all the time plan of the Death Wing. But then again, maybe there's something to the one guy in Terminator armor, a veteran, leading a squad in power armor model of the Space Wolves. I feel it's likely that Lionel Johnson would view these contests with some amount of initial skepticism, interpreting them as another Fenrisian display of bravado. But if a custodian of his own suggested it might be a good idea, if it was framed as a way to showcase and celebrate the Dark Angel's martial prowess, he might warm to the idea. Ritualized events might appeal to a sense of tradition and order, provided they're structured and respectful in a way that Russ's unscripted, unscheduled duel on Dulan did not. In canon, a long-standing tradition between the two legions developed, and it's bad. Perhaps instead, a tradition might have been fostered to make a unique bond between the legions despite their cultural differences. Over time, they might have become a symbol of mutual respect rather than ongoing discord, reinforcing unity within the Imperium. It could also thus serve as a model for resolving disputes between other legions if it worked. A shared culture of respect and learning rather than divisive competition is a pretty standard part of leadership, you know? The Olympic Games were originally meant to showcase skills used in war, especially track and field and the equestrian events. Yes, even dressage. With the Emperor's long memory, education in Terran history, and experience with a contest of Fenrisian origin during his second meeting with a Primarch, Leman Russ, I'm appalled that he didn't recommend something like this as a way to build camaraderie between any of the legions. Now, between the Dark Angels and Space Wolves specifically, the Emperor may not have heard about the events on Dulan until years later because of delays in communication, or he may have underestimated the need for emotional bonds among his sons. This is the Emperor we're talking about. He had a consistent failure to understand their emotional needs, or maybe the Emperor didn't want them too close to each other. Remember that his second priority when finding the Primarchs was to mold an enforcer to keep the legions in line. Too much unity between the legions might make them less dependent on the Emperor's guidance. One of the big worries of the Emperor was that if the Primarchs united against his will, as they eventually did in the heresy to some extent, the consequences would be catastrophic. Maybe by maintaining some distance and friction between the legions, the Emperor was trying to ensure that they remained focused on their own roles and loyal only to him, rather than forming coalitions that could challenge his authority. When the Emperor molded Leman Russ as an enforcer to ensure that even the mightiest of the Primarchs could be brought to heel, perhaps he felt that if the legions were bound too tightly, Russ's ability to act against other legions might be compromised by the bonds of friendship. His actions would thus be seen as fratricide rather than enforcement of imperial law. Most importantly, those actions might be seen by him, Leman Russ, as fratricide, and thus dishonorable. So yeah, maybe the Emperor intentionally fostered rivalry to ensure that each legion looked to him as the sole arbiter and authority. We know that Horus encouraged some amount of division and rivalry among some of the legions, notably the Blood Angels and World Eaters. Maybe he learned that from the Emperor. Up until they took massive losses in the second and third Rangdan Xenocides, the Dark Angels were the largest legion numerically, with the most impressive list of deeds in both the Unification Wars and the Great Crusade, although remember, sources can be biased. If you want to learn more about the Rangdan, your best bet as of this recording would be the Forge World background source book, The Horus Heresy Book 9 Crusade. Feel free to make your own video about it. Anyway, during the Rangdan Xenocides, the Dark Angels took a huge number of casualties, enough that the Ultramarines then became the largest, numerically, legion. That sentence got away from me. The numerically largest legion. There we go. How do such losses affect a commander and father? How did they affect Lionel Johnson. The Ranged and Xenocides marked a critical and transformative period in the life of Lionel Johnson, testing his resilience, leadership, and ability to cope with loss. The staggering casualties the Dark Angels Legion endured during these campaigns reshaped their standing among the legions and left profound emotional and psychological scars on their Primarch. They were existentially threatening conflicts, characterized by brutal and relentless warfare against an enemy which is, in some canon, described as enigmatic and horrifying. Now, that's before Games Workshop nailed down exactly what they were going to be, but that's okay. It was better when we didn't know. So Lionel Johnson knew that they needed to be defeated no matter the cost, and he did it. The Dark Angels, already celebrated as the most accomplished legion, the first, took on the brunt of the fighting, and even with portions of 8 other legions assisting them, they earned unparalleled glory at an immense cost. Their casualties were so severe that they were numerically eclipsed by the Ultramarines, though of course there is some speculation that the Ultramarines had acquired the survivors of the 2nd and 11th legions after the Ranged and Xenocides. But that's another thing. Anyway, Lionel Johnson felt the weight of responsibility for their catastrophic losses. Did he make the right choices during the campaign? Could different strategies have reduced their casualties? The lives lost were not just warriors. They were his very sons, amplifying it as personal grief. Maybe he worried about whether their losses permanently diminished the Dark Angels' standing in the Imperium, which to some extent they probably did. And was he to blame for allowing that to happen? Well, no, but grief isn't rational. The Lion's natural tendency towards secrecy and introspection can be seen deepening in the aftermath of those conflicts. Rather than seeking counsel or camaraderie, he internalized his grief and burden, distancing himself further from both his peers and subordinates. The experience reinforced his belief in self-reliance, and it perversely led to a little bit more mistrust of others, even though he had portions of 8 other legions working alongside him against the Rangden. He was not Fulgrim. With his legion diminished, he could only see the losses, and this drove a wedge between Lion and the remaining Dark Angels. He struggled to articulate his grief, and his stoicism was perceived as coldness. Fulgrim, when he rebuilt his legion, was right there with them. Lion was above them, and that's a critical distinction. Now, it seems from canon that the shift in prominence from the Dark Angels to the Ultramarines did not foster any particular competitiveness between them, but it may have fostered some amount of resentment. When we deal with the whole Imperium Secundus bullshit in the Heresy, Lion is not particularly happy about Guilliman's plans. Some of that, I feel, is from lingering resentment. But the Lion was quite adaptable, and those losses forced him to reassess his approach to leadership and warfare. The Dark Angels Legion cut down on part of its hexagrammaton. We've lost the Iron Wing and the Fire Wing in modern canon, for example. Or that is, they still exist historically, but they're not active parts of the Dark Angels chapter or successor chapters. By cutting down their efforts to what he knew worked the best, he was seeking new ways to preserve the strength of his legion, to prioritize specialization where it works and abandon what didn't work as well. What Lion needed emotionally after the Ranged and Xenocides campaigns, he needed to hear that his actions were justified and worthwhile, and that the sacrifices of his sons were not in vain. Despite his isolationist tendencies, he needed to build closer relationships with his legion and his brothers in order to ease his burden. But that was never an easy thing for him, and he certainly wasn't going to initiate that himself. He needed that to be pushed upon him from outside. Recognition of the Dark Angel's sacrifices from his peers, and most especially from the Emperor, might have helped to validate his sense of purpose. But again, he was like Perturabo. He was never going to ask for that validation. And then he needed an opportunity to prove that the Dark Angels remained the Emperor's foremost legion. He never really got that. The Ultramarines remained the largest legion and continued to eclipse the Dark Angels up until modern canon. Tens of thousands of Marines died. When grief is immense and the loss is too great to bear, the mind can protect itself from grief by a variety of psychological responses, such as denial, repression, rationalization, or compartmentalization, whose effects I am ill-equipped to articulate. I feel like their function is to protect the mind from being utterly consumed by grief, but I'm not a psychologist. For Lionel Johnson, these losses might have acted as a crucible for his psyche and a mirror reflecting the Emperor's own experience. In losing so many of his sons in the Rangdan Xenocides, could Lionel Johnson have come to understand some of what the Emperor felt from so much loss? As the father of the Dark Angels, the lives of his sons were the burden of Lionel Johnson to bear. Every loss was personal, and the devastation of the Rangdan Xenocides magnified this to an almost unbearable scale. Whereas over thousands of years, the Emperor had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the betrayal of allies, and the devastation wrought by humanity's own hubris. The loss of the 2nd and 11th Primarchs in particular was an agonizing blow. The Lion might have rationalized the losses as necessary sacrifices for the Imperium's survival, mirroring the Emperor's pragmatic approach to the Great Crusade and his disregard for individual suffering when weighed against the greater good. This shared need to compartmentalize grief might have been an opportunity for a subconscious understanding of the Emperor's cold utilitarian mindset as a defensive mechanism. Maybe the Lion's natural tendency towards solitude, deepening in response to the losses, might have created a parallel with the Emperor's often aloof and distant demeanor. Both figures justified their isolation as a means to maintain focus on their responsibilities, but in reality it was a way to shield themselves from further emotional pain. Maybe by coming to that place emotionally, Lionel Johnson might have thus been able to better understand the Emperor than his brothers. Lionel Johnson, burdened by his own grief, struggled to acknowledge or understand the grief of his surviving sons, who of course had lost many of their brothers in the Legion, thus leading to a widening emotional chasm within the Legion. Perhaps the Emperor's inability to address the emotional needs of the Primarchs was similar. Maybe it stemmed in part from his own unresolved grief of previous losses, and his belief that emotions were a distraction from shared purpose. The Rangdan Xenocides may thus have served as a rare moment afterwards where the Lion could empathize with the Emperor, not as a distant, infallible figure, but as a being burdened by immeasurable loss. This realization might have deepened the Lion's reverence for the Emperor, and also heightened his frustration with the Emperor's inability to openly express grief or vulnerability. Rather than softening, I feel it's likely that the Lion would have doubled down on his stoic facade, believing that showing grief would weaken his authority or undermine the morale of his legion. If stoicism and isolation was good enough for the Emperor, then it was good enough for Lion. Perhaps the Dark Angels' losses, after Lion sent them into such peril, knowing the likely cost and knowing the absolute necessity of the campaign, might have helped Lionel Johnson to better understand that's what the Emperor was doing with every legion every day. Perhaps it might have led to even greater loyalty. The Emperor, with his unmatched perspective and psychic insight, may have recognized Lionel Johnson's suffering, but it's likely that if he did, he chose not to intervene, perhaps born of a sense of pragmatism or detachment, but this mirrors his approach to all his sons, refusing to address their pain directly. Lionel Johnson's experience with grief after the Ranged Xenocides may have brought him closer to understanding the Emperor, but the parallel emphasizes their shared flaw, a reliance on stoicism and isolation to cope with emotional pain. This is functional in the short term, but it sows seeds of disconnection and discontent. Now, the Space Wolves definitely participated in the third Ranged Xenocides, right alongside the Dark Angels. What can we learn of the character of both Leman and Lion from this period where they worked together in the third Ranged Xenocides? They killed the actual aliens and made their former worlds uninhabitable, then also decreed the destruction of knowledge about them. In this manner, the actions of Lion showcase his dedication to preserving humanity by any means necessary, and his belief that secrecy is armor. Together, the legions also sanctioned a bunch of humans who had entered the Forbidden Zone and gained forbidden knowledge and such. You know, humans are always looking to get alien technology to make a buck. In this way, Russ's involvement highlights his willingness to enact the most severe measures to protect the Imperium. Thus, the Third Ranged Xenocides are a great window into the characters of both Lionel Johnson and Leman Russ, especially how they responded to the scale and implications of the conflict. Their actions during the campaign illustrate their shared commitment to the Emperor's vision and their distinct approaches to enacting it. Lion believed in the control of information as a weapon. That's why he wanted to destroy all knowledge of the Rangdan. This decision to obliterate the physical presence of the alien menace and the memory of their existence shows that he feared that any remnant of their knowledge could become a seed for future corruption of humanity. This action also highlights a dark aspect of his character, his tendency towards secrecy, and his willingness to employ draconian measures to ensure that secrecy and security. We see in the Third Ranged Xenocides Lion's insistence on control, strategic brilliance, and his tendency to interpret his duty to the Imperium as justification for whatever extreme measures he deemed necessary. These are strengths. They help him to decisively manage threats, but they're also weaknesses. They lead to additional isolation and inability to trust or build trust with others. Russ, we know, embodies a warrior ethos that values direct confrontation and uncompromising action. His willingness to utterly annihilate the Rangdan worlds and to enforce sanctions on transgressing human populations is not a surprise. For Russ, loyalty to the Emperor and to the Imperium required total dominance over anything perceived as a threat, even sanctioning humans who just crossed a border. This relentless dedication to his role also shows strength and vulnerabilities. His emotional loyalty to the Emperor, coupled with his Fenrisian sense of honor, leads him to act with distinct ferocity in achieving his goals, but they also demonstrate a willingness to prioritize the mission over moral nuance, thus alienating potential allies and fostering resentment. The Space Wolves had a notably rocky relationship with the Imperial Army. Lion's decree to erase knowledge complemented Russ's unyielding enforcement purging human populations which transgressed the Forbidden Zone. That's why they had such a devastatingly effective partnership in the Third Ranged Xenocides, and maybe in the second one. Hard to say. But their differences in temperament also would have created tension, even as they worked towards the same goal. We know from other instances that Lion's secrecy clashed with Russ's straightforward mindset, fostering mutual mistrust despite their shared commitment to the Emperor's will. More broadly, the sanctioning of humans in the aftermath of the Rangdan conflicts reflects the broader theme of dehumanization in the Imperium. They did it for different reasons. For Lion, the eradication of those tainted by forbidden knowledge aligned with his belief in strict control and order, whereas for Russ, he felt it was more a grim necessity to ensure the safety of the Imperium. But they both were willing to sacrifice great numbers of humans for their goals. Lion relied on secrecy at the expense of compassion, and Russ had an unyielding sense of duty, which sometimes led him to morally ambiguous actions. They had a shared belief in the Emperor's vision, but we can see here that this belief led them to disconnect from the humanity which they purported to serve in the name of their greater goals. This isolation and disconnection from humanity defines many of the Primarchs. Before we address the reasons for Lionel Johnson's loyalty, we must first address a matter of canon. I believe that this is still canon, so we shall treat it as such during this discussion. In the novel Angels of Darkness by Gav Thorpe, one of the Fallen, named Merir Astelan, I think I'm pronouncing that right, is being interrogated by one of the interrogator chaplains of the Dark Angels. Thus, to try to get a sense of the events of the conflict between Lionel Johnson and Luther and the events leading up to it and all that. Merir Astelan claimed that the reason Lionel Johnson did not immediately head towards Terra upon learning of Horus's betrayal was, Merir believed at the time, that Lion was waiting to see who would win. Whether Merir was correct or not in this belief, it still brings us an interesting perspective that perhaps many others of those under Luther's command may have shared. Merir Astelan served under Luther on Caliban. Merir Astelan's claim is an intriguing perspective that highlights the internal conflicts within the Dark Angels and the perceptions of their Primarch's leadership. When the novel first came out, there were a bunch of people big mad about it on the forums. Now, whether true or not, it opens up several areas for analysis regarding Lion's character and his emotional needs during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. Lion's actions often came across as enigmatic or overly calculating. This was especially so for those who served under him but who were not privy to his innermost thoughts, so the entire Dark Angels Legion. This perceived opacity fostered mistrust, particularly among those who were already distanced from him, like Luther's followers garrisoning Caliban. Lion's decision to prioritize strategic positioning may have been pragmatic, but during the heresy it also fueled doubts about his commitment to the emperor. If his sons, particularly those aligned with Luther, perceived Lion as withholding effort or ambivalent, then it might have spoken to a significant emotional need, the desire for understanding and unity among those that he led. Lion's introspective nature and difficulty in openly communicating his reasoning may have unintentionally alienated parts of his legion, exacerbating these tensions. Lion's tactical brilliance sometimes prioritized long-term goals over immediate well-being of his sons, a trait which could be misinterpreted as cold or opportunistic. This aligns with Merir Astelan's perspective. If he prioritized long-term goals over immediate action, then even if Lion was not actually waiting to see who would win, his calculated delay in acting directly might have been perceived that way, even if what he was doing was waiting for a strategic opening. This tension illustrates Lion's emotional need for clarity and trust from others towards him, but also his own ability to trust in their understanding. The perception of his indecision or opportunism may have thus reflected his struggle to balance his role as a commander with his role as a father figure to his legion. The belief that Lion was hesitating during the heresy aligns with the broader themes of miscommunication and mistrust which plagued his relationship with Luther and those on Caliban who would eventually become the Fallen. If members of his own legion questioned his motives during the most critical moment in imperial history, that highlights the fractures in their understanding of their Primarch. It also suggests that Lion's emotional aloofness and difficulty in building strong emotional bonds with his sons may have been as much a source of vulnerability as his strengths as a warrior and tactician. Thus, Merir Astelan's claim reflects more about the perceptions within the Legion than with Lion's actual motivations. We see how Lion's inscrutability, the emotional need for connection and trust that the Dark Angels did not have met by Lion, and how Lion's enigmatic approach led to misperception and doubts among those who followed him. Now, in some of the newer Horus Heresy novels, there are attempts to make Lionel Johnson seem unambiguously loyal. This brings us into the idea of flexible canon and mythic space, in which multiple possible interpretations of events can lead us to a fuller understanding of the core of a character. After Gilliman escaped Lorgar's ruin storm, Lionel Johnson spoke with Gilliman and Sanguinius regarding how they were going to get to Terra despite the blockades of the traitor legions. "I will attack their bastions, Rebute. I will destroy their homeworlds. That is the judgment that awaits them. Let it come now. Burn the corrupted planets. How many of our treacherous brothers will stay with the blockades if their worlds are directly threatened? Not all of them." Okay, this is a fun little excerpt, but if we look at it from the lens of its potentially being a biased account, we can examine it for evidence of truth versus propaganda. Nostromo and Prospero had already been destroyed by this point. In older canon, Nuceria was destroyed by the World Eaters, and the date of the destruction was unclear, so it may have already been destroyed by this point. In newer canon, there's a whole separate battle on Nuceria involving the Ultramarines, and we're not getting into that right now. Chthonia was destroyed by the Imperial Fists, and Olympia and Colchis were not taken by Loyalists prior to the end of the Horus Heresy. There's some textual evidence to suggest that Chemos and maybe even Colchis had been abandoned by the traitors by this point. So Lionel Johnson only targets Barbarous, homeworld of Mortarion, of the Death Guard, before ultimately heading to Terra with the Space Wolves, and in some canon Ultramarines, to provide reinforcements to the Loyalists. So, if the quote is accurate, we have some reason to believe that Lionel Johnson was slow-walking his efforts to accomplish his stated goal, as evinced by his only attacking one traitor homeworld. If the quote is not accurate, Lionel Johnson may have instead targeted Barbarous in order to appear to be doing something useful to the Loyalists while just stalling, or to weaken Mortarion's position as a political move preparatory to a possible Horus victory over the Emperor. Regardless of whether you interpret this quote as propaganda or pragmatism or personal strategy, the context of the quote and his actions following in that period reveal a lot about his complexity and his emotional needs. If the quote is accurate, Lion may have believed that threatening the traitors' homeworlds would destabilize their forces, pulling them away from critical blockades to attempt to protect their supply lines, their base of operations, and also due to sentimental value for their homeworlds. The approach aligns with his reputation for calculated ruthlessness, always seeking to exploit an opponent's vulnerabilities and what they most value. But it was a slow execution. The fact that Lion only targeted Barbarous could suggest a deliberate choice to appear as though he was pursuing the broader strategy, while actually focusing on a single manageable target. Or alternatively, it may have been the result of changing priorities in line with changing circumstances. Either way might reflect his penchant for measured, focused action rather than overextending his resources. His willingness to destroy entire worlds showcases his often cited detachment from the emotional fallout of such actions. While officers of the Imperial Army might have balked at such destruction, Lion's utilitarian calculus rationalized the sacrifice of even potentially innocent humans on the surface as a necessity for ultimate victory. But then again, the quote may have been propaganda. It might have been constructed or exaggerated to paint Lion as a vengeful and decisive loyalist leader. This portrayal would thus bolster morale among Imperial forces and align him with the narrative of relentless loyalty, and Thus, we can see it as political positioning. Lion may have allowed or encouraged or caused the dissemination of this account to solidify his position among loyalists, while simultaneously his actions left room for political maneuvering should Horus triumph. Targeting Barbarus alone might have served as a token gesture sufficient to maintain appearances. Lion generally made decisions in a calculated, aloof manner, driven more by cold logic than by emotional attachment. This approach reflects a deeper emotional isolation, possibly stemming from his upbringing in the savage forests of Caliban and his struggles to relate fully to his brothers. We see thus that he sought validation through action. His actions suggest a need to prove his loyalty and effectiveness through results, even if those results are strategically limited. His choice to target Barbarus rather than pursue the more expansive plan of attacking multiple homeworlds described in the quote might have indicated his preference for maintaining tight control over his operations, rather than splitting focus, delegating to other commanders. This reflects his deep-seated discomfort with reliance on others, or external validation. By positioning himself as a decisive leader, Lionel Johnson sought the acknowledgement of his peers and of the Emperor, even as his isolated demeanor alienated him from both. Thus, the discrepancies between Lion's stated goals and his actions highlight his enigmatic nature. Whether his slow walking was a pragmatic decision, a sign of divided loyalties, or a calculated move for political survival, it underscores his complexity as a character. His need for control, respect, and validation intertwines with his strategic acumen, leading to actions which can be interpreted in multiple ways, an ambiguity that lies at the heart of his mythic resonance within the Horus Heresy narrative. Ultimately, his unwavering loyalty to the Imperium shown elsewhere, paired with his cold pragmatism, reflects the broader challenges of the Emperor's vision, a struggle to balance the ideals of humanity with the brutal necessities of war, making even loyal actions have room to appear treasonous. Similarly, Lion's stated reason to those in his fleet for not immediately going to Terra was that the Astronomicon was disrupted, so he thought that Horus had already won. There's a quote here. "This war is lost, as Kurz and Sanguinius both foretold to me that it would be. All that remains for the Dark Angels now is to take up arms and ride out, and ensure that my brother Horus does not have a galaxy left to rule." And yet, we know that Horus did not decide on the vengeful spirit gambit of facing the Emperor in single combat until after he learned that the Space Wolves and Dark Angels reinforcements were close to arriving at the Sol system. Also, in some canon, the Ultramarines were part of the reinforcements. The situation on the ground at the Siege of Terra was dire for the Loyalists, but these reinforcements were apparently sufficient for Horus to worry that they would swing the balance of the battle, which is fair. It's two mostly untouched legions, whereas everyone fighting on Terra had already sustained quite severe casualties. This implies that the arrival of Dark Angel's reinforcements earlier in the Siege of Terra, when the Loyalist position was better, would have been even more effective. Thus, we are faced with a couple possibilities, and we can't immediately decide which is accurate. Either Lionel Johnson seriously underestimated the Loyalist forces on Terra, or this quote's purported reasoning for why Lionel Johnson did not immediately head to Terra may not be a completely accurate descriptor of Lionel Johnson's reasoning. His delay to traveling to Terra once again invites scrutiny, as it did not align with the strategic realities of the Siege of Terra or the Horus Heresy overall. If Lion was underestimating the Loyalist forces on Terra and genuinely believed that the war was already lost, maybe his pessimism and isolation, his tendency to over-rely on his own counsel, may have blinded him to the broader context of the war. This fits his character as someone who preferred to operate independently and trusted his own judgment above others, as well as his lack of trust in, for example, Dorn. Maybe, having faced devastating losses in the Ranged Xenocides, Lion may have been emotionally predisposed to see dire situations as insurmountable. The weight of repeated, high-stakes campaigns might have been shaping his worldview into one of grim pragmatism. The disruption of the Astronomicon and the great interstellar distances between Lion and Terra might have left him with incomplete information. Without reliable intelligence, maybe that's why he made a pessimistic assessment of the Loyalists' ability to hold Terra. But given his formidable intellect and strategic acumen, such an underestimation seems inconsistent with his usual precision in judgment. It's still possible for experts to make errors in judgment, but in turbulent times of shifting allegiances, it invites suspicion. Well, what if the stated reason was not Lion's true reasoning? If Lion's quote was not an accurate representation of his decision-making, maybe there are some alternative motivations. Lion might have decided that directly engaging Horus at Terra was not the optimal use of his legion. Perhaps he aimed to ensure a long-term loyalist resurgence or insurrection if Terra fell. Or maybe he was hesitant to risk his legion for the Emperor because Lion's relationship with the Emperor and his brothers was characterized by mistrust and a lack of emotional transparency. That is, the Emperor had consistently distanced himself, emotionally, from Lionel Johnson. Maybe that's why he didn't want to suffer massive casualties at Terra. Or maybe he was wrestling with his own uncertainties about his role in the unfolding events. Maybe he had doubts about whether he was meant to save Terra, or whether he was supposed to position the Dark Angels for some future undefined purpose. We can see in canon that he was at least giving some credence to the idea of prophecy from Kurz and Sanguinius. Maybe he felt he was not destined to be the deciding factor. But then again, Lion's pragmatic nature clashes with his knowledge of prophecy. He didn't fully embrace it, but he also didn't dismiss it. Maybe he had an internal struggle between accepting fate and trying to shape it. His decision to, quote, ensure that my brother Horus does not have a galaxy left to rule, unquote, maybe that reflects his inclination to take control of the situation rather than be swept along by events. That is, he's willing to sacrifice immediate outcomes to play the long game. Instead of reacting to his opponent's attacks, he wanted to make attacks of his own. Lion's delay in reaching Terra is likely thus a combination of his character's defining traits, his isolation and mistrust. But whether his decision was ultimately a miscalculation or an underestimation of Dorn and the other loyalists at Terra, or a calculated sacrifice, depends on how one interprets his priorities. And thus, this quote again highlights the complexity of his character. Now, let's examine the arguments together and look at the possibilities. If Lionel Johnson was attempting to wait until one side or the other was victorious, while preserving the bulk of his forces in order to have a strong position after the end of the heresy, how well did his actions during the Horus heresy match up with this motivation? And what actions of his would suggest that this argument is inaccurate? His motivations and actions during the Horus heresy have long been a point of discussion among Warhammer enthusiasts, and thus we can see that perhaps Games Workshop's newer canon was written in part to address and respond to these ideas. The idea that he sought to preserve his forces to secure a strong post-heresy position is an intriguing interpretation, but because we have access to canon, we need not rely on crude speculation. We may instead analyze his actions at the time to evaluate the validity of the claim. Now, there are some arguments supporting the idea. Lionel Johnson often operated with caution and meticulous planning. He sometimes withheld forces or took actions that seemed more focused on long-term strategic positioning than immediate allegiance, even if his actions were actually just to maintain a strategic reserve. For example, the Dark Angels did not commit directly to many of the major battles of the heresy until later. This could suggest a reluctance to expend resources prematurely. The Rangdan Xenocides cost the Dark Angels the bulk of their number. Lion perhaps may have been particularly sensitive to preserving what remained of his legion. This might have explained his focus on building the Dark Angels' strength and operational independence. And then, of course, some interpretations, like that of Merir Astelan, suggested that Lion may have been waiting to see which side would win. This might be seen in his hesitance to declare explicit support immediately, but it's not a great explanation. Well, what about his strategic withdrawal from Ultramar? After the Imperium Secundus experiment failed, Lion left Macragge and allowed Rabute Guilliman to carry on the broader campaign against Horus. Lion's decision to take a separate course, remember he went and fought at Barbarous, to pursue his own campaigns might suggest a calculated move to conserve his forces and avoid committing to a side prematurely. He may have even felt that if he had aligned with Guilliman, his forces would have ended up being sacrificed by Guilliman. This behavior can be read as self-preserving, or ensuring that he remained an independent force capable of reshaping the Imperium in the aftermath. But the Lion's choice to strike at Horus's supply lines, well, let's be honest, Perturabo's supply lines, during the heresy, rather than directly engaging the traitor forces, reflects a strategy of asymmetry and avoidance of pitched battles. Such tactics might suggest a desire to weaken both sides, particularly if his goal was not immediate victory for the Loyalists, but rather ensuring his survival in position. But it's also not very strong evidence. Unlike some Loyalist Primarchs, notably Sanguinius, Lionel Johnson consistently acted with significant autonomy, avoiding becoming fully integrated into anyone else's larger Loyalist war efforts. This independence from both the Emperor and Guilliman could be interpreted as positioning himself as a major post-heresy power broker. But there's also strong arguments refuting the idea that he was just conserving his forces. He did actively pursue traitors. Lion's pursuit of Horus's forces and the traitor legions contradicts the notion of neutrality or opportunism. Notably, the Thramas crusade against the Night Lords demonstrated his clear opposition to the traitor forces and a willingness to engage in sustained combat, even though it meant taking losses. For more information, I again refer you to the Horus Heresy Book 9, Crusade. Despite his aloofness, Lion did demonstrate clear loyalty to the Emperor and to the Imperium during the Horus Heresy, most notably attempting to bring his legion back to Terra at the end of the Crusade, showing that he ultimately prioritized the Loyalist cause. He could have sent word ahead to Horus, hey, I'm coming to reinforce the side of the traitors, and Horus would have been giddy at the thought of a 10th Legion to fight at Terra. But he didn't. He specifically was coming to reinforce the Loyalists. During the Horus Heresy, he did display some amount of sacrificial behavior, making decisions that carried significant risks in order to purge heresy and chaos corruption, even at great cost. This suggests some motivations beyond mere self-interest. Yes, his secretive nature sometimes led to misinterpretation of his actions, and his refusal to communicate his plans fully with others may have made his intentions appear more ambiguous than they were. But we can see in the aftermath of the Thramas Crusade especially, that Lion aggressively attacked elements of the traitors' forces, clashing with them rather than avoiding direct conflict. His dogged pursuit of the Night Lords, including his specific campaign against Conrad Kurs, indicates a willingness to act decisively against Horus's allies. Ultimately, Lionel Johnson was a Primarch who struggled to balance his inner conflicts, His need for autonomy made him a difficult ally and prone to decisions which seemed self-serving when viewed from outside, because he sure wasn't going to explain his reasoning. His emotional detachment and sense of superiority led to strained relationships with his brothers and with other legions. His hidden insecurity and fear of failure may have driven his sometimes contradictory behavior, seeking to preserve his legion while also then striking out decisively against certain traitor forces. If Lionel Johnson were attempting to preserve his forces for a strong post-heresy position, his actions would need to reflect a consistent position, a consistent pattern of avoidance or neutrality. But instead, the resource-intensive Thramas Crusade undermines this interpretation. It's more plausible that his cautious and strategic demeanor gave the appearance of opportunism when he was actually striving for the loyalist victory under his terms and waiting for the right moment to strike. His complex personality, especially his arrogance, mistrust of others, and preference for acting independently and autonomously, may have contributed to this misperception. He needed trust in his leadership, and he needed to reconcile his immense loyalty to the emperor with the difficulty he had connecting with his brothers, 9 of whom had just betrayed the Imperium. And it's difficult to say that he really resolved these emotional needs by the time of his duel with Luther. But even with the Dark Angel's actions, again, in the Thramas Crusade, there are still a few angles to consider. If Lionel Johnson was attempting to put himself in a good political position to become an ally of Horus in the event of Horus emerging from the heresy victorious, maybe we might look at whether his actions to weaken the resources available to Mortarion, who had been Horus's most loyal ally during the Great Crusade, match up with this motivation. Would this indicate a possible attempt to position himself as a replacement for Mortarion among Horus's inner circle? Would Lion's avoidance of taking action against the homeworlds of Horus, Perturabo, Lorgar, or Fulgrim be seen in this light as an attempt to leave his options open for making new allies in a post-imperial galaxy, rather than giving those 4 Primarchs special animus against him? If we consider the hypothesis that Lionel Johnson may have been positioning himself to align with the victorious Horus, his actions during the Horus heresy provide only limited mixed evidence. Yes, targeting Mortarion's assets, his base of power at Barbarous, could suggest that Lion aimed to undermine Horus's coalition. If Lion had aspirations to join Horus's side post-victory, eliminating Mortarion might have been a calculated move to position himself as a replacement for Mortarion among Horus's inner circle. Mortarion's loyalty to Horus, formed during the Great Crusade, was a cornerstone of Horus's rebellion. So maybe weakening Mortarion might indicate a desire to increase Lion's relative bargaining power. But Lion's actions also reflect a tactical decision to neutralize a perceived threat. Mortarion's forces could have been a significant obstacle to any loyalist efforts, and as such, his destruction of Barbarous does still fit with a loyalist explanation. By refraining from attacking the homeworlds of Horus, Perturabo, Lorgar, or Fulgrim, maybe Lion had been keeping diplomatic options open. Such restraint could be interpreted as avoiding actions which would alienate those Primarchs, in case he needed to negotiate or align with them later. But this avoidance also has a different explanation. Rather than being politically motivated, it may have been a pragmatic assessment of military priorities. Striking at homeworlds would have required substantial resources, potentially diverting attention from more immediate threats. In the broader context of the heresy, Lionel Johnson can be seen to be indirectly participating. He often acted independently and focused on his own strategic goals. His delays in direct intervention led to his eventual absence during the fighting at the Siege of Terra, and this can be seen as keeping his options open, but it also reflects his nature as a tactician who preferred calculated action over emotional responses, and in also a desire to avoid chaotic scenarios and instead focus on those which he could plan and organize more effectively. Despite any ambiguities, Lion returned to the Loyalist cause and contributed significantly to the post-heresy stabilization of the Imperium and to the Scouring before he went missing at Caliban. This aligns poorly with an argument that he was angling for a role within a Horus-led Imperium, because if he had been angling for a second-in-command position in a Horus victory, why would he not then angle for the first-in-command position of the traitors in the event of the Emperor's death and Horus's death? That is to say, Lionel Johnson was in a good position to take command of at least some substantial portion of the traitor forces, and he didn't. Lion's secretive and aloof personality naturally invites speculation about his motivations, but his eventual actions, such as assisting Guilliman during the heresy, and then his staunch loyalist position in the Scouring, suggest that any apparent political maneuvering is just a misinterpretation of his actual goals. Yes, some of Lion's actions might fit the hypothesis of political positioning, but the evidence does not decisively support the idea that he sought to ally with Horus. His choices are more consistent with his strategic view of how to fight and his mistrust of others, even within the loyalist ranks. The idea that the imperial loyalty of Lionel Johnson may not have been completely dependable is a fun topic, and it's worth thinking about. But ultimately, the evidence of multiple different canonical sources shows it to not be a good conclusion. Merir Astelan was a fratricidal traitor who should not be taken as a source of truth. Lionel Johnson was loyal and continues to be loyal. Let's move on to discussion of Leman Russ's actions during the Horus Heresy. We'll talk about Prospero another time. Notably, the Emperor dispatched Russ to attempt to kill Horus, which should not be a surprise given his role as enforcer. Still, Leman Russ being dispatched to confront Horus during the Horus Heresy is a testament to the Horus's confidence in his capabilities. It's maybe the best single example of the special role that the Space Wolves played as enforcers of imperial law. We see absolute loyalty in Russ's immediate acceptance of the mission, thus demonstrating his unwavering dedication to the Emperor's will, regardless of the potential for personal cost or sacrifice of parts of his legion or the gravity of the task. He saw himself as the Emperor's executioner, and it was right and good for him to be entrusted with the most difficult assignments. That was his view. But as always, his difficult role as the Emperor's executioner placed duty and brotherhood in conflict. It placed him once again in direct opposition to a brother Primarch, just like with Angron, or the second Primarch, or the 11th Primarch. Russ understood that fulfilling his duty often meant alienating himself from his peers, a theme present throughout his career until his disappearance. The Space Wolves used brutality as a tool. Russ approached problems with decisive and overwhelming force. This mission reinforced his identity as a pragmatist who valued results over sentiment, particularly in situations where hesitation could lead to greater harm. Russ had an emotional need for emotional validation through purpose. He needed to feel that his actions served a greater good. The mission to try to kill Horus provided this sense of purpose, but it also burdened him with the moral weight of potentially slaying a brother if he succeeded, or the moral weight of bearing the brunt of the Horus heresy if he failed, which he did canonically. Despite his loyalty, Russ yearned for acknowledgement of the personal sacrifices made by he, and of course by his legion, made by him and his legion for the Imperium. Being sent to kill Horus was a validation of his importance, but also a reminder of his isolation. Russ's role distanced him from his brothers. This mission put him immediately at odds with all of his brothers, not just the traitors. All of the loyalists knew that they were still in a time of shifting allegiances and great doubts, so perhaps any of them might be called to account through Russ in the future. How Russ pursued the mission was in keeping with his character. He saw the mission as a straightforward execution of the Emperor's will, so he did a direct assault. There was no room for diplomacy or negotiation. He did not want to take Horus prisoner. While Russ was formidable, he certainly underestimated the sheer scale of Horus's power after his fall to chaos, even before Horus went to Molech. He, for some reason, expected that he would be able to kill Horus by himself using just his legion with no one else as reinforcements. Idiot. This mission could have been an opportunity for Russ to reflect on the Emperor's willingness to use him as a tool in the most emotionally devastating tasks, the broader implications of the Horus heresy on the unity and future of the Imperium and the relationships between the remaining Primarchs. But, of course, he wasn't exactly a deep thinker, so he never thought of this stuff. Russ, of course, failed to kill Horus. He did not succeed in ending the rebellion. He did succeed in reinforcing his role as the enforcer of the Emperor's will, but this failure left scars on his psyche, deepening his sense of duty-bound solitude. That is to say, he had failed to bring Angron to account, and now he had failed to kill Horus. So he was batting only 500. I'll say that again for the people in the back. Russ's record as an executioner was, in batting terms, 500. He had 2 successes, the 2nd and 11th Primarchs, and 2 failures, Angron and Horus. I don't believe we can count Magnus because his mission was corrupted by Horus's influence, so he wasn't attempting his original mission. Leman Russ was a figure of complex layers. He had personality traits that encouraged lamentation of failure, and others that encouraged the appreciation of success. These facets of his character helped to illuminate the blend of emotional depth and sense of purpose that he had. Leman Russ's deep sense of duty, deeply committed to his role as the Emperor's executioner, was an aspect of his identity tied, of course, to loyalty and purpose. Failures in this duty, such as his inability to assassinate Horus or bring Angron to heel, struck at the core of his sense of responsibility. Despite his outwardly aggressive and confident demeanor, Russ demonstrated a measure of empathy for his brothers. The burden of sanctioning other Primarchs, especially when he failed to prevent greater tragedies, led him to dwell on what he perceived as personal shortcomings. Fenrisian culture, of course, placed great emphasis on the honor of fulfilling one's obligations. Russ's failure to fully uphold the Emperor's will in these instances thus weighed heavily on him. But on the other hand, Russ's confidence in his role, his belief in the Emperor's vision, validated his actions in executing the 2nd and 11th Primarchs, reinforcing his conviction that he served a necessary and righteous purpose. He was able to appreciate his successes in a way that, for example, Dorn struggled to do. Russ understood that not all battles could be won, and that victories often carried heavy costs. He was able to compartmentalize and celebrate the successes wherein he fulfilled his duty effectively, while separately mourning the sacrifices of those successes. He viewed those sacrifices as necessary, and he was able to mourn in his culturally specific manner and then move on with his life. Fenrisian culture, most among any of the legions, encouraged warriors to revel and boast of their victories as testaments to their strength and honor, as well as the strength and honor of their pack, their squad, their great company, their legion. Russ, drawing on this aspect of his upbringing, took solace in the successful imposition of the emperor's will, even when the tasks were quite grim. Russ's dual identity as a brother and executioner was the largest tension within his life. To complement this, he had a dual tendency to both mourn and celebrate. He was caught between loyalty to the emperor and love for his brothers, his role as a tool of justice, and his empathy as a person, his loyalty to the pack, and his willingness to sacrifice his subordinates and his sons and his brothers for the greater good. This duality enriches his character and gave him a perspective shaped both by regret and resolve, always striving to balance his duty with his grief in a way that many of the other Primarchs never accomplished. What effect did the Sarosh campaign have on Lionel Johnson's outlook and his relationships with others? He had already been somewhat insular and mistrusting before then. I think it's plain to see that the Sarosh campaign substantially reinforced Lionel Johnson's existing tendencies towards insularity, mistrust, and reliance on his own judgment. His background on Caliban taught him that survival depended on vigilance and secrecy. The Sarosh incident was confirmation of this worldview. Even apparent allies or compliant populations could harbor treachery. The betrayal of the Sarosh validated Lionel Johnson's innate skepticism. His prior belief that trust could not be given freely and must be constantly earned and constantly scrutinized deepened after learning that a seemingly compliant population had been plotting assassination and demonic summoning. This mistrust thus extended not only to external enemies, but also to allies who appeared too naive or trusting in their dealings with conquered populations. Most specifically with the Sarosh, Jagatai Khan. The Sarosh incident served as a lesson to Lionel Johnson on the importance of thoroughness, vigilance, and unyielding oversight. Following the White Scars' swift departure from Sarosh, leaving the job unfinished, apparently, Lionel Johnson saw this as indicative of a dangerous overconfidence in the White Scars' compliance process, thus pushing Lionel Johnson to adopt more stringent protocols for ensuring compliance. Though he did not particularly care for long periods of direct Astartes governance, as with, say, the Ultramarines or the Word Bearers. This betrayal exacerbated Johnson's tendency to rely on his own counsel and that of his inner circle, reinforcing and reaffirming his belief that others, even those with good intentions, could not always be relied upon. Jagatai Khan did not see the hidden threats of the Sarosh. Lionel Johnson could not count on him. Thus, this widened the emotional and operational gulf between Lionel Johnson and his brothers, who he viewed as too trusting or idealistic in many cases. And they, in turn, interpreted his behavior as cold or unnecessarily distant. Because Lionel Johnson fucking sure wasn't gonna talk about his feelings. The White Scars' method, swift, mobile, focused on decisive victories and then moving on to the next war zone, clashed with Johnson's preference for thoroughness, planning everything out, total control. I don't see evidence in canon that he openly blamed Jagatai for the Sarosh situation, but he certainly viewed the incident as evidence of the shortcomings of the White Scars' approach, thus contributing to mutual misunderstanding. The Sarosh incident further solidified Lionel Johnson's belief in the necessity of his legion as the Emperor's most vigilant and ruthless enforcers. It reinforced his perspective of the Imperium as a hotbed of rebellion, and his perception that the Imperium required the Dark Angel's meticulous approach to root out deception and corruption, a duty which was later moved from the Astartes to the Inquisition, and to some extent the Arbites. The betrayal also added tension to Johnson's relationships with other brothers. He viewed Guilliman's orderly compliance protocols and governance methods as potentially overlooking hidden threats or vulnerabilities, which came to a head when Conrad Coors led a terrorist campaign throughout Ultramar. Lionel Johnson never trusted Sanguinius's ability to inspire loyalty through charisma and hope. And interestingly, though Johnson and the Dark Angels would never align with Conrad Coors' methods, the outcome of the Serash betrayal left him with a grudging understanding of Night Haunter's ability to identify hidden threats in a population by dint of him sometimes being one of those hidden threats, and of the Night Lord's insistence on not trusting human populations. Lionel Johnson, of course, was able to learn these lessons and not go off the deep end like the Night Lords did. The Serash campaign instead validated Johnson's cautious nature, though it did reveal the limitations of excessive suspicion. If he reflected on this incident, which I don't see in canon, he might have recognized that mistrust alone could lead to stagnation or alienation from allies. But his insular personality afterwards suggests that the immediate effect of the Serash rebellion was a deepening of his protective instincts and an increased focus on ensuring that such a betrayal could not happen under his watch. Going back a little, we've already discussed the Ranged and Xenocides, but those weren't the only things that the Dark Angels did during the Great Crusade. What can we learn about Lionel Johnson from his other deeds before the Horus Heresy? It's easy to see in canon his immense strategic acumen, his relentless drive for efficiency, and his tendency to operate independently, creating tension with both his brothers and with the larger Imperium. Lion was a master strategist, perhaps the preeminent master strategist among the Primarchs, capable of outmaneuvering and outthinking even the most dangerous foes. His campaigns demonstrated a focus on the ultimate goals at the exclusion of everything else, achieving results, prioritizing the mission above sentiment or glory, or even, in some cases, collaboration with others. This relentless pursuit of victory indicates a deep-seated need for validation, which, as we talked about earlier, he was only able to receive from his defeated enemies. This stemmed from his origins as a feral survivor of Caliban's wilderness in the forest. He needed to prove his worth to himself and to the Emperor, and this drove him to set extremely high standards for himself and for his legion. His willingness to act unilaterally, such as during the Dulan campaign when Russ was busy, shows his decisive leadership and a dismissiveness towards others' input. Lion's secretive nature stemmed from his early life in the forests of Caliban, where survival required silence, cunning, and constant vigilance. This secrecy thus extended into his leadership, compartmentalizing knowledge and keeping even his closest allies guessing about his intentions. This allowed him to maintain control, but it also fostered resentment and suspicion among his peers. His decision to withhold or destroy dangerous knowledge, like in the Third Ranged and Xenocides, reveals his belief that certain truths are too dangerous to share, which is why the Emperor trusted him with certain secrets. This aligned with his view of himself as the guardian of humanity's future, viewing the ideal of transparency as a cost that he was more than willing to pay. His reluctance to openly bond with his brothers, such as Guilliman, which we don't see them becoming buddy-buddy, at Imperium Secundus, This limited his ability to foster alliances that might have strengthened the Imperium. Lionel Johnson's actions displayed a stark pragmatism bordering on ruthlessness. He valued the greater good and the long-term preservation of the Imperium over sentimentality, reflecting an emotional need to maintain control and order, influenced by his chaotic upbringing. That is, small c chaotic, his disordered upbringing in the wilds. The brutal purging of rebellious or compromised human populations, such as on Serosh, showcases his willingness to make hard choices for the sake of the Imperium. His willingness to use even the most terrible weapons available to him, even the forbidden men of iron, proves that victory was more important to him than ideological purity, and his enforcement of strict compliance standards during the Crusade shows an emotional drive to impose structure and discipline in a galaxy he saw as inherently disordered. But then all of this led to struggles with trust and connection. Lionel Johnson's aloofness and secrecy hindered his ability to connect with his brothers and even his own sons. His preference for action over words left emotional needs unmet in himself and in those around him. This detachment thus reflects his internalized belief that he could not rely on others, a lesson learned in his formative years, and then reinforced later. His conflict with Leman Russ during the Dulon campaign and the ensuing rivalry illustrates his struggle to see his brothers as equals and peers rather than rivals or just tools for the Emperor's vision. His handling of dissent within the Dark Angel's Legion sometimes involved harsh punishment rather than reconciliation, reinforcing the image of a cold and distant leader. His relentless drive for perfection and victory indicates a desire to prove himself to the Emperor and his peers, whereas his inability to ask for validation shows us that he could only find validation from his defeated enemies. His secrecy and unilateral decision-making reflect a need to impose order in a galaxy which was always disordered. His aloofness and lack of emotional openness prevented him from seeking or receiving the recognition that he craved in a meaningful way from his peers. But despite his isolationist tendencies, he yearned for a deeper connection with his brothers, which he struggled to achieve. We can see this in his eventual attempts to join Imperium Secundus with Sanguinius and Guilliman. Lionel Johnson's deeds during the Great Crusade paint a picture of a complex figure torn between his role as a leader, his need for validation, and his struggle to connect emotionally with others. These traits had profound implications as the Horus Heresy unfolded, shaping his actions and his legacy. What were the sources of Russ's strength of loyalty? And what flaws and unmet emotional needs might have put him at risk of falling to chaos? Russ's strong loyalty was rooted in a combination of cultural, personal, and circumstantial factors, but like all the Primarchs, he had emotional needs and flaws which, under different circumstances, could have made him vulnerable to chaos. Fenris instilled in him and in his legion a sense of community, loyalty, and a duty to protect one's kin. These values thus translated to Russ's sense of loyalty to his legion, the Emperor, and the larger Imperium as a larger tribe or clan. His perception of hierarchy was practical and honor-driven. He respected authority if it was earned, and he saw the Emperor as the ultimate leader worthy of his loyalty. He viewed the Emperor as his all-father, a paternal figure who gave him purpose and identity. It was reinforced, his loyalty was reinforced by this familial bond, even though the Emperor didn't return the bond. The Emperor's use of Russ as an enforcer reinforced Russ's belief that he had a unique and trusted role, thus validating his sense of duty. His identity was deeply tied to this role, the Emperor's executioner. He believed in the necessity of his tasks, no matter how grim, and saw them as vital to the Imperium's survival. His pragmatic worldview thus led him to view chaos as a clear enemy that must be annihilated once he learned about it, meaning that he would have only ever had the opportunity to be seduced by chaos when he was still ignorant of it. Fenrisian myths and spirituality emphasized an inevitability of death and the importance of facing it with courage and integrity. This gave Russ an intrinsic resistance to the temptations of chaos, which preyed on fear and pride and hubris. Russ knew that he was eventually going to die a warrior's death. He didn't need chaos to meet his emotional needs. This certainty met that need. But he also had emotional flaws. He was proud of being the Emperor's enforcer to the point of being blind to the morally gray areas of his actions. If chaos had manipulated this sense of pride, convincing him that the Emperor was using him unfairly, that his role was undervalued, or that he was better than the Imperium, so the Imperium didn't deserve him, it might have created a wedge in his loyalty. Despite his solitary nature, Russ needed a sense of camaraderie and respect from his peers, but his rivalry with Lionel Johnson and conflicts with other Primarchs, notably Magnus, show that these bonds were often strained. Chaos might have exploited his sense of alienation or his frustration with other Primarchs, particularly if he felt misunderstood or disrespected. The time to do this would have been immediately after he failed to bring Angron to heel. Russ's reliance on strength and direct action could have made him susceptible to Khorne, the chaos god of blood and war. When Russ was pushed to a situation where violence was his only language and outlet, notably when he was fighting against Horus, that might have opened a pathway to corruption. But Khorne did not take that opportunity, and so it went by the wayside. Fenrisian culture's acceptance of the inevitability of doom might have been twisted into seeds of despair, suggesting that resistance to chaos was futile and that embracing it was the only way to ensure Fenris's survival. It happens that he did not despair. He was resolute in his sense of purpose. Russ's loyalty to the Emperor, though, was his greatest vulnerability. If he had ever come to doubt the Emperor's intentions, or if he had felt betrayed by him, it might have shattered his sense of purpose and opened him to corruption. If he had, for example, become convinced that the Emperor was considering sanctioning the Space Wolves due to the genetic flaw of the Wolfen. Russ's loyalty was a combination of cultural grounding, personal conviction, and belief in the higher purpose that he fought for. But like everyone, he had emotional vulnerabilities and unmet emotional needs, which chaos could have exploited under the right circumstances if Russ had chosen differently. But his strength lay in his ability to resist these temptations through his source of will and the grounding principles of his upbringing and most deeply held beliefs. I'll say that again. There were emotional vulnerabilities which could have been exploited to push Leman Russ towards rebellion in the Horus Heresy. His loyalty was a series of choices he made, not an immutable destiny. Russ had absolute devotion to the Emperor, revering him as the All-Father, embodying the highest ideals of humanity. His loyalty was to the Emperor personally, and to the Imperium as a secondary matter. He saw the Emperor as the ultimate authority. He was conditioned to view himself as the Emperor's enforcer and executioner, tasked with dealing with wayward brothers. This role thus reinforced his identity as a loyal servant rather than an independent agent. And then the cultural honor code of Fenris, with immense value on loyalty, pack bonds, and duty, meant that betrayal would have been anathema to Russ's sense of honor and his connection to his space wolves. In order to betray the Imperium, he would have first needed to be convinced that Fenris lay somehow outside of it rather than as a part of it. Russ harbored a visceral hatred for chaos sorcery, seeing it as antithetical to humanity's survival, despite his own hypocritical views on psychic power overall. This instinctive revulsion made it difficult for chaos to ensnare him, though not impossible. And unlike certain Primarchs, like Perturabo, who felt overshadowed and undervalued, Russ was secure in his role within the Imperium. He didn't suffer from certain insecurities which chaos often exploited, but he did have other emotional fault lines. He was isolated from other Primarchs. He positioned himself as the Emperor's weapon against his brothers, thus leading to opportunity for resentment and isolation. If chaos had amplified this loneliness, it may have led him to question his loyalty. Russ was manipulated into escalating his mission to Prospero into the destruction of Prospero, believing that he was acting on the Emperor's will. If he had discovered Horus's manipulation earlier, and if he had believed that the Emperor had abandoned or misled him, if he had destroyed Prospero and then himself been punished by the Emperor for misunderstanding his orders, it might have planted seeds of rebellion. Russ's pride in his martial prowess and his role as the Emperor's enforcer made him deeply invested in his identity. If chaos had exploited this pride, he might have turned. Chaos would have needed to convince Russ that the Emperor was unworthy of his loyalty, undervalued him, betrayed him, or had betrayed the Imperium's ideals. Russ was deeply tied to Fenris, to his people, and to his legion, a credible threat to his homeworld or legion, twisted to appear as the Emperor's malice or the Emperor's intent to sanction the Space Wolves might have shaken his loyalty. Russ's role in the destruction of Prospero weighed on him, and it would have weighed on him more had he more seriously engaged with the idea that Horus had manipulated him. If chaos had preyed on his guilt and offered him what looked like redemption through rebellion, it could have been a powerful lure. Russ's disdain for subtlety, his reliance on strength and direct action, his martial prowess, love of balance, distrust of what he believed magic to be, and his reliance on physical domination would have made him an excellent champion of Khorne. Manipulation of his pride as a warrior perhaps could have pushed him into this path, maybe involving the Wolfen side of him, kind of like how Khorne exploited the Butcher's nails with Angron. The Space Wolves' genetic flaw, the Wolfen, represents both a powerful metaphor and a practical challenge, which could have influenced Leman Russ's loyalty in either direction during the Horus Heresy. First, the Wolfen was a source of loyalty and strength for the Space Wolves. It was a symbol of sacrifice and duty. Russ saw the Wolfen as the price the Space Wolves paid for their martial prowess. He said so explicitly at Dulan. He tied it to their role as what he saw as the preeminent warriors of the Imperium and as the Imperium's enforcers. He viewed the Wolfen, this flaw, as a burden which was a necessary sacrifice for the Emperor's vision. The Space Wolves viewed the Wolfen as a test of character, something to endure and manage rather than a reason to falter. Russ saw his legion's Fenrisian stoicism as a testament to their resilience and loyalty, and he encouraged it. The Wolfen's beastly nature made Russ and the Space Wolves more wary of corruption from a variety of sources, fearing that such corruption could exploit or corrupt this flaw further. But the Wolfen could have also been a fault line for rebellion. The Space Wolves, like the other legions with notable genetic flaws, feared rejection and sanction by the Emperor. If the Emperor or other elements of the Imperium had condemned the Wolfen as an unacceptable aberration, Russ might have felt betrayed or ostracized, leading to resentment and making him more susceptible to chaos temptation. Chaos might have stepped in to present the Wolfen as a gift rather than a flaw, offering Russ and his legion a way to embrace their bestial side without shame or restraint, appealing to their latent pride or any frustration they had with the Imperium's disapproval of their flaw. If Russ viewed the Wolfen as a failure of himself or the Emperor or of the Legion's gene seed, which of course came from Russ, his guilt and shame might have been amplified. Chaos might have used this to sow doubt, offering absolution or revenge against a perceived slight by the Emperor. Notably, if the Wolfen had been a threat to the Legion's survival, if the Wolfen began spreading uncontrollably, like how the Thousand Sons had trouble with the flesh change, Chaos could have offered a way to cure or control it, leveraging his loyalty to his sons against the loyalty to the Emperor. Again, this would be similar to how Magnus was tainted and taken advantage of by Tzeentch as a result of the flesh change. Ultimately, the Wolfen could have been a strength and a vulnerability for Russ, symbolizing his legion's ferocity and resilience, but also it embodied his latent fear of losing control and being rejected. In the face of this contradiction, Russ chose to reconcile the Wolfen's nature with his loyalty to the Emperor. This was a key factor in his resistance to chaos and in his ultimate loyalty. Let's compare and contrast three of the loyalist Primarchs. How Leman Russ responded to the Wolfen of the Space Wolves, Sanguinius responded to the red thirst of the Blood Angels, and Corax responded to the rampant mutations of the Raven Guard following Istvan V. So first, Russ accepted the Wolfen as part of the Space Wolves' identity, their nature. He viewed it as a burden tied to their identity as the preeminent warriors, so he thought, of the Imperium. He treated the flaw as a price for their strength and ferocity. Instead of denying it or seeking to cure it, he leaned into the flaw, using the legend of the Wolfen within the Legion to reinforce their identity as untamed but pack-loyal predators. He kept his warriors close, ensuring that the flaw was managed through unity and the pack bond. He relied on cultural and spiritual traditions to integrate the afflicted into the Legion. I think it was the 13th Great Company. Russ saw the Wolfen as a test of resilience, loyalty, and brotherhood. To him, they symbolized the balance between savagery and control which defined the Space Wolves. So his acceptance of the Wolfen reinforced loyalty and morale within the Legion. The afflicted were not shamed, though they were also not celebrated. By embracing their flaws, the Space Wolves maintained their unity and purpose. But also there were weaknesses. Russ's tolerance blinded him to the full dangers of the Wolfen, leading to instances where the flaw sometimes overwhelmed control. His reliance on the pack bond did not adequately prepare the Legion to manage the flaw independently. Thus, why the 13th Great Company left the Space Wolves following the Scouring. Sanguinius was deeply ashamed of the Red Thirst and worked tirelessly and fruitlessly to try to get rid of it, to suppress it. He feared that the flaw could consume his sons and destroy the nobility of the Blood Angels, which he had worked so hard to craft out of the bestial, poor reputationed Legion which he had inherited. He hid the extent of the Red Thirst from the wider Imperium, maintaining a facade of perfection while privately guiding his warriors through meditation, discipline, and emotional support. Those who fell were carefully hidden away. Sanguinius, in canon, specifically said to another Primarch that he worried the Blood Angels would be purged like the 2nd and 11th Legions if the Red Thirst ever became widely known. And so Sanguinius bore much of the burden himself, embodying the ideal of restraint and sacrificing his own well-being to shield his legion from the flaw's worst effects. He viewed the Red Thirst as a tragic flaw that needed to be overcome to preserve the honor and beauty of the Blood Angels. He framed it as a personal and collective struggle for redemption. His approach inspired the Blood Angels to strive for nobility and restraint, fostering a deep sense of purpose and pride within the Legion. His personal example of self-sacrifice created an enduring legacy of resilience and hope. But this secrecy around the Red Thirst created a fragile foundation, leaving the Blood Angels vulnerable to exploitation by chaos. They chose to not fall to chaos, notably at Cygnus. Sanguinius' tendency to bear the burden also limited opportunities for broader solutions or external support from outside of the Legion. After Istvan V, Corax's attempt to rebuild the numbers of the Raven Guard using accelerated techniques resulted in horrific mutations. Unlike Russ or Sanguinius, Corax knew that these mutations were a failure of his own making. He sought to reverse the mutations, dedicating himself to finding a cure, and was ultimately unsuccessful. His shame then led him to execute each of the afflicted, and to then isolate himself and leave the Imperium. He viewed the euthanization of the mutated Raven Guard as a necessary act of mercy. He believed the Raven Guard should embody precision, discipline, and honor. The mutations represented a betrayal of those ideals, and he felt personally responsible for the flaw. On the plus side, his willingness to confront the flaw head-on, despite the emotional toll it took on him, demonstrated his commitment to his legion's ideals, and it prevented the flaw from spreading throughout the Raven Guard. By seeking a cure, by working so hard, he demonstrated an empathetic approach to leadership, though he did ultimately fail and resort to euthanizing them. Corax's response there was rooted in guilt and shame, isolating him from his legion and any potential allies who might have helped him. His decision to euthanize the afflicted limited the damage, like cauterizing a wound, but also left a lasting scar on the Raven Guard and successor chapters. Each Primarch's response reflects their emotional needs and their leadership philosophy. Russ's acceptance fostered loyalty and cohesion. Sanguinius's suppression inspired nobility but bred vulnerability. And Corax's rejection showcased a tragic struggle with guilt and ideals. Chaos could have attempted to exploit any of these approaches, like how Khorne did attempt to exploit the Red Thirst at Cygnus, but each of these legions and each of these Primarchs had strengths that allowed them to preserve their legion's core values by choosing to not fall to chaos. Now, we shall discuss what we can learn about Leman Russ and his emotional needs from his actions during the Horus Heresy. Maybe I could have talked about this earlier. Whatever. So first, Leman Russ being sent by the Emperor to try to kill Horus, then nearly being killed by Horus during their fight in the Battle of Trisolian and barely escaping alive. Being sent by the Emperor with the explicit purpose of killing Horus, who was once the most beloved and trusted of the Primarchs, reflects a deep trust in Russ's loyalty and confidence in his martial prowess. It also suggests that Russ was something of a blunt instrument. Russ, of course, saw this as a great honor and a burden, affirming his role as the Emperor's most trusted enforcer, but it also taxed him emotionally. Russ valued loyalty above all else, and being tasked to kill one of his brothers, even one who had betrayed the Imperium, created some amount of inner turmoil. The mission to kill Horus placed Russ in a moral conflict. He would obey the Emperor's command, but he wrestled with the dishonor of fratricide. His sense of honor likely influenced his decision to try to confront Horus directly, rather than rely on subterfuge or gathering allies to outnumber him. Well, then again, maybe he was just like that. The duel between Russ and Horus at Trisolian, where Russ was nearly killed and barely escaped alive, is a pivotal moment for understanding his emotional needs. For the second time in a row, the first being confronting Angron, he had a shattered self-image. Russ saw himself as the strongest of the Primarchs, a warrior without equal, and believed that's why he was chosen as executioner. Being defeated by Horus, whom he had been sent to kill, was a devastating blow to his pride, triggering feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt. His identity was deeply tied to his role as the Emperor's executioner. His failure shook that foundation. Yes, he had been similarly defeated by Angron, but at that time he deluded himself into thinking that it had been a draw, so his pride recovered afterwards. Whatever, we don't need to talk about that right now. Russ's loyalty to the Emperor was unwavering, but the battle forced him to confront the cost of that loyalty. He had admired Horus before the heresy. Facing Horus and failing to stop him emphasized the tragedy of their fractured brotherhood. He could have died in the attempt, in failure, which would have been an intolerable outcome. This near-death experience was isolating for Russ. His survival was due to the intervention of his legion and chance, rather than his own strength. This left him feeling vulnerable, a sensation unfamiliar and unwelcome to him, as he prided himself and his legion on self-reliance. Russ had a need to be valued for more than his martial abilities. The Emperor's decision to send him as an executioner on one hand reinforced the perception that he was a weapon rather than a multifaceted individual, even as at the same time it displayed great confidence in his martial prowess and a reliance on his loyalty. Russ, of course, struggled to balance his loyalty to the Emperor and his personal code of honor sometimes. He needed assurance that his actions served a greater purpose beyond mere obedience. We can see this most starkly when Angron spoke to Russ with the exact opposite viewpoint, saying that he, Angron, believed his loyalty to the Emperor to be that of a slave to the slave master, and that the actions of the Great Crusade were simply expedient and immoral, and he did them anyway. Russ couldn't handle that. Russ needed to think of himself as a good guy. Anyway, the emotional toll of being sent to kill a brother in the first place and then failing was immense. Russ needed a sense of solidarity and understanding from his peers, something which the twisting allegiances of the heresy made increasingly difficult. At the very least, his peers did not openly mock him for his failure, and that seems to be the baseline of what he needed to eventually recover. He was not accustomed to failure, especially on such a significant scale. He needed opportunities to process his defeat and rebuild his confidence, and instead, almost immediately after the Battle of Trisolian, the Space Wolves were involved in additional difficult battles. The events at Trisolian highlights how the Horus heresy impacted Russ's vulnerabilities. His role as the Emperor's enforcer left him isolated and struggling to reconcile his sense of honor and family with his duty. The near-fatal encounter with Horus forced him to confront his own limitations and the tragic cost of loyalty. Ultimately, though, Russ came out of it and chose to continue to be loyal.
Next, we shall discuss the burning of Prospero. One interpretation of canon is that Leman Russ completely flew off the handle when he was ordered by the Emperor to capture Magnus, figuratively and maybe literally salivating at the chance to sanction Magnus. And that's why he was so easily manipulated by Horus into trying to kill Magnus. The interpretation of Leman Russ as either a barely restrained berserker eager to destroy Magnus, or as a more disciplined and principled enforcer led astray by careful manipulation, depends on key aspects of his character and motivations. What parts of Russ's personality might support this interpretation, and what might support a different, more restrained interpretation? Well, several traits of Leman Russ and several parts of canon history with Magnus immediately come to mind to align with the idea that he eagerly escalated the conflict at the first chance. Russ and Magnus had a long-standing rivalry. He viewed Magnus's arrogance and reliance on sorcery as an affront to the Emperor's will and to the values of the Imperium. This rivalry thus stoked his eagerness to act against Magnus. Russ's pride made him particularly reactive to Magnus's actions, especially when he was told that Magnus had defied the Edict of Nicaea. I don't think that the Emperor told him specifics about how he shattered the Emperor's psychic wards by using sorcery to warn him of Horus's treachery. If he had been told that by the Emperor, he likely would have been more wary around Horus. Russ also embodied the ideal of a warrior king, and his worldview framed problems as conflict to be resolved through strength and violence. We see this as an example when one of Magnus's marines succumbed to the flesh change when they were working together. We'll talk about that more later. And Russ killed that marine. Magnus's use of forbidden sorcery was thus a moral affront to Russ that demanded harsh retribution. Being ordered to bring Magnus to heel felt like vindication for Russ, as it aligned with his deep-seated belief in the dangers of sorcery and the necessity of punishing those who violated the Emperor's decrees. But his common belief that violence was the solution to problems made him very easily manipulated by Horus into trying to kill Magnus instead. Leman Russ was a passionate and emotionally intense figure. He had discipline as a warrior, but he was prone to acting on impulse, especially when provoked, and especially in matters of loyalty. Horus's manipulation thus pushed him towards a more aggressive course of action than the Emperor intended, and it was easy for him to do so. The Emperor had used Russ as an enforcer before, most recently against Angron, reinforcing Russ's perception that his role was to act decisively and eliminate threats to the Imperium. Russ may have interpreted the Emperor's order as a mandate to kill Magnus, even without Horus's interference. On the other hand, Russ's personality and history also suggest the possibility that he approached the situation with greater restraint, and that external factors, that is, Horus's manipulation, are what led to the escalation. Russ had a quite strict sense of duty. He was fiercely loyal to the Emperor, and he believed in the Emperor's rules. If the Emperor's orders were to capture Magnus, then Russ was inclined to follow those orders to the letter, despite his personal animosity and despite his preference for more violent outcomes. His role as the Emperor's enforcer did not require him to be mindlessly violent. That was a separate part of his personality. He saw himself as a servant of justice, carrying out the Emperor's will rather than pursuing personal vendettas. It just happened that in this case, he did not live up to that high standard. While Russ and Magnus had their differences and had some history together, Russ was not inherently cruel. He understood the tragedy of fratricidal conflict and might have sought to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and bring Magnus in peacefully, except that he was then coerced, no, that's the wrong word, convinced by Horus to pursue violence instead. Russ had previously shown the ability to work with others despite differences. This suggests that he was capable of putting aside personal feelings for the greater good. If Russ had initially planned a more restrained approach, Horus's interference was the decisive factor in escalating the situation. By convincing Russ that the Emperor wanted Magnus to be killed, Horus weaponized Russ's loyalty and his innate propensity towards extreme violence against him. Russ's actions were not purely emotional, but they were partially emotional. This made him more easily influenced by misinformation. His genuine belief that he was acting in accordance with the Emperor's will meant that he did not need to be convinced to rebel against the Emperor in order to do what Horus wanted. In some interpretations of the aftermath of Prospero, Russ is shown to regret the destruction and loss of life. This suggests that he was not inherently eager to destroy Magnus and the Thousand Sons, but was instead caught up in circumstances which he saw as being beyond his control. And of course, all of this brings up the unusual question of what Horus was trying to accomplish here. Did he do this knowing that Magnus would fall to Tzeentch and thus be on the side of the traitors? Did he do this just to get Magnus out of the way so that Magnus would not fight on the side of the loyalists? Who knows? But regarding Russ, the truth may lie somewhere in between the two explanations. Russ's pride and animosity towards Magnus made him more susceptible to Horus's manipulation, but his loyalty and sense of duty would have tempered his actions had he not been subjected to that manipulation, and perhaps had he more fully understood the Emperor's true intentions. The combination of his emotional intensity, his rivalry with Magnus, and Horus's calculated interference created something of a perfect storm to lead to the burning of Prospero. The idea of the mythic space allows for both interpretations to be useful in our understanding of a character, so we need not necessarily decide for certain between two interpretations. Now, the details of the Battle of Prospero include the Space Wolves being able to fight effectively alongside Titans, Custodes, and the Sisters of Silence. I think there were Imperial Army elements. I don't quite remember that bit. This is not the first canonical evidence of the Space Wolves fighting alongside other forces, so it need not concern us here as a novelty. But what was the emotional aftermath for Russ of the burning of Prospero? To answer, we gotta think about his sense of loyalty, regret, and the burden of his role as the Emperor's enforcer. This event profoundly impacted Russ, shaping his outlook on the galaxy, his relationships with his brothers, and his perception of himself. First, he had a substantial conflict between duty and conscience. He consoled himself with the belief that he was acting under the Emperor's orders, fulfilling his duty to protect the Imperium from Magnus's perceived transgressions, and to protect the Imperium from the psychic powers of even the civilians on Prospero. But this sense of duty was complicated by the creeping realization that he had been manipulated by Horus, leaving Russ questioning the clarity of his actions, especially once Horus openly rebelled against the Emperor at Istvan V. Russ would have heard about Istvan III. Yeah, at Istvan, whatever. Anyway, even though Russ fully believed that Magnus's use of sorcery justified his death, the destruction of Prospero and his civilians and the near annihilation of the Thousand Sons weighed heavily on his conscience. Magnus was his brother, and the loss of an entire legion, even one he believed to be flawed, was a tragedy and made the Imperium weaker. Russ could not ignore that. All that is besides, in addition to, the expected post-battle grief for fallen Space Wolves. His rivalry with Magnus was overshadowed by a deep sense of loss after Prospero. He justified his actions to himself as necessary, but the realization that he was manipulated into attempted fratricide by Horus was devastating. The burning of Prospero also further strained Russ's relationships with other Primarchs, both those who were more sympathetic to Magnus and those who worried that they themselves may one day be sanctioned. That is to say, Russ was alienated because his role in the destruction of Prospero painted him as a figure of brutal finality and with a lack of subtlety. If, for example, had worried that his legion might be subjected to some amount of genetic flaw-based sanction, he now had to worry that the Space Wolves would fly off the handle and just try to kill them. Russ's role as the Imperium's enforcer was a source of pride and a heavy burden. After Prospero, he was less able to see himself as a protector of the Imperium, and more as a tool of destruction, a hammer used to crush dissent and rebellion without nuance or understanding. He seems to have made his peace with this, but it's not a good look, especially to himself. Once Russ came to understand that the Emperor had not intended for Magnus to be killed, it deeply shook his faith in his ability to interpret and execute the Emperor's orders. This doubt may have fueled an eventual sense of disillusionment with his role. Discovering Horus's manipulation enraged Russ, both because of the betrayal and also because it led to an irreparable fracture in the Imperium's unity. Russ's pride made him particularly bitter about being used as a pawn in someone else's schemes. But this was tempered by his resentment towards Magnus. Yes, he felt guilty. Yes, he regretted being manipulated. But he still believed that Magnus deserved to die. So his lingering resentment towards Magnus for defying the Edict of Nicaea and forcing the Emperor's hand made Russ feel that he was justified in trying to kill Magnus. That is, Magnus's hubris and willingness to break the rules were the root cause of the tragedy, and Russ's part played in the tragedy was not the definitive step. The burning of Prospero marked the turning point for Russ, where the ideals of the Great Crusade felt hollow. The Imperium's promise of unity and progress were undermined by the reality of internecine conflict, betrayal, and treachery. He was thus more guarded after Prospero. He had a hardening of his character, adopting a more uncompromising approach to his role. This prepared him for the brutal realities of the Horus heresy and the Scouring, but it distanced him further from his brothers, and we can see this as pointing him towards leaving the Imperium, as he eventually did. The emotional aftermath of Prospero reinforced Russ's commitment to the Emperor and the Imperium, as he viewed what happened as being the cost of disobedience and hubris. The destruction of Prospero became, to the Space Wolves, a cautionary tale for the dangers of straying from the Emperor's path, rather than primarily being a cautionary tale of listening to people who want to manipulate you. Russ eventually came to recognize the role of the ruinous powers in Magnus's fall, and so his hatred for his enemy turned to chaos. It fueled his determination to hunt down and destroy the traitors during the heresy and during the Scouring. The Custodes had fought side by side with the Space Wolves against the Thousand Sons, forming a solid foundation for mutual respect. But on the other hand, the Custodes should have been a support for Russ concerning the Emperor's wishes. In order to prevent orders from being twisted or misunderstood, like what happened because Horus interfered, the Custodes, in keeping with their track record, failed. Leman Russ's actions during the Horus heresy reveal a great deal about his character and his emotional needs. We can see his loyalty, sense of justice, and the burdens he carried, such as those associated with being the Emperor's enforcer, highlighted in the burning of Prospero and later on. We can see the complexities and contradictions of his personality shown on the page. Firstly, we see his loyalty above all else. He had unwavering faith in the Emperor, even after being manipulated by Horus into the burning of Prospero. He remained steadfast in his belief in the Emperor's vision, and continued to fight for the Imperium. This loyalty shows his need for purpose and his sense of being validated through service to a higher ideal. Russ viewed himself as a guardian of the Emperor's law and enforcer of justice. His readiness to confront Horus at the Battle of Trisolian, even at great personal risk, demonstrates his willingness to sacrifice himself for what he believed was right. Russ needed to feel that his loyalty and sacrifices and effort had meaning, and he sought reassurance that he was fulfilling his role as the Emperor's enforcer. As the Emperor's enforcer, Russ accepted the grim tasks others shied away from, notably the destruction of Prospero and his attempted assassination of Horus. This role brought him a sense of pride, but isolated him from his brothers, as they viewed him accurately as being a tool, rather than primarily being a peer. Russ's actions during the Horus heresy suggest that he felt trapped in his role. He struggled with self-worth. His pride in being the Emperor's chosen weapon was tempered by a deep-seated need to be seen as the best, and his overarching failures throughout the Horus heresy made it difficult for him to see himself as the best warrior in the Imperium. But beyond that, he needed recognition as a leader and brother, not just as a weapon. He needed to be seen as more than just a blunt instrument of war, so that he could help to validate his own actions as being morally justified. A tool, a weapon, is morally neutral. It depends on the morality of the one who wields it. He wanted to see himself as being a moral actor. Russ's confidence in his own abilities was evident in his willingness to challenge both Magnus and then later Horus. He believed in his strength and the strength of his pack, his legion, and his ability to overcome any foe, leading him to take on seemingly impossible tasks. But then, Russ's near death at the hands of Horus at the Battle of Trisolian humbled him and reinforced his understanding of the scale of the threat posed by the traitors. This humility gave him some amount of anxiety about whether he was inadequate, thus leading to a further drive to prove himself. He needed affirmation of his worth and the reassurance that his failures did not define him. Russ's actions as enforcer distanced him from several of his brothers. Some of them understood his role, but still viewed him with suspicion and resentment. Others did not fully understand his role and felt that he was just a berserker, a rabid dog on a leash. This isolation he felt from his brothers thus deepened his sense of loneliness and his need to prove himself to his family. Despite his gruff exterior, Russ cared deeply for his brothers and for the Imperium. He had protective instincts and a desire to shield others from harm. He craved connection with his brothers and a sense of belonging, even as his own actions isolated him. When he wasn't able to find that connection, he ended up deciding that leaving the Imperium was the right move. Russ's hatred for chaos was intensified by the events of the Horus heresy, particularly the realization that Magnus had been manipulated by the warp, and that Russ had been manipulated by Horus, who had been manipulated by the warp. This hatred for chaos fueled his determination to hunt down the traitors and destroy them. Fighting chaotic enemies gave Russ a clear sense of purpose and allowed him to channel his anger and frustration into something constructive. That's why after the Horus heresy and the Scouring, he felt ill at ease at the resulting peace, and that's part of why he left the Imperium. He needed a clear enemy to focus his efforts on in order to get a sense of direction and moral clarity. The burning of Prospero, his failure to sanction Angron, and his failure at the Battle of Trisolian left Russ with lingering guilt and doubt. He justified his actions as being necessary, but the manipulation by Horus, the destruction of Magnus's legion, and Russ's sense of having failed and being inadequate weighed heavily on his conscience. Russ's actions during the heresy suggest that he saw himself as responsible for upholding the Emperor's vision, even when it came at great personal cost. This sense of responsibility manifested as self-imposed burdens and a reluctance to show weakness. Russ needed forgiveness and reassurance that his actions, especially his actions which he later regretted, served a greater purpose. His actions during the Horus Heresy show us that he was a deeply complex character driven by loyalty, a desire for justice, and a need for validation. His pride and strength allowed him to take on enormous burdens, but he did not always succeed. His humility and sense of responsibility, especially after his failures, made him acutely aware of the consequences of his actions. Russ's emotional needs, connection, validation, forgiveness, a clear sense of purpose, were sometimes in conflict with his role, thus creating a tension that defined much of his character. Similarly, the actions of Lionel Johnson during the Horus Heresy reveal much about his character, motivations, and emotional needs. We see his sense of duty, his internal struggles with pride and secrecy and alienation, and we see how these actions reflect his emotional landscape and emotional development. Lionel Johnson was a strategic genius who needed to feel like he was in control. The destruction of Barbarus, eliminating the ability of the Death Guard to regroup, demonstrates his strategic genius, prioritizing the broader war effort over any personal grudge or vendetta. It reinforced his identity as a decisive and calculating leader who valued results over sentiment. Johnson's later efforts against Conrad Kors, both taking him captive at Ultramar and in the Thramas Crusade against the Night Lord's Legion, showed his tactical acumen and adaptability, being able to outmaneuver a cunning foe like Conrad Kors. Demonstrated not only his skill, but more importantly, his ability to stay focused on the mission despite provocation. He needed control over his environment and his circumstances, and he could really only find that on the attack. His actions just thus suggest a deep-seated fear of disorganization, leading him to meticulously plan and execute strategies that left as little to chance as possible. During the Thramas Crusade, Johnson operated with a level of secrecy and independence that alienated his allies, reflecting his pride in his own capabilities and his difficulty in delegating or trusting others completely. His confrontations with Kors underscore his sense of superiority and his frustration with those who defied order. Kurs's chaotic, I'm looking for other words, but that's really just the core of it. Kurs was chaotic even before he fell to chaos, and this was an affront to Johnson, his sense of discipline and his sense of justice. We can see in the novels how satisfied and, honestly, smug he was when he outsmarted Kurs on Macragge. Johnson needed validation for his decisions and actions, but his pride prevented him from seeking support from others or acknowledging his vulnerabilities. And so he was emotionally isolated even among his brothers, and was only able to find validation from his defeated enemies. Johnson's actions during the heresy, including his relentless pursuit of traitor forces, show his unwavering dedication to the Emperor's vision. He saw himself as a guardian of order and civilization, willing to make hard choices to protect the Imperium. The destruction of Barbarus was a symbolic act of sacrificing part of the galaxy to preserve the rest. This willingness to bear the moral weight of such decisions reflects his sense of duty, and is part of what made him uncomfortable with the idea of Imperium Secundus. He needed to feel that his actions served a greater purpose and that his sacrifices were meaningful. And then just retreating to stand within the circle was intolerable to him. Johnson's tendency to withhold information and operate independently during the heresy highlights his mistrust, not being willing to trust either his enemies or his allies. This secrecy is what caused friction with other Imperial forces and sowed doubt about his loyalty and intentions. The rivalry between Johnson and Guilliman exacerbated by their differing approaches to leadership, illustrates Johnson's need to assert his individuality and prove his worth. Thus, part of why he abandoned the Imperium Secundus idea so readily when it started to go badly. His secrecy stemmed, at least in part, from a fear of being overshadowed or diminished. And in the bulk, it was because of his mistrust of others. Johnson's campaign against the Night Lords, both within Ultramar and Thramas Crusade, was as much a battle of ideologies as it was a military conflict. His hatred of chaos and its corrupting influence was reflected in his relentless pursuit of Kurz and his attempts to uphold order amidst the chaos of the heresy. Despite his strong opposition to chaos, Johnson's own inner turmoil, his pride and tendency towards ruthlessness, mirrored some of the traits exploited in Kurz by chaos. His ability to resist corruption when held up against a mirror of himself thus demonstrates his strength of character, even while it hints at an internal struggle. Lionel Johnson needed to reconcile his darker impulses with his sense of justice and order, striving to maintain his moral integrity while navigating the moral complexities of the war. And he did this in large part by identifying the worst among the traitors and going after them, instead of trying to figure out to what extent Fulgrim was just evil and to what extent Fulgrim was being manipulated by a daemon or any of that. Just went after Kurz and be done with it. Johnson's contributions to the Loyalist side during the heresy were significant, but his methods and personality overshadowed his achievements among the wider Imperium and among his brothers, thus leaving him feeling underappreciated and misunderstood. He needed recognition and acceptance from his brothers, but he struggled to achieve this due to his pride and inability to open up. Thus, Lionel Johnson's actions during the Horus Heresy show us again he's a complex character driven by duty, pride, and a need for control, who is very dissatisfied and uncomfortable with the idea of anything being outside of his control. This led to his commitment to the Emperor's vision being tempered by his struggles with secrecy, mistrust, and isolation. His emotional needs, especially connection with his brothers, were often left unmet externally, leading him to try to satisfy these emotional needs by defeating his enemies. In certain older canon sources, the Space Wolves and Dark Angels were the legions which were heading to Terra during the siege of the Imperial Palace, and the potential for the reinforcement of the Loyalists by these two legions was the tipping point which convinced Horus to launch his gambit aboard the Vengeful Spirit. In newer canon, it was instead the Ultramarines and Space Wolves, but I feel that this is a weaker thematic choice, so I am discounting it. How would the act of coming together for a final push towards Terra, despite their previous rivalry and sometime animosity, have affected Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson? Surely this shared journey had a profound effect on their characters' relationship and emotional arcs. Leman Russ often acted on impulse and leaned into his reputation, with little patience for diplomacy or subtlety, which led him ultimately to a place of emotional immaturity. Being forced to work closely with Lionel Johnson thus challenged him to temper his instincts, confront his pride, and operate in a more measured and collaborative way. This journey should have been something of a turning point for Russ, showcasing his ability to grow beyond his archetype as a blunt instrument of war. But ultimately, in canon, we see him fail this test of emotional maturity. And instead of really grappling with how to grow and change and improve as a person, he leaves the Imperium. Meanwhile, Lionel Johnson's secrecy and pride made him an emotionally distant figure, often mistrusting his brothers, and everyone else for that matter. Aligning with Russ, who openly displayed his emotions and had little patience for secrecy or duplicity, required Johnson to practice vulnerability and compromise, trying to offer Russ a way out of their bad relationship. It pushed him towards a greater appreciation of shared purpose as a basis for reconciliation. Their infamous physical fight, which we discussed earlier, cast a long shadow over their relationship, but their shared mission of reaching Terra provided an opportunity for them to acknowledge past grievances and see each other in a new light. It turns out that this did not extend to their legions, but there's only so much that a couple people can do, even Primarchs. Russ and Johnson, very different figures, both had a deep commitment to the Emperor's vision. Seeing each other's dedication on the march to Terra thus fostered some amount of mutual respect, helping them to move past their rivalry and animosity. This journey can be framed as a metaphorical mending of their fractured brotherhood. Russ's charisma, directness, and ability to inspire loyalty shone, in moments of crisis, galvanizing the Space Wolves and also the Dark Angels, helping to form them into cohesive force, perhaps for the last time. His grounded, straightforward approach counterbalanced the Lion's tendency towards aloofness and secrecy. Johnson's ability to see the broader picture and plan meticulously thus complemented Russ's overarching martial spirit. As their legions worked together, they each came to appreciate the value of their brother's unique strengths. As it turns out, seeing each other's leadership style while working closely together here inspired each Primarchs to try to adapt and integrate new approaches into their new leadership, but neither of them kept the leadership of their own legion long enough after that for them to really change anything. Johnson, of course, was put into stasis, and Russ left. The journey to Terra forced each of the Primarchs to reckon with the sheer magnitude of the heresy and the devastation wrought by their brother's betrayal. Sharing this burden thus created an emotional bond between Russ and Johnson, helping them to process the weight of their roles within the framework of the Imperium. But ultimately, their failure to arrive at Terra before the death of the Emperor prevented them from really mending their bond completely. Their journey prompted Russ and Johnson to reflect on the nature of brotherhood, what it meant to stand together despite differences and sacrifice for a shared cause. But the grief that they each had meant that they weren't able to process this in a completely healthy way, thus leaving things unfinished. As they approached Terra, the light of the Astronomicon guttering like a candle, the looming siege created an urgency that helped them each to temporarily set aside their petty rivalries and focus on the task at hand. The prospect of facing Horus and the traitor legions forced them to confront their fears, doubts, and the meaning of loyalty. But this final push towards Terra did not bring them to Terra in time. Horus's gambit aboard the Vengeful Spirit preempted their efforts. So by the time they arrived, the Emperor was already dead, and the traitors were already fleeing, leaving both Russ and Johnson with feelings of regret and frustration. They carried the emotional weight of knowing that they came so close, but could not deliver the reinforcements that might have tipped the scale sooner. The journey to Terra served as the first steps towards a deeper understanding between the two Primarchs. The respect and camaraderie forged during this shared experience laying the groundwork for future collaboration, which then did not happen because they disappeared. Thus, even with this growth, their rivalry did not dissipate. Instead of reaching a healthier dynamic, their legions maintained their outright animosity. Well, legions and successor chapters, whatever. But now, as of the time that I've recorded this, Lionel Johnson is back. Leman Russ is still missing. Russ returning would be the opportunity for the two to finally reconcile. The uniting of these two Primarchs on the journey to Terra was a powerful narrative of reconciliation and growth which was not adequately explored in the Horus Heresy novels. It challenged each of them to overcome their pride and mistrust. It had the opportunity to highlight their capacity for emotional development and their shared commitment to the Emperor's vision. And this act of coming together symbolically mirrored the broader themes of unity and sacrifice on the imperial side of the heresy. Thus, in current canon, whenever Leman Russ comes back, they should fucking explore these dynamics instead of doing nothing. Let's look at another angle on this unfulfilled march. They get so close, then when they finally arrive, it turns out that the Emperor is dead, already installed into his horrible half-life on the Golden Throne. They arrive too late, maybe only a few hours too late, to participate in the fight against Horus. Russ is thus denied the possibility of a rematch against Horus. Both Primarchs were consumed by grief, guilt, and frustration. The question is, did they blame each other in misplaced frustration? Russ had fought Horus before, barely surviving their duel at Trisolium, and so the opportunity for a rematch would have been deeply personal for him, a chance to avenge himself, prove his strength, perhaps end the heresy. Being denied this left Russ seething with frustration and self-recrimination. Leman Russ was a creature of passion and action, prone to expressing his emotions outwardly. His grief for the Emperor, coupled with his frustration at being too late, thus manifest as anger. Blaming Lionel Johnson, his old rival, was the easy outlet for his pain, and thus we see a brief moment in canon where Lion says, look, if you want, you can hit me. It's not going to solve anything, but it might make you feel better. Now, the Space Wolves followed Russ's lead closely. Pack mentality, Russ vented his frustrations on Johnson, and so the animosity between their legions was stoked. They didn't see Russ give up on this animosity in his grief, because for once he was quiet about it. Lion, in contrast to Russ, was far more likely to internalize grief and guilt. Any responsibility he felt for his delay was not going to be expressed openly, thus meaning that his silence would be misinterpreted by indifference or arrogance by Russ. Rather than lashing out or blaming someone else, Lionel Johnson was prone to blaming himself, internalizing things. Johnson's rigid sense of duty then led him to focus on moving forward, securing Terra, the Scouring, fighting against the remaining traitors and forcing them back to the Eye of Terror, managing the Imperium's aftermath. To Russ, this seemed like Lionel Johnson cared more about the Imperium than the Emperor. And there's positives and negatives about that. But in a lot of ways, though, deciding to just bury himself in work was Lion's way of dealing with his grief. The rivalry between Russ and Johnson, stemming from their earlier physical fight and their clashing personalities, made it easy for them to fall back into old patterns of conflict, perhaps even each of them seeing the other's traits as the reason for their legion's failure to arrive in time. The Primarchs' limited reconciliation was private, but their animosity was public. Thus, the Space Wolves and Dark Angels blame each other for seemingly everything, and even sometimes come to blows in isolated skirmishes. Their infighting symbolizes the continued fragmentation and crumbling of the Emperor's dream of unity after the heresy. We see a wider disintegration of the Imperium and imperial unity following the heresy, with far-reaching consequences. For one thing, these two out of the most powerful legions, and later two of the most influential chapters, were unable to work together effectively, especially during the critical early years of the Great Scouring. Ultimately, though, while initial blame and conflict are plausible and maybe even unavoidable, Russ and Johnson were ultimately loyal to the Emperor's vision, and their shared grief could have eventually led to reconciliation. Both Primarchs loved the Emperor in their own way and were equally devastated by his fate, so that common ground might have allowed them to see past their rivalry and unite in their grief. Guilliman and Vulcan would have been able to act as mediators, helping them to channel their frustration into action and rebuilding rather than fighting each other. Their shared understanding could have served as a turning point, allowing them to grow as leaders and heal their fractured relationship. But they did not have enough time. Instead, they each went missing. This scenario highlights key tragic themes within Warhammer 40,000. The rivalry between Russ and Johnson, initially a source of character depth and conflict, ultimately contributed to their failure to reach Terra in time. Their inability to fully reconcile earlier cost them the chance to make a difference in the siege of Terra. The Emperor's death exposed cracks in the Imperium's foundation, with the infighting between the Space Wolves and Dark Angels symbolizing the challenges of maintaining unity in the post-heresy era. Amidst the tragedy of the heresy and the Emperor's death, the possibility of reconciliation between Russ and Johnson offered a glimmer of hope for redemption and growth. Their eventual truce would have served as a reminder that even in the grim darkness of the far future, growth and understanding are possible. Their going missing instead is thus a substantial thematic choice to say to us, the audience, Warhammer 40,000 is a worse world than that. Challenges to growth and mutual understanding are bigger than that. Thus we see the tragic beauty of Warhammer 40,000's mythic space, where the greatest heroes are flawed. Their struggles represent the broader themes of loss, unity, and redemption, and many of the options for improvement and growth are circumscribed by poor choices which have already been made by people. But even then, there is still hope. Lion is back. Russ could come back. There is still the opportunity for growth and redemption and unity between these two, and thus, metaphorically, extending to the broader Imperium. The actions of Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson after the Emperor's entombment on the Golden Throne reflect key aspects of their emotional development and personal growth, showing us how they processed their grief, their sense of duty, and the lessons that they either learned or failed to learn from the heresy. After the siege of Terra, Leman Russ initially dedicated himself and the Space Wolves to hunting down traitors across the galaxy in the Great Scouring. This relentless pursuit of vengeance shows his intense guilt and frustration at being too late to save the Emperor. Russ channeled his anger into action, taking on the role of a hunter to root out chaos wherever it lurked. This period reinforces Russ's character as someone who copes with emotional pain by externalizing it through battle. This helped him to avoid deeper introspection, while also demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to the Emperor's vision. The Emperor was dead, but his vision was not. And then we come to the Feast of the Wolf Time, Russ's cryptic departure from the Imperium, where he gathered his closest warriors before leaving Fenris. This suggests a shift in his character. Rather than clinging to his role as a military leader, as we see with Dorn, Russ embraced a mythic destiny, seeking answers and preparing for a future battle, the prophesied Wolf Time. This decision reflects growth in Russ's character, a recognition that brute force and vengeance alone could not fix the Imperium's flaws. By stepping away, Russ symbolically accepted that some wounds, notably the Emperor's death, could not be avenged through sheer military strength. But Russ could have first reconciled with the Dark Angels Legion. Well, whatever. Russ's post-heresy actions thus reveal a growing awareness of his limitations, with his departure showing us a search for deeper meaning, a quest which is motivated by his unresolved guilt and his desire to protect the Imperium in ways beyond war. Lionel Johnson, meanwhile, went from the Siege of Terra to the Purging of Caliban. Upon returning to Caliban, Lion discovered Luther's betrayal and the destruction wrought by the Fallen. His confrontation with Luther, culminating in the destruction of Caliban, thus reflects his tragic inability to bridge emotional gaps with those closest to him. Lionel Johnson's actions were driven by a mix of grief, anger, and a rigid adherence to duty. His failure to save Caliban or Luther symbolized the personal cost of his secrecy and aloofness. After Caliban's destruction, Lionel Johnson disappeared into the depths of the rock, the largest remaining chunk of Caliban, where he entered a mysterious sleep. His withdrawal mirrors Russ's in some ways, but it is more passive, a retreat into isolation rather than a quest for answers. This choice reflects the lion's deep emotional wounds. Unlike Russ, who externalized his pain through action, Lion internalized his grief, perhaps seeing himself as a failure unworthy of continuing to lead. And also we can see Lionel Johnson's penchant for secrecy. Leman Russ said outright to his legion at the feast, "I will return at your hour of greatest need." Lionel Johnson didn't say anything to his legion. He just disappeared in the middle of battle. Lion's post-heresy actions thus highlight his struggle to reconcile his failures. His retreat into sleep symbolizes his inability to process his emotions and hints at the possibility of eventual renewal. His survival leaves the door open for growth when he eventually awakens. Both Russ and Johnson emerge as tragic heroes after the heresy. Their responses to grief and failure illustrate the limits of the greatest Primarchs when faced with the immense loss of the Emperor and with the Imperium's fragmentation. Both Primarchs metaphorically chose exile as a way of coping, though Russ's departure was proactive, a quest for a higher purpose, and in some ways an escape from a peacetime, while Lionel Johnson's retreat was passive, born of guilt and shame, mid-battle. The mythic nature of their post-heresy actions thus reinforces the ideas that the Primarchs embody archetypes. Russ becomes the wandering warrior king, preparing for a final reckoning, while Lionel Johnson becomes the sleeping knight, awaiting a time of great need, very Arthurian. Thus, the actions of Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson after the heresy show us some of their struggles with grief, duty, and self-perception, with Russ seeking meaning through action, and Lionel Johnson turning inward into isolation. Both Primarchs thus reveal the deep emotional scars left by the heresy and by the Emperor's loss, with their contrasting responses highlighting their unique personalities and potential for growth. We are thus reminded that even demigods are shaped by loss and failure, and that their journeys are never truly over. Russ leaving has useful parallels to Vulcan leaving. Lion entering sleep after fighting Luther has useful parallels with Guilliman entering stasis after fighting Fulgrim. Let's talk about that, okay? I mean, I'm going to talk about it anyway, regardless of whether it interests you. Smash that like button anyway. Both Leman Russ and Vulcan left the Imperium after the heresy, after the Scouring, and their reasons, methods, and implications differ in ways that reveal their personalities and emotional needs. First, we can compare them as proactivity versus retreat. Russ took action, embracing a role in the mythic narrative of the Imperium's future. Vulcan, meanwhile, withdrew from the Imperium, focusing on his personal grief and healing. How is it, then, that Vulcan was the one to temporarily come back to the Imperium to fight during the War of the Beast? Russ's departure is mythic, casting him as the heroic warrior king preparing for an apocalyptic future. Vulcan's actions are more human, grounded in emotional pain and the need for solitude. Why is it, then, that Vulcan scattered his artifacts throughout the galaxy for his sons to find? Both Lionel Johnson and Robute Guilliman entered periods of dormancy, but the reasons, circumstances, and implications show us a great deal about their personalities and emotional needs. The lion's sleep is heavily symbolic in an Arthurian manner, tied to themes of guilt, redemption, and myth. Gilliman's stasis, meanwhile, is practical, emphasizing the need for leadership and survival. Lion's eventual return was individual, while Gilliman's eventual return was communal, relying upon call and whoever the Eldar bitch is. Lion's sleep reveals his need for isolation and healing, showing his struggle with guilt and failure, whereas Gilliman's stasis reveals the burden of leadership as he wakes to a galaxy beset on all sides by sometimes novel enemies and immediately took action. When I say novel enemies, I mostly mean the Tyranids. Russ and Vulcan both left the Imperium, but while Russ sought a proactive role in the Imperium's future, Vulcan sought to escape its pain. But Vulcan was the one who was called back first to fight in the War of the Beast, whereas Russ is still missing. Lion and Gilliman both entered dormancy, but their reasons and the nature of their sleep and the nature of their return reflect their contrasting personalities. Lion's mythic guilt and Gilliman's pragmatic hope. Each of these moments highlights the deep emotional complexity of the Primarchs and the lasting impact of the heresy on their psyches. Canon for 40K has changed over the years, and it should still be considered fluid. The disappearance of Lionel Johnson has undergone significant reinterpretations in Warhammer 40,000's evolving canon. In older canon, the disappearance of Lionel Johnson was mysterious and unexplained. It was hinted that he had gone to sleep deep in the rock, the remains of Caliban, by choice. This was a superior choice. More recently, canon has him being brought deep into the rock to sleep after suffering a grave injury in his duel with Luther, which would make his absence closer thematically to that of Roboute Guilliman, but also removes some of his agency, because then he's being brought there not by his own choice. Each of these three versions of his fate, a mysterious, unexplained disappearance, a voluntary retreat into sleep, or being gravely wounded and placed into healing stasis, offers different thematic elements that reflect different aspects of his character and the broader narrative of the Imperium. And due to the nature of mythic space and fluid canon, we don't need to decide which one is definitely true. All three of them are useful for understanding his character. The mysterious and unexplained disappearance emphasizes Lion's secretive and enigmatic, isolated nature, with his unexplained absence mirroring his distant and reserved personality, and leaving his fate shrouded in mystery, thus creating a sense of detachment from both his brothers and the Imperium, reinforcing that the Lion is a figure set apart whose motives and actions are often inscrutable. The lack of clarity around his disappearance shows a mythic quality, allowing different interpretations of his actions and motivations. Once again, mythic space in 40K lore has unresolved stories inviting speculation and varying interpretations. We see potential themes of the Lion as a tragic, wandering figure burdened by guilt or shame after the destruction of Caliban and his confrontation with Luther, the Imperium's sense of loss and uncertainty, reflecting the unresolved tensions within its institutions and leadership, and we see some narrative strengths within this storytelling choice. It enhances Lionel Johnson's mystique, making him a more complex and intriguing character by not answering every little question. It aligns with older mythological archetypes of a king in exile, whose absence creates longing and anticipation for his eventual return. But this version also has weaknesses. It leaves his character development incomplete and stilted. It provides little insight into his internal struggles after the fall of Caliban. It avoids addressing the emotional aftermath of his duel with Luther. In contrast, the version in which Lionel Johnson voluntarily retreats into sleep after dueling Luther reflects a character overwhelmed by his failures, by guilt and responsibility, particularly the destruction of Caliban and his inability to prevent Luther's fall. His retreat thus symbolizes a self-imposed exile, a penance for his perceived shortcomings as a leader and brother. By voluntarily stepping away, Lion leaves his legacy in the hands of his sons, the Dark Angels, who I believe at that point in the story had not yet split into chapters. This can be seen as a test of their loyalty and worthiness. It mirrors themes of leaders stepping back or delegating to allow their followers to grow. We see the theme of the lion as a Fisher King figure, whose wounds are internal guilt and shame, and whose retreat wounds the Imperium by depriving it of his leadership, but then allowing for the possibility of redemption and renewal, with his eventual return symbolizing a restoration of hope and balance, because he would only be able to return after calming his internal emotional wounds. This version has the strength of adding to emotional depth of Lionel Johnson, highlighting his internal struggles and humanizing his otherwise aloof character, reflecting a more introspective and contemplative side of the lion, thus aligning with his reserved nature. Of course, then, the weakness here is that this version portrays the lion as perhaps avoiding responsibility, rather than actively seeking to atone for what he thinks of as mistakes, and it risks making him seem disconnected from the broader struggles of the Imperium. In modern canon, he was gravely wounded by Luther and was placed into a healing sleep deep within the rock. This version portrays the lion as a heroic figure who fought until he could no longer stand, embodying the ideals of duty, sacrifice, and endurance. His removal from the narrative is not by choice, but by a consequence of unwavering dedication, thus emphasizing his role as a protector and warrior. Lionel Johnson's stasis mirrors that of Robute Guilliman, creating a thematic link between the two, as loyalist Primarchs removed from the Imperium at critical moments. Each of them are left in a state of suspended animation, reinforcing the sense that the Imperium's greatest champions are not entirely gone, but were instead remaining dormant, waiting to return. Thus, modern canon plays into the theme of Lionel Johnson as a wounded savior, whose eventual return symbolizes a resurgence of strength within the Imperium, with his injuries having served as a physical manifestation of the toll taken by his unrelenting duty, the cost of loyalty and leadership. This maintains Lion's agency and heroism, framing his absence as a consequence of his commitment rather than a retreat, and it offers a clear reason for his absence, while then setting up for his return as a dramatic and hopeful moment. But it also has substantial weaknesses, even while it tries to maintain his agency by having the last thing he does be a fight. It also means that his retreat is not his choice. He's taken there by someone else. It makes his absence feel derivative of Guilliman's, potentially diminishing the uniqueness of each of their stories. And it reduces the mystery and ambiguity around Lion's character. Now he's just a guy who's good at fighting. You need the other two options as part of mythic space in order to improve his character. Each of these three interpretations offers an unique lens for understanding Lionel Johnson's character and his role within the broader 40K narrative. You need the mysterious, unexplained disappearance to emphasize his enigmatic nature and leave his character development unresolved. You need his voluntary retreat to explore his internal struggles and guilt. and help to improve his character development by framing his absence as a form of penance and portray him as being perhaps overly passive. And you need him to be gravely wounded and placed in stasis to highlight his heroism and dedication, highlight his agency and activity rather than passivity, to create a clear narrative arc for his eventual return, but then sacrifices some of his mystery. Each of the three has a strength and a weakness, and their strength helps to shore up the weakness of one of the others. By the three working together, we have an overarching good story, whereas any one of those three options is a mediocre story. Interestingly, there is a fourth thing which is compatible with the others. In the newest canon of which I am aware, it is hinted that during his slumber, a ghostly apparition of Lionel Johnson stalked the galaxy, killing fearsome monsters before disappearing mysteriously, somewhat reminiscent of the old Legion of the Damned mythos of 40K. Then he awoke during the Era Indomitus and has taken up his role as a battlefield general again, while Gilliman is busy with administration and pursuing battles in a different portion of the galaxy. These new developments in Lionel Johnson's character add new layers to his mythos and further embed him into Warhammer 40K's themes of mystery, redemption, and the Arthurian return of heroes. These elements serve to differentiate the Lion's role from that of Rabute Gilliman, offering a complementary dynamic that reflects their differing strengths and philosophies. The ghostly apparition of Lionel Johnson stalking the galaxy to slay monsters evokes the Arthurian legend of King Arthur protecting Britain even after his death. It echoes the mythos of the Legion of the Damned, the enigmatic space marines who intervene at crucial moments before vanishing. This theme reinforces Lionel Johnson's role as a shadowy, secretive figure, working unseen to protect the Imperium, even in his supposed absence. Perhaps these apparitions can be interpreted as the Lion's subconscious soul, seeking redemption for the destruction of Caliban and his failure to save Luther by atoning through deeds. By hunting monsters, he symbolically confronts the darkness within himself, while literally protecting the Imperium from external threats. The Lion's ghostly interventions mirror the Imperium's belief in divine vengeance. He becomes a mythical figure, embodying the Emperor's wrath against the horrors that plague humanity. The ghostly apparitions highlight Lion's dual nature, a relentless warrior and a deeply introspective, guilt-ridden figure. It maintains the mythic space of Lionel Johnson's absence, offering tantalizing glimpses of his enduring presence without fully resolving the mystery. These stories also then serve as an allegory for hope, suggesting that even in the darkest times before he returned, unseen forces were working to protect humanity. Lionel Johnson's re-emergence during the Era Indomitus aligns with the Arthurian return at the hour of greatest need archetype. As the Imperium faces existential threats from chaos, various flavors of Xenos, and its own internal decay, his return is a moment of renewal and rekindling of faith. Unlike Gilliman, whose focus is often on governance and reform, Lionel Johnson has stepped right back into his role as a battlefield commander. He does not care what the year is, no matter how much Gilliman cares deeply what the year is. This emphasizes Lion's strength as a protector and tactician, wielding the sword of the Imperium rather than the pen. This creates a narrative balance with Gilliman shouldering the burdens of administration and diplomacy, and Lion representing the Imperium's martial strength and unwavering determination. This division of labor reflects their differing personalities, Gilliman as the statesman, and Lion as the solitary warrior. Yes, Gilliman's been fighting a lot also. Whatever. Overall, Lionel Johnson's return allows for a focus on military strategy and personal heroism, contrasting with Gilliman's larger scale struggles with the administration of the Imperium and the Indomitus Crusade. Lion is fundamentally a warrior, and Gilliman is fundamentally a leader. Thus, Lionel Johnson's presence on the battlefield once more serves as a symbol of hope and unity and strength, rallying the Imperium's forces in the face of overwhelming odds. I think that we can see the ghostly apparitions as an allegorical bridge, showing that the lion's spirit never abandoned the Imperium, even while his body rested, and building anticipation for his eventual return, thus allowing it to form a coherent narrative when viewed together with his return. His actions as a battlefield general fulfilling the promise of his mythic role. Instead of being an unseen protector, he's now a tangible savior. Together, these developments reinforce Lionel Johnson's role as a hero of the Imperium in its mythic imagination and its physical reality. Now, Games Workshop needs to be very careful to differentiate his character from Gilliman moving forward. His role needs to be different rather than redundant in the presence of Gilliman. If they just lean into the idea of their blue boys being their favorites, then, okay, he's just going to be another battlefield general who's redundant in the presence of Gilliman, who's also a returned Primarch who sometimes leads from the front. Perhaps they have opportunities for his martial leadership to make for a dynamic with Gilliman, with tensions arising over their differing priorities. Lionel Johnson is a compelling and unique figure in the current narrative of the Imperium, and he will continue to be compelling only if he remains unique. He can't just be the same as Gilliman but green. Now, we have primarily discussed the nature of the emotional needs of the Primarchs and the choices they made and what choices they could have made differently. One of the things that we previously discussed was how the Emperor seems to have never attempted to have even one of the Primarchs assigned to primarily domestic duties during the Great Crusade, instead preferring to have all of them be battlefield generals. Thus, none of the surviving seven loyalist Primarchs made any attempt to take on any sort of administrative duties after the death of the Emperor either. Rabute Gilliman was the imperial regent briefly, but generally administration was delegated to the High Lords of Terra. It seems out of the loyalist Primarchs, Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson may have been some of the worst options for administration. Their duties before the death of the Emperor, their personalities, their histories, their values, all suggest that both Russ and Lion would have struggled with purely administrative and domestic duties for governance of the Imperium. But it may be worth asking anyway, how might they have contributed to imperial governance? Leman Russ was the quintessential warrior, valuing honor, loyalty, and action above all else. He was deeply skeptical of bureaucracy, politics, and the complexities of, well, everything, but especially governance. But there are aspects of his character which might have translated into administrative contributions, albeit in a limited capacity. Russ's role as the Emperor's executioner often placed him in situations requiring judgment and the enforcement of imperial law. He had the clarity of vision to see what needed to be done without being distracted. This suggests he could have been a mediator of disputes, or an arbiter, or enforcer of order in particularly fractious regions of the Imperium, or between competing institutions within the Imperium. Russ valued the traditions and individuality of his people on Fenris. Thus, he might have also been effective in helping to integrate newly compliant worlds and their unique cultures into the Imperium without erasing their identities. Fenris might have provided a model of governance that preserved cultural uniqueness while maintaining loyalty. Russ's charisma and legendary status might have been used to inspire loyalty and unity among the masses, with his presence bolstering morale and creating a sense of identity within the Imperium. Perhaps he may have been useful as a governor. He could have been tasked with stabilizing and integrating new worlds with the Imperium, allowing him to play into his strengths as a charismatic leader and cultural mediator, while keeping him close to the action on the edge of the Imperium. But Russ ultimately had substantial limitations, which would have made governance difficult for him. He had little patience for bureaucracy or subtlety, preferring action to deliberation. He would have found the daily grind of governance stifling, and would have thought of himself as above such matters. His preference for directness and his disdain for politicking might have made him clash with more Machiavellian administrators. Lionel Johnson's calculating nature, intelligence, and keen mind for strategy show us that he could have been quite effective in administrative duties, though his personality and background would have posed challenges. Lionel Johnson's ability to think in long-term strategic options would have been invaluable for planning infrastructure, managing logistics, and organizing the Imperium's vast resources. His experience commanding forces across vast campaigns and interstellar distances would also have been able to translate into coordinating the efforts of multiple sectors of the Imperium, particularly in times of crisis. And having Lionel Johnson oversee the logistical and strategic aspects of the Administratum and Munitorum, notably planning supply lines and infrastructure, would have enabled him to contribute without perhaps some of the interpersonal challenges of direct governance, similar to, for example, Perturabo. But ultimately, Lionel Johnson's aloof and secretive nature and his difficulty working with others would have alienated others who needed to work with him closely, thus limiting his effectiveness in governance and undermining collaboration. His rigidity and black and white worldview might have led to inflexible decision-making, even when nuance and compromise might have been better. And honestly, he lacked the empathy needed for the human suffering inherent in governance. He focused on efficiency and results, rather than on trying to minimize the suffering that his decisions would cause. It's likely that this pattern would have continued within his civilian role as well. After the Emperor's entombment on the Golden Throne, Russ and Lion could have stepped into roles that balanced their strengths with the Imperium's needs. Following the Scouring, Russ might have gone to safeguard the Imperium's borders, defend the frontier, integrate new territories, thus keeping him in an active martial role while using his strengths as a cultural mediator to contribute to stability. The Lion's analytical mind could have been applied to reorganizing the Imperium's bureaucracy and coordinating efforts to rebuild devastated sectors. But instead, they fought until Lion either decided to leave or was wounded and had to be taken away, and they fought until Leman Russ decided that he needed to leave. Each of them were warriors first and foremost. Yes, their unique qualities could have been developed to support the Imperium's administrative needs, but neither of them were going to choose to do that. It would have required mentorship, patience, and a willingness to grow beyond their battlefield roles. And none of these things were what the Emperor sought to foster in them. Looking through the Fisher King lens, what imperial institutions may be seen as linked to Leman Russ? What failings of the post-heresy Imperium could be linked thematically with his absence? Leman Russ is easily linked to institutions of enforcement, loyalty, and punishment, most notably the Officio Assassinorum and the Imperial Military Police, the Commissars. These institutions reflect Russ's role as the Emperor's executioner and his embodiment of unwavering loyalty. But they also inherit the darker aspects of his legacy: ruthless enforcement, inflexible judgment, and over-reliance on violence to maintain order. The Officio Assassinorum has some parallels to Russ with his role as the Emperor's enforcer, carrying out tasks of lethal precision to eliminate threats to the Imperium. Yes, they were around during the Great Crusade. They notably assassinated Conrad Kurs in the heresy. But the Emperor relied more upon the Primarchs and the Astartes. The assassins were ancillary. Like Russ, the assassins are tasked with enforcing the Emperor's will, that is to say, the will of the Senatorum Imperialis, without question, targeting traitors, heretics, sometimes dangerous Xenos. Both the Assassinorum and Russ embody the concept of final judgment, delivering death as a necessary means to preserve the Imperium. Without Russ's balance of loyalty and personal honor, the Officio Assassinorum has engaged in more than one internecine war. The institution's reliance on secrecy and unilateral decision-making reflects the darker aspects of Russ's role, where justice can become indistinguishable from vengeance. And in those manners, they have some failings, which are themselves related to Leman Russ. The Commissars, meanwhile, they're effectively military police, They enforce discipline as political officers. They enforce loyalty within the ranks of the Imperial Guard, much like how Russ enforced the Emperor's directives among the Primarchs. Their role as enforcers of absolute loyalty mirrors Russ's unflinching dedication to the Emperor and his willingness to act against his own brothers when so commanded. Commissars sometimes often resort to fear and brutality to maintain control, reflecting the harsh and uncompromising aspects of Russ's character. The cane and gaunt styles of discipline are the exception rather than the rule. The fear, brutality, reliance on fear and punishment, these are failings linked to Russ's absence. That is to say, the absence of Russ's loyalty and personal sense of justice has left those institutions overly reliant on fear and punishment, which creates resentment and undermines morale. In the Fisher King narrative, Russ's absence represents a wound to the Imperium's sense of just enforcement, personal honor, and loyalty. His legacy is reflected in institutions which carry out the Emperor's will, but which have lost the balance and humanity that Russ could bring. Russ balanced his role as the Emperor's executioner with a strong personal sense of loyalty and honor. His absence has left the Imperium's enforcement institutions symbolically devoid of this humanity, thus leading to excessive brutality and indiscriminate punishment. Russ's actions were often guided by his own code of honor, even when carrying out the Emperor's more brutal orders. Without this metaphorical cornerstone, institutions like the Officio Assassinorum and the Commissars have drifted, become faceless enforcers, detached from the consequences of their actions. These institutions perpetuate the darker aspects of Russ's role, mirroring the Imperium's broader reliance on fear and violence to maintain control. Looking through the Fisher King lens, what imperial institutions may be seen as linked to Lionel Johnson, and what failings of the post-heresy Imperium could be linked thematically with his millennia-long absence. Lionel Johnson is well suited to being linked to the Inquisition and Adeptus Arbites. They're tied to secrecy, justice, and internal order as institutions. He was, and is again, a figure defined by his secrecy, introspection, and obsession with rooting out treachery. His legacy thus resonates with institutions responsible for safeguarding the Imperium from internal threats. His millennia-long absence has left those institutions warped by excesses, inefficiencies, and mistrust, thus reflecting the failings that plagued the Lion's own personality and actions. The Inquisition has parallels to multiple different Primarchs, but with regard to Lionel Johnson specifically, its role in rooting out heresy, betrayal, and internal threats mirrors the Lion's obsessive focus on maintaining order through hunting down internal threats, and thus with his own legion's obsession with hunting down traitors, the fallen, while he was missing. Both Lionel Johnson and the Inquisition operate from the shadows, using secrecy and intrigue to achieve their goals, often with little regard for transparency or collaboration. Like Lionel Johnson, the Inquisition places the survival of the Imperium above all else, even at great moral cost. Without a figure like the Lion to metaphorically temper the symbolism of their actions, the Inquisition has become overly zealous and paranoid, destroying entire populations or organizations to root out perceived threats. The institution's lack of oversight and accountability reflects the Lion's tendency to operate alone and use the most secret and forbidden weapons, with mistrust for even his closest allies. The Adeptus Arbites, meanwhile, their enforcement of imperial law and order aligns with the Lion's dedication to justice and rooting out corruption. Both Lionel Johnson and the Arbites prioritize the preservation of stability, often through authoritarian measures. This is 40K, after all. The Arbites' focus on enforcing order at any cost reflects the Lion's rigid and sometimes inflexible approach to justice, which often alienated those around him, and now that he's back, once again alienates those around him. Their increasing reliance on fear and brutality mirrors the Lion's struggle to balance justice with compassion. The Lion's inability to fully trust or integrate with his brothers mirrors the Imperium's internal divisions, where mistrust and rivalry between institutions weaken their effectiveness. The lack of collaboration or unity within these organizations reflects the Lion's tendency to act alone, prioritizing secrecy over cooperation. In the Fisher King narrative, Lionel Johnson's absence represents a wound to the Imperium's ability to maintain internal stability and justice without succumbing to excess. Institutions perpetuate the darker aspects of Lion's character, emphasizing secrecy, rigidity, and suspicion over unity and balance, while the Lion's millennia-long absence left a symbolic void which prevented imperial institutions from embodying his better qualities. So that, for example, the Inquisition and the Arbites now embody his darker tendencies towards secrecy and suspicion. This has thus created an atmosphere of paranoia, where these institutions often turn on their own allies and jump too soon to the extremes of exterminatus, or mass executions. We've seen enough Primarchs by now and looked at them through the Fisher King lens that we have a pretty good idea of how we can see this. When a Primarch goes missing, when a loyalist Primarch goes missing, the Imperium then suffers from the worst parts of their personalities and does not have a chance to benefit from the metaphorical presence of the better parts of their personalities. But that could theoretically be undone by returning that Primarch. It would be a slow process, but it could happen. When a Primarch dies, or worse, falls to chaos, the Imperium is doomed to embody the worst aspects of that Primarch, with lesser hope of renewal or redemption or improvement because of the Fisher King narrative. Which Primarchs would have been good options for friendship for Leman Russ or Lionel Johnson? Oh boy. Building meaningful friendships for Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson would have required Primarchs who could complement their personalities, bridge their emotional isolation, and foster mutual respect. Russ's boisterous, confrontational nature and sense of duty as the Emperor's executioner often alienated him, placing him outside of the fraternal circle of his brothers, while the Lion's enigmatic and stoic demeanor left him similarly isolated, though for subtly different reasons. But several Primarchs could have served as strong candidates for forging bonds with them. Vulcan, the compassionate protector, would have been a good friendship option for Leman Russ. His empathy and warmth would have aligned well with those same facets of Leman Russ, empathy and warmth, that he showed to his sons, those within his pack, while also balancing Russ's ferocity, softening the Wolf King's rough edges while reinforcing his sense of duty and sense of familial loyalty to his pack. Each of them shared a strong commitment to safeguarding the Imperium's people, albeit with different methods. Vulcan through compassion and craftsmanship, protecting humanity from external threats, while Russ through the strength and martial prowess to defeat threats both internal and external, in order to prevent them from harming humanity in the future. Vulcan's patience might have helped the more impulsive, headstrong Russ to reflect on his actions and find ways to temper his more confrontational tendencies. Russ might have been expected to admire Vulcan's humility and unwavering belief in the value of human life. The better option, I feel, would be Jagatai Khan. Khan's love of freedom and independence would resonate with Russ's own untamed wolfish nature. They valued loyalty to one's kin, they valued strength, and though they expressed it in different cultural ways, it would have led to mutual respect. But it would have been a difficult friendship to form organically. Jagatai Khan had his wild riders fighting as far away from the main body of the Imperial Crusade as he could, off on their own, not being interfered with. Whereas Leman Russ generally had the Space Wolves fighting right in the main bodies of the main expeditionary fleets of the Great Crusade. They would have needed shared campaigns, and perhaps fighting alongside each other, the Khan's mobility and hit-and-run tactics might have worked well with Leman Russ's wolf pack style of fighting, with the blood claws drawing the enemy's attention and the gray fangs hitting them from far away, and then flanking them. Jagatai Khan, one of the more philosophical and introspective of the Primarchs, might have thus introduced Russ to new perspectives and tempered his impulsiveness. I don't think he was ever going to make Russ into a particularly interested philosopher, but he could have at least encouraged him to think before acting. Meanwhile, Rogel Dorn might have been a good option for Lionel Johnson, with his unyielding sense of duty and similarly stoic personality, mirroring Lionel Johnson's own. They might have had a potential bond based on mutual understanding. Each of them shared a focus on grand strategy, being able to hold within their mind both the smaller details of each operation and also the big picture. This could have led to collaboration and respect between these second-string strategic geniuses. Neither of them were going to rise to the level of the Emperor or Perturabo, but they could get darn close. They might have worked together to implement and design grand strategies or grand defensive systems across the Imperium to find common ground in their shared strength. But this dynamic would not have arisen organically. Rogel Dorn, the Emperor's Praetorian, fought in the main body of the Great Crusade, whereas Lionel Johnson took the Dark Angels out to fight on their own, independently. Dorn's directness might have helped to break through Lion's enigmatic nature to find a place of trust and camaraderie, but it would have taken some work and probably some prodding from the outside. On the other end of the spectrum, Corvus Corax, perhaps with his quiet and introspective nature, might have complemented Lionel Johnson's stoicism to create a bond rooted in mutual respect for their achievements and an understanding of each other's reserved personalities. Each of them valued strategy and precision, whereas Corax's focus on guerrilla tactics contrasted with Lionel Johnson's more traditional approach to warfare with the Dark Angel's hexagrammaton, perhaps allowing the Raven Guard to teach a new method, a new style of warfare to the Dark Angels, which they have not already mastered within the hexagrammaton. They might have had some shared campaigns in which the Raven Guard's stealth was worked within the grand strategy of Lionel Johnson, and thus fostered a deeper understanding of each other's methods and each other's legions. Corax's empathy might have encouraged Lion to open up emotionally, reducing his isolation. That one potentially could have occurred organically, depending on what foes they faced where. Corax commanded, if I remember right from canon, 3 main expeditionary fleets. Any one of them could have been called to assist the Dark Angels because they both fought on the frontiers. Campaigning closely with brothers would have been a good option for forming friendships among the Primarchs in general. With Russ and Lion specifically, it might have helped to overcome their isolation and build bonds through shared experiences. Though, then again, Russ fought it alongside both Magnus and Lorgar, and that turned out badly, so whatever. Relationships with more introspective brothers, like Jagatai or Corax, might have encouraged each of them to reflect on their roles within the Imperium and their relationships with their siblings, leading them to a more complete understanding of themselves. And of course, then there's each other. The relationship between Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson is one of the most contentious among the Primarchs, fueled by their stark personality differences, misunderstandings, and unresolved tensions. But there was a potential, maybe not for friendship, but at least for a less contentious rivalry, particularly if key moments in their shared history had turned out differently, which they could have had they chosen differently. This series is not about fate, it's about people making decisions. And we can look at these turning points to see how they could have chosen differently, and how their relationship could have evolved into one of mutual respect, camaraderie, maybe close alliance. Before the Horus Heresy, the Dark Angels and Space Wolves clashed over differing philosophies of warfare. The Space Wolves' preference for straightforward, brutal engagements under both their pre-Russ Legion Master and later Leman Russ was dismissed by the Dark Angels, both before and after Lionel Johnson was reunited with them, as being simplistic and unworthy of serious consideration. This trend, this patronizing view, became the seed of their rivalry, which then bloomed into full flower at Dulan. If Russ had framed his philosophy of war as a deliberate choice based on cultural values and the honor of direct combat, rather than the two of them simply dismissing each other's tactics, perhaps Lionel Johnson might have respected the strength of Russ's convictions and his long list of battle honors that his legion won through their victories. Alternatively, Lionel Johnson might have acknowledged that Russ's methods were effective in certain theaters of war, thus allowing for mutual respect of each other's expertise, even if Lionel Johnson continued to believe his own legion and his own strategy to be superior. A better understanding of each other's methods might have led to collaboration. Maybe working together, Russ could have come to appreciate Lion's strategic mind, and Lion would value Russ's sheer martial prowess. Now, once again, we got to talk about Dulan. During the campaign on Dulan, Lion and Russ came to blows after Lion killed the tyrant that they were both hunting, robbing Russ of the opportunity to engage the enemy in what he believed to be honorable combat. That is to say, he felt that he deserved the chance to fight that tyrant. This led to a physical fight that ended when Lion knocked Russ unconscious and left without explanation. If Lion had explained his actions, emphasizing the tactical necessity of eliminating the tyrant and not waiting around for Russ, Russ might have been less insulted. Russ, in turn, could have gotten over himself. Yeah, I know, he was upset about the Wolfen. Deal with it. He could have appreciated that Lion was acting out of practicality at a time of limited communications, not deliberate disrespect. Heck, for that matter, after the battle, if Russ had better communicated ahead of time, hey, I'm angry and frustrated about how that went. I want a friendly match to let off steam. Maybe that would have been something Lion could have gone along with. Sorry, words are hard. The brawl might have ended in laughter, making it a moment of bonding rather than enmity. Lionel Johnson was never going to understand the unstated cultural assumptions of Leman Russ. He needed things told to him directly. More open discussions about what you feel and what you need can transform conflict from a grudge into a friendship. This applies to all of you watching. Then, during the Horus Heresy, Leman Russ was tasked by the Emperor to bring Magnus to Terra, but Horus manipulated him into escalating the mission into the burning of Prospero and attempts to kill Magnus and the Thousand Sons. Lionel Johnson was notably absent during this period, so we do not have canonical evidence of Lionel Johnson viewing Russ's actions in any particular way. He was in a different part of the galaxy. But had Russ reached out to Lion before going to Prospero, out of respect for his strategic expertise, Lion might have provided counsel to temper Russ's actions by offering an outside perspective. Lion, with his strategic mind, might have helped Russ to see that Horus was manipulating him, or at least provided an alternative view to that of Horus. And I'll note, Lion's not the only one who could have done that. Dorn or Gilliman would have been good choices to tell Russ, just do what the Emperor told you to. Don't second guess it. Russ and Lion operated largely independently from each other during the Horus Heresy. They didn't have much in the way of opportunity to collaborate. Their mistrust and rivalry remained unresolved. If they had worked together during a critical campaign, perhaps the Thramas campaign, maybe they would have developed mutual respect for each other's combat prowess. They complemented each other. They could have gained great battlefield success and thus fostered camaraderie. A shared victory could have served as a turning point, allowing them to move past their grudges and recognize each other's strengths. Then, of course, we have the unfulfilled march to Terra at the end of the Horus Heresy. Once again, we are ignoring canon that says it was the Ultramarines. The Space Wolves and Dark Angels were en route to Terra during the siege of the Imperial Palace, but neither of them arrived in time to participate. Their mutual failure can thus be seen as deepening their rivalry, as each might have blamed the other for not reaching Terra sooner, even if it wasn't a conscious blame. If Russ and Lion had spent time together to plan and, bond, actually talk to each other during this march, they might have coordinated their efforts, preventing blame and frustration from festering, even if they still arrived too late. But if, by working together, they had reached Terra faster, and thus been able to fight side by side, the shared fires of the siege could have forged an unbreakable bond between them. Collaboration during this critical moment might have cemented a relationship based on trust and shared purpose, turning rivals into brothers in arms. After the heresy, Russ disappeared on his personal quest, and Lion fell into slumber in the rock. Their inability to reconcile before these events left their relationship unresolved. If Russ and Lion had more effectively tried to reconcile after the heresy, they might have found common ground in their shared sense of guilt and grief over the Imperium's state. Lionel Johnson's introspection and Russ's raw emotionality might have complemented each other in that weak point, lowest point of their lives following the Emperor's death, thus creating an opportunity for healing and mutual understanding, instead of the canonical ill will which grew out of their grief and frustration. Had they tried, had they put effort in, had they made the decision to try to mend their relationship, they might have turned their rivalry into a bittersweet friendship, with each recognizing the other's sacrifices and burdens, and thus the rift between their legions might have been mended. Russ and Lion were deeply loyal to the Emperor, albeit with different roles to play. They could have found a mutual respect for the duty that they each had. Acknowledging this shared dedication could have created a foundation for mutual respect. Russ's instinctive, ferocious leadership and the Lion's calculated, enigmatic personality might have complemented each other on and off the battlefield, fostering admiration for each other's methods, had they allowed the option to come to fruition instead of stifling it. Both Primarchs were emotionally isolated figures, and their rivalry might have stemmed in part from a lack of understanding of each other's struggles. Perhaps if they found common ground in their shared burdens, that might have turned them into allies. Let us consider the fellowship idea between these two legions. First, we're going to consider the swap leadership model, where they simply change leadership of each other's legions, are forced to work closely together for a decade, and then fuck off for some predetermined length of time to pursue independent campaigns before ultimately swapping back. Later, we'll talk about the full immersion style. Leman Russ, placed in leadership of the Dark Angels, would have exposed him to their rigid hierarchy, precise planning, methodical execution of campaigns, and lack of what he understood to be camaraderie. This could have encouraged him to appreciate the value of meticulous preparation and strategy, traits he often neglected in favor of instinct and improvisation. Working within Lion's strict organizational systems, albeit that some of those systems predated his reuniting with the Dark Angels, might just temper Russ's impetuous nature and teach him the benefits of patience. The Dark Angels often dealt with secrecy and complex political maneuvering, they engaged in a great deal of diplomacy, sometimes within the Imperium and sometimes with New Worlds who they were trying to bring into compliance. Russ might have gained insight into the necessity and importance and utility of this subtlety and diplomacy, skills he rarely used, but would certainly have benefited from in situations requiring tact. He wasn't to the Angron extreme of just not wanting to deal with diplomacy or tact at all, but he wasn't great at it. And then in general, being immersed in a legion with a different ethos might help Russ to see the value in perspectives that he previously dismissed. A new idea of what brotherhood and fraternity means. What brotherhood and fraternity each mean. There we go. Words are hard. This might have left him with mutual respect between him and the Dark Angels once he left. Meanwhile, Lionel Johnson, leading the Space Wolves, would have pushed him out of his comfort zone to the extent that he had a comfort zone. He would have needed to embrace flexibility and intuition, improvisation, loosen his rigid approach, and embrace more fluid, instinct-driven tactics of this new legion. This could have taught him to value adaptability and the capacity to make decisions based on gut instincts when planning is insufficient. The Space Wolves' connection to their Fenrisian heritage might help Lionel Johnson to connect with humanity on a more personal level, countering his tendency toward aloofness and isolation. That is to say, the Space Wolves would have expected and demanded him to be present with them as part of their camaraderie and their culture. And people tend to live up or live down to the expectations placed upon them. The Space Wolves' reverence for their cultural traditions might have thus encouraged Lionel Johnson to reevaluate the role of tradition, to re-examine his view of history, ritual, and the importance of shared identity, which he often dismissed in favor of practicality. This might have thus made him a more effective diplomat and negotiator when trying to bring worlds into the Imperium peaceably. Now, there are some problems that might have arisen within this switch leadership model. First, obviously, there would be conflict between styles of leadership. Russ's instinct-driven and straightforward approach would clash with the Dark Angel's preference for intricate strategies and meticulous planning. The Legion might thus resist his influence, causing tension, whereas Lion's insistence on secrecy would likely frustrate Russ, potentially leading to misunderstandings or breaches of trust between Russ and senior Dark Angels commanders who had learned a penchant for secrecy from Lion. Meanwhile, Lion, leading the Space Wolves with his rigid discipline and cold demeanor, might initially alienate the Wolves, who valued camaraderie, intuition, and a looser chain of command. The cultural gap could create resentment and resistance within its ranks. Lionel Johnson's secretive nature could lead to suspicion among the Space Wolves, who might view it as dishonesty or lack of trust. And then, of course, there's their pre-existing rivalry. By the time of this fellowship, maybe the clash at Dulon might have already happened, and thus there would be the potential for their existing enmity to escalate due to ego clashes and frustration. The two Primarchs were already rivals with mutual disdain for each other's approaches, and their legions didn't like each other either. The close proximity and inevitable challenges of leading each other's legions, especially during the 10 years where they fight alongside each other, could thus exacerbate their rivalry. Misunderstandings might deepen, as each Primarch interpreted the other's struggles as failures, rather than as opportunities for growth. The Space Wolves might chafe under Lionel Johnson's rigid leadership, and thus his leadership might be undermined by their culture, Similarly, the Dark Angels could perceive Russ's approach as reckless, and with each legion undermining their temporary Primarchs, it might worsen the enmity between them. If unresolved, the challenges and conflicts arising during this fellowship could entrench existing hostilities between the Primarchs and their legions, making it harder for them to reconcile in the future. Failures or culture clashes during their independent campaigns might also be used as ammunition in their rivalry, leading to deeper divides. Something along the lines of, we would have won that battle, or we would have taken fewer casualties during that battle if it weren't for your Primarch who was leading us at the time and did a bad job. That sort of thing. Thus, a fellowship program between Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson offers tremendous opportunities for growth, particularly in areas where each Primarch is weakest, such as Russ's discipline and diplomacy, and the Lion's flexibility and human connection. But the stark contrasts in their leadership styles and the cultures of their legions would present significant challenges. In order for the swap leadership style of fellowship to succeed, the Primarchs would need to overcome their own mutual disdain and actively seek to understand and learn from each other and each other's legions. This would require humility and emotional growth, which neither was predisposed to embrace. Maybe swap leadership isn't the best model of fellowship for these two specifically. Let us instead consider the full immersion style of fellowship, wherein Lionel Johnson and Leman Russ would be placed under a psychic glamour by the Emperor, so that they would forget their true identities temporarily, and be hidden, being able to serve anonymously within each other's legions, starting as rank-and-file battle brothers. As we've discussed before, custodian, present to observe and make sure that the glamour can be lifted if needed, blah, blah, blah. The purpose would be for each to experience the culture and values of the counterpart's legion from the inside. For Leman Russ, being immersed in the Dark Angel's secretive and methodical approach, he would be forced to follow orders without knowing the full plan, and he may very well be inducted into the Dark Angel's Hecatonistica. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And thus know things that his battle brothers don't as part of the plan. This could teach him the value of long-term strategic thinking and patience, waiting until the specific knowledge he was given in secret as part of the Hecatonistica needed to be brought to the fore to win some particular battle. And notably, long-term strategic thinking and patience were areas where he often struggled with and defaulted to instinct, so maybe learning this would be good for him. As a rank-and-file soldier, within a complicated, rigid hierarchy of the Dark Angels, Russ would need to learn to navigate and appreciate their structured system, with the complexities not just of rank, but also of the hexagrammaton and hecatonistica, structures which intersected with top-down hierarchy in unusual ways. Seeing the success of this system might thus temper his disdain for what he viewed as bureaucracy and order. Experiencing the cold, calculated pragmatism of the Dark Angels from within might let him see the world through Lionel Johnson's eyes, understand Lion's perspective and motivation by seeing the perspective of his battle brothers in the Dark Angels, and thus foster a grudging respect for his brother. Once the glamour was lifted and he remembered that he was indeed a Primarch. Lionel Johnson, meanwhile, would have had the best opportunity he could possibly get to learn the value of camaraderie and social belonging. Living among the Space Wolves, Lionel Johnson would experience firsthand their deep bonds of brotherhood and mutual respect. This might have humanized him, bringing him into the pack and helping him connect with his own legionnaires on a deeper level once he returned to the Dark Angels. Participating in the Space Wolves' instinct-driven, adaptable tactics might teach Lionel Johnson to loosen his rigid control and trust in the chaotic nature of battle. Immersion in the Space Wolves' traditions, stories, and rituals might help Lionel Johnson to understand the importance of cultural identity, softening his cold, distant view of such matters. And thus that might have helped him to better understand the need that his own sons in the Dark Angels had for such cultural traditions. Now, there would have been problems. There are always problems. Leman Russ, serving within the Dark Angels, would have found that his gene-deep, impulsive, independent nature would clash with the rigid structure of the Dark Angels, thus leading to frustration and potentially disciplinary issues. The expectation to blindly follow orders, or at least that's how he would have seen it, would have aggravated Russ, who valued transparency and directness. The secretive, somber atmosphere of the Dark Angels might make Leman Russ feel out of place, viewing their culture as overly pretentious or needlessly complex, even though he would not remember the culture of the Space Wolves due to the psychic glamour. Meanwhile, Lionel Johnson, serving within the Space Wolves, with his ingrained, disciplined mindset, might struggle with the informal structure of the Space Wolves, leaving him frustrated by what he perceived as a lack of discipline. It would have taken time for him to warm up to how things worked there, being immersed in it and not remembering any other way. Lionel Johnson's aloof and secretive nature might have hindered his ability to form the deep personal connections valued by the Space Wolves, potentially isolating him within their ranks if he had difficulty building bonds within his pack, within his squad, or within his larger pack, the Great Company. Both Primarchs, depending on how well the glamour worked, might struggle with the loss of their usual status and authority. Adjusting to being just another soldier might be difficult for two beings subconsciously accustomed to command, and that's a good thing for them, at least temporarily, until their natural talents and innate leadership skills led them to rise through the ranks. Each of them might have initially judged the other's legion rather harshly, perceiving their ways as flawed and leading to friction, even if they couldn't quite put their finger on why. But if, through the help of the psychic glamour, they were able to overcome their biases, the fellowship might have resulted in a deeper understanding of each other's strengths and values, bridging the gap in their relationship once they left the fellowship and returned to their original legion. Both Primarchs would certainly have emerged from the experience with a broader perspective, better leadership skills, and a stronger appreciation for their own legion. They might have also emerged from the experience with a stronger appreciation for their brothers' legions, and with knowledge of new techniques and strategies which might be brought back to their original legion to further improve them. Now, if the challenges proved insurmountable, then this exercise could deepen their animosity, leaving them more convinced of their own superiority and the other's failings. But I feel that the potential benefits and the rather lesser risk compared to the swap leadership style of fellowship would make this a better option. The full immersion fellowship between Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson presents a highly challenging but potentially transformative opportunity. Maybe the best opportunity for a full immersion fellowship among the Primarchs, right up there with Vulcan and Angron. By stepping into the boots of each other's soldiers, they could grow respect, develop empathy, and gain new leadership tools. Their stark differences in temperament, leadership, and worldview would pose substantial risks, and success would require both Primarchs to relinquish some of their pride, perhaps the most daunting task of all. But that's the point of the psychic glamour, to ease that process. In the full immersion style of fellowship, the idea is that they would be glamored by the Emperor such that none but the Custodes would know their true identity, not even the Primarch himself. And yet, they would not only be able to perform mighty deeds, they would also do so while learning new ways of thinking and practicing new arts of combat. I wonder, what might this effect have had on the rivalry between the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels legions, both during the swap and after the revelation of their true identities? Seems to me there are a few different things which might happen. This swap might have been a way for the rivalry to serve as a catalyst for excellence. Each Primarch, unaware of his true identity, would have an internal drive to distinguish himself within what they viewed as their own legion. You know, the one that they were inserted into for the fellowship. Their natural abilities, grand martial skill, and their leadership instincts would shine, as would their competitive spirits, even if they didn't consciously know why they were competing or against whom. Immersed in the unfamiliar culture of a rival legion, I feel that they would ultimately adapt and achieve success on the terms of that new legion. This would thus foster mutual respect for the ethos and methods of the other legion when they returned to their home legion. Fighting side by side with ordinary Marines from their new legion, both Primarchs would develop a deeper appreciation for the rank and file of their rival. These shared experiences could foster personal bonds and camaraderie that might soften their rivalry over time. Despite the Emperor's glamour, their natural charisma and prowess would certainly lead them to perform mighty deeds. Members of both legions would not help but to notice that these battle brothers seemed unusually skilled or inspiring. The mystique of their presence could lead to speculation, potentially sparking a kind of admiration that would linger even after their identities were revealed. Plus, after the brawl at Dulon, the Space Wolves and Dark Angels have traditionally had a champion from each legion duel each other. Depending on the exact timing of the fellowship, this might have resulted in Russ and Lion dueling each other again, while under glamour as brothers of each other's legion. Awesome. After the revelation of their true identities, after the Dark Angels learned that their uncle Leman Russ had been fighting alongside them as a battle brother, and after the Space Wolves learned that their uncle Lionel Johnson had been fighting alongside them as one of their pack, they would have a strengthened mutual respect, revealing that each Primarch had served and excelled in their brother's legion. Each would have to recognize the other's ability to thrive under unfamiliar circumstances. And the success of each Primarch within the rival legion would serve as validation of that legion's culture and methods, potentially softening their previously dismissive attitudes. This story of hidden service and subsequent revelation would be certainly celebrated by both legions. A shared mythos to unite them through the narrative of two Primarchs overcoming challenges and excelling. The Space Wolves would certainly sing of their father Leman Russ's grand deeds within the Dark Angels, but also they would happily sing songs in the halls of their uncle Lionel Johnson, fighting alongside them as a wolf. Despite this mutual respect it's conceivable that lingering grudges may have exacerbated the rivalry in some ways. Each Primarch might feel irritated by the notion that the other had succeeded so well within their own legion, perhaps viewing it as an affront to their unique leadership style. Lion might feel, as an example, that Russ's instinctive, impulsive methods should not have worked as well as they did within the disciplined ranks of the Dark Angels. And Russ might view Lion's success in the Space Wolves as an overly intellectualized, insufficiently emotionally aware mimicry of their deeply personal pack brotherhood. Ultimately, we can expect mutual respect between the Primarchs and the legions to be a likely outcome of this fellowship. The knowledge that their own Primarch had thrived within their rival legion would instill a sense of admiration among the rank and file, perhaps leading to a lessening of hostilities and animosity. The legionnaires would see each other as worthy comrades rather than just rivals. That is to say, if some random battle brother in the Dark Angels was worthy to fight alongside Leman Russ, then surely they are worthy of being respected by the Space Wolves. Then, of course, there's the cultural exchange. The Primarch's experiences would then bring new perspectives when they returned to their own legions, potentially integrating aspects of their rivals' culture and methods. Over time, the aftermath of the full immersion fellowship between the Space Wolves and Dark Angels would likely enhance their rivalry in a constructive way, reframing it as a contest of equals rather than one marred by misunderstanding or contempt. The legions might develop traditions or rituals celebrating the shared mythos of their disguised Primarchs' deeds, or the deeds of their temporary battle brother, forging a complex legacy of competition and cooperation. Now, we're near the end here, but Leman Russ is a complex character, and there are several additional angles worth exploring to gain a deeper understanding of him and his role in the Warhammer 40k narrative. Here are some potential areas for discussion in a video that you could make. How did Leman Russ interact with more cooperative or kind-hearted Primarchs like Vulcan or Sanguinius, knowing that his job was potentially to sanction them if demanded by the Emperor? Were there Primarchs he admired, even if begrudgingly? Beyond Lionel Johnson and Magnus, did Russ have notable animosities with any other Primarchs? What do those dynamics reveal about his personality and values? Did Russ see the Emperor primarily as a father figure, as Guilliman did, or as his master, as Angron did? How did his loyalty manifest in personal terms? And how did the Emperor's trust and command shape Russ's self-image? Did Russ ever question or resent the Emperor's decisions? What was the reason for Russ being so easily swayed by Horus into misinterpreting the Emperor's commands with regards to Magnus? How much did Fenris shape Russ's worldview and values? Did his upbringing on Fenris make him uniquely suited or unsuited for the broader goals of the Great Crusade? How did Russ balance his attachment to Fenris with his duties to the Imperium? How would he have reacted to efforts to imperialize Fenris and suppress its local traditions? How then does this play into his own view of other new worlds with their own cultures being brought into the Imperium and sometimes having their cultures suppressed or smoothed over? But what about the Canis Helix and genetic flaws? What was the legacy of the Wolfen with respect to Leman Russ? How did other Primarchs view the genetic instability of the Space Wolves? Any of those who knew about it, did they see it as a shameful curse, a necessary sacrifice? Did they understand that it was a point of pride and shame for the Space Wolves? Did Russ suspect that the Emperor knew about the flaws in the Canis Helix? If so, how did he reconcile this with his loyalty to the Emperor? What actions, if any, did Russ consider or take to mitigate the risks of the Wolfen curse within his legion? How does the mythic portrayal of Leman Russ, in universe and among fans, compare to his actual deeds and personality? Does he have a Sephiroth problem where fans who like Leman Russ smooth over his flaws? What about his role as the Emperor's executioner? How did being the Emperor's chosen enforcer shape Russ's identity? Did it ever cause him internal conflict? After the Emperor's death in the post-heresy Imperium, what did Leman Russ believe his relationship to be with regards to being the executioner with the Senatorum Imperialis? Had Leman Russ been ordered to sanction another Primarch, one of the remaining loyalists, by the High Lords of Terra, would Leman Russ have done it? What about the Space Wolves after Leman Russ? How did Russ's leadership style and choices shape the culture and trajectory of the Space Wolves after his disappearance? Is it important that the Space Wolves were unable to found any successor chapters until the Indomitus era? What do Russ's departure and the Great Hunt say about his long-term priorities? How does his legion interpret his absence now that Guilliman and Lion are back? What the heck is Russ even doing in the 41st millennium? As of the time that I'm recording this, he's not back yet. Russ is one of the most vehemently anti-chaos Primarchs. How did this animosity develop? Did it ever blind him to more nuanced threats? Did Russ feel any personal temptation from chaos? How did he respond to it? It's obvious that he didn't fall, but was this due to refusal of corruption, or merely inefficient or ineffective attempts by chaos to corrupt him? How did Russ view and interact with human civilians, Imperial bureaucrats from the broader Imperial apparatus, and non-Space Marine military forces, such as the Imperial Army and the Armada Imperialis? What was Russ's view of the Imperium? What was his vision for the Imperium? If he had the opportunity to guide the Imperium's development, what would it look like? How does the wolf motif reflect and shape Russ's character, both positively and negatively? Did Russ see himself as a wild wolf at heart, or as a human leader responsible for taming his instincts to serve the Imperium? Did he believe himself to be a man dressed up like a wolf, or a wolf pretending to be a man? How does the legend of Leman Russ persist in the 41st millennium, especially within the Ecclesiarchy? And whenever Games Workshop gets around to having Russ return, how is he going to react to the state of the Imperium and his legion, now, chapter and successor chapters, in the modern era? What is he going to prioritize in a galaxy teetering on the brink? Beyond Lionel Johnson, which other Primarchs might have been good pairings for Leman Russ in a fellowship? Sure, they would not have been as good as Lionel Johnson for an option, but what could he have learned from them? And what unique lessons could Russ have taught as a mentor? Lionel Johnson is a rich character, so there are numerous additional angles which we could explore to deepen our understanding of him. Here are some options for further discussion in the comments, or options for making a new video. That is, for you to make a new video. I'll watch it. How did Lionel Johnson's secretive and calculating nature affect his relationships with other Primarchs? Did anyone truly trust him? Did he trust anyone in return? Beyond Leman Russ and Conrad Kors, what other rivalries and tensions defined Lion's relationships with other Primarchs? And how did those dynamics shape his actions and decisions? How did Lionel Johnson view the Emperor? Did he see him as a father, a master, something else? Did Lionel Johnson crave the Emperor's approval in a way similar to other Primarchs, or in a different manner? How did this influence his decisions during the Crusade and the heresy, whether he particularly cared about the Emperor's approval or not? What was the place in Lionel Johnson's mind for using technology that was forbidden for anyone else, such as the Men of Iron? Did he believe that this placed him in any particular danger? What about Caliban? How was Caliban's culture, politics, and values shaping Lionel Johnson's worldview and leadership style before he met the Emperor? Did it particularly shape his style after he left? Did he struggle to balance his allegiance to the Imperium with his ties to his home? What was Lionel Johnson's home? Did he believe it to be the monasteries where he trained in the order, or did he believe it to be the forest? How did the Dark Angel's reputation for secrecy reflect Lionel Johnson's own personality? Did this trait strengthen or weaken the Legion? How did the seeds of rebellion within the Dark Angel's Legion, eventually leading to the schism with the Fallen, reflect Lion's leadership style and potential blind spots? How did Lion's calculated and strategic approach to warfare set him apart from other Primarchs? Did this make him a more effective general? Did it make him a more isolated figure? Were there times when Lionel Johnson prioritized pragmatism over what we might understand as morality? If so, what does this reveal about his character? Lionel Johnson as a mythic figure was a beast pretending to be a man. How does this nature influence his character and his interactions with others? How was Lionel Johnson remembered in the 41st millennium, notably by the ecclesiarchy? How does this compare to his actual personality now that he has returned? How did Lionel Johnson's relationship with Luther evolve? Could their falling out have been avoided, or was it almost inevitable given Luther's power-hungry nature? Did Lionel Johnson have guilt or a sense of responsibility about Luther? Did he view Luther's rebellion as a personal failing on his part? How might this guilt have thus influenced his later actions? Did Lion ever question his tendency to keep secrets and play games within games? Could he have benefited from being more open? How did Lion balance his disciplined facade with his predatory instincts? Were there moments when his restraint failed him? How did Lion's decision to enter hidden sleep within the rock reflect his character and emotional state at the end of the heresy? And with Lion awakening in the 41st millennium, how can we understand his response to the Fallen, inviting them back into the fold to fight alongside him? How can we understand his reaction to the current state of the Imperium? That is, to just go out and fight instead of work to try to change structural problems like Gilliman has to some extent. Was Lionel Johnson ever tempted by chaos? And if not, why? If he was tempted by chaos, did he resist successfully due to his character, his loyalty, or some other aspect of his personality? How did Lionel Johnson's actions and mindset shape his legion's relationship with chaos and the warp, such as their use of librarians? How does the concept of the interrogator chaplain interact with the idea of Lionel Johnson welcoming the Fallen back into the Legion, back into the chapter, to fight alongside him? Besides Russ, which other Primarchs might have been good choices as a second line to be paired with Lionel Johnson in the fellowship program? And what would Lionel Johnson's role have been as a mentor to other Primarchs? What unique lessons could he have taught? How does the legacy of Lionel Johnson, and now his ongoing influence now that he has returned, contribute to the Dark Angel's culture and actions? What about successor chapters? Is there a difference? What does Lionel Johnson represent to the Imperium? And how does this compare to the ideals and values he actually holds?